not Pater's doctrine that is commonly rejected. Indeed, an austere technician like I. A. Richards seems, in the question of doctrine, to be very close to Pater, yet the reaction is quite different. What we reject in Pater is his instances, and the substance of these instances is his style at its worst. It has been to us, we say, but as the sound of lyres and flutes, and when we repeat these words, we do not hear any particular instruments. To recommend the saving power of sensibility is, always, to invite attention to one's instances, even if these lie only in the language of the recommendation. Pater, as a teacher, is enrolled in the grand old cause, and the rejection of his teaching implies, properly, a rejection of the whole romantic position from Keats to Arnold. The first emphasis of culture was an emphasis of the function of certain kinds of thought and feeling in the whole life of man, a function properly described as moral. Pater argues this function within the major tradition. In his general statements he is at one with his peers. Yet repeatedly, in his instances, he embodies the negative element which is always latent in this position, the reduction of a whole process, characterized by its movement and its interactions, to a fragmentary, isolated product. Pater's image of the contemplating being, who has struggled with those forms till its secret is won from each, and then lets each fall back into its place, in the supreme, artistic view of life. 13 His apotheosis of La Gioconda is typical of this image, but his relation to art is such that he seems genuinely unable to distinguish between the condition of a work of art, a made thing, containing within itself an achieved stillness, and the condition of any life, which is not made but making, and which can only in fantasy be detached from a continuous process and a whole condition. Pater's kind of sensibility thus reduces a general and active proposition to what is, in effect, its negation. Art for art's sake is a reasonable maxim for the artist, when creating, and for the spectator when the work is being communicated. At such times, it is no more than a definition of attention. The negative element is the fantasy usually explicable that a man can himself become, can confuse himself with, a made work. The fantasy is common enough for Pater to be comprehended. It is indeed a general distortion of the emphasis on culture, which otherwise Pater clearly continues and conveys. Whistler is Pater vulgarized, yet the vulgarity is in a way a gain. Unlike Pater, he rejects the received thesis, in particular the thesis of Ruskin. In opposition to the belief that in the past, and especially in the Middle Ages, there was a greater general regard for art and a fuller integration of it with the common life, Whistler asserted. Listen. There never was an artistic period. There never was an art-loving nation. If art be rare today, it was seldom heretofore. It is false, this teaching of decay. False again, the fabled link between the grandeur of art and the glories and virtues of the state, for art feeds not upon nations, and peoples may be wiped from the face of the earth, but art is. 14. This is only Pater's practical separation of art and life, a separation resting on their confusion, and on the consequent reduction of life to the condition of art, extended and jumped up into a kind of theory, which is then entirely opposed to the tradition which Pater in his general statements had continued. Listen, says Whistler, and we have listened. We agree that this teaching of decay is at any rate partly false. We agree also with his onslaught on taste. Taste has long been confounded with capacity, and accepted as sufficient qualification for the utterance of judgment. Art is joyously received as a matter of opinion, and that it should be based upon laws as rigid and defined as those of the sciences, is a supposition no longer to be tolerated by modern cultivation. The millennium of taste sets in. 15. It is no more than Wordsworth was saying, 80 years earlier, but it is relevant, as is the observation. Art is upon the town. To be coaxed into company, as a proof of culture and refinement. 16. These are reasonable criticisms of a fashionable ethos, but Whistler is at once too shallow and too confused to make anything further of them. For example, a statement like the following is useful. Humanity takes the place of art, and God's creations are excused by their usefulness. Beauty is confounded with virtue, and, before a work of art, it is asked, what good shall it do? 17. Newman had drawn attention to a similar confusion between beauty and virtue, and to the deficiencies of taste, but what we have now to notice in Whistler is an acceptance of the simple converse: art takes the place of humanity, and virtue is not merely distinguished from beauty, but made irrelevant. There are times, in reading Pater, when one sees how this position was prepared, and it is in Pater's accents that Whistler makes his only positive point. We have then but to wait until with the mark of the gods upon him there come among us again the chosen who shall continue what has gone before. Satisfied that, even were he never to appear, the story of the beautiful is already complete, hewn in the marbles of the Parthenon and broidered, with the birds, upon the fan of Hokusai at the foot of Fusiyama. 18. The accents of this cannot disguise its servility, an essential servility which made possible Whistler's spurts of arrogance. This degree of abstraction of art and the beautiful, this reduction of man to the status of a humble spectator, compose together a lifeless caricature yet bearing a caricature's relations to its original of the positive affirmations of Shelley or of Keats. In Whistler, the romantic trap has been sprung. Oscar Wilde, by comparison, is a traditional figure. His immediate reply to Whistler's account of the artist is the sober, if in vocabulary self-conscious. An artist is not an isolated fact, he is the resultant of a certain milieu and a certain entourage. 19. In The Soul of Man Under Socialism, he repeats a familiar point from Arnold and Pater. The true perfection of man lies, not in what man has, but in what man is. 20. The right activity of man, he argues elsewhere, is not doing, but being, and not being merely, but becoming. 21. The true ideal of man is self-culture, and culture is made possible by a transmission of racial experience, which the critical spirit alone makes perfect. 22. The new aesthetics, as expounded by Wilde, had three principles: first, that art never expresses anything but itself; second, that all bad art comes from returning to life and nature, and elevating them into ideals; third, that life imitates art far more than art imitates life. 23. In consequence, Wilde finds all art is immoral, for emotion for the sake of emotion is the aim of art, and emotion for the sake of action is the aim of life, and of that practical organization of life that we call society. Society, which is the beginning and basis of morals, exists simply for the concentration of human energy. Society often forgives the criminal, it never forgives the dreamer. While in the opinion of society, contemplation is the gravest sin of which any citizen can be guilty, in the opinion of the highest culture it is the proper occupation of man. 24. Wilde stands in this with Pater and Arnold, but his attitudes to society are, though consistent with this, unexpected. For example, civilization requires slaves. Unless there are slaves to do the ugly, horrible, uninteresting work, culture and contemplation become almost impossible. Human slavery is wrong, insecure, and demoralizing. On mechanical slavery, on the slavery of the machine, the future of the world depends. At present machinery competes against man. Under proper conditions machinery will serve man. The machines will be the new slaves. 25. This is a good example of the Wildean paradox, no longer merely verbal, but embodying a real adjustment and advance in feeling. The same may be said of his claims for socialism. The chief advantage that would result from the establishment of socialism is, undoubtedly, the fact that socialism would relieve us from that sordid necessity of living for others which, in the present condition of things, presses so hardly upon almost everybody. 26. This might appear modish, but it is based on a real perception. Selfishness is not living as one wishes to live, it is asking others to live as one wishes to live. 27. In its context, this is a valuable criticism of a dominative mood which is characteristic alike of Arnold's Philistines and of some of their socialist opponents. In turning the phrases of didactic respectability, Wilde often reached a feeling that is in fact more generally humane. The virtues of the poor may be readily admitted, and are much to be regretted. The best amongst the poor are never grateful. They are ungrateful, discontented, disobedient, and rebellious. They are quite right to be so. Point 28. Art is not an argument against social change, but its corollary. Socialism will restore society to its proper condition of a thoroughly healthy organism, and ensure the material well-being of each member of the community. It will, in fact, give life its proper basis and its proper environment. But for the full development of life to its highest mode of perfection, something more is needed. What is needed is individualism. Point 29. Art, as the most intense form of individualism that the world has known, is an epitome of the life that social change will make generally possible. But it is not merely to be contrasted with materialism. Men rage against materialism, as they call it, forgetting that there has been no material improvement that has not spiritualized the world. Point 30. Thus, while the new aesthetics rests essentially on a denial of society, and Wilde in the end is no exception, yet, in Wilde, the pursuit of an isolated aesthetic pleasure is accompanied by a general humanity which is a real ground for respect. If he remains the fastidious spectator of a common life, he is yet intelligent enough to realize that the basis of cultivated individual living will have to be redrawn on less degrading general terms. He, rather than Pater, is the first of the minor inheritors of Arnold, whose general position he repeats, without the Victorian ballast which is Arnold's moral stability, but with much the same irony that of the desperate, chiding spectator narrowed and hardened to a sharper and more conscious wit. In being the prodigal of a most respectable tradition, Wilde showed, perhaps, what the tradition had still to learn. 3. George Gissing. If the difficulty of obtaining recent editions of his work is any guide, Gissing is now generally neglected, although he holds his place in the textbooks. Yet if The Way of All Flesh, Tono Bungay, or The Man of Property can still be usefully read, so, without question, can Gissing's New Grub Street or The Nether World. The interest of Gissing in the present context lies in two aspects of his work: his analysis of literature as a trade, which makes New Grub Street a minor classic, and his social observations and attitudes, in such novels as The Nether World and Demos, which provide evidence of a significant and continuing process. The interest of the first point is enhanced by its date. Gissing wrote New Grub Street in 1891, at the crucial time for an observation of the effects on literature of the new journalism and the new kind of market. These effects are dramatized in the novel in the contrast between the novelist Reardon, who fails and dies, and Jasper Milvan, the new kind of writer. Milvan's exposition is characteristic. Just understand the difference between a man like Reardon and a man like me. He is the old type of unpractical artist, I am the literary man of 1882. He won't make concessions, or, rather, he can't make them, he can't supply the market. Literature nowadays is a trade. Putting aside men of genius, who may succeed by mere cosmic force, your successful man of letters is your skillful tradesman. He thinks first and foremost of the markets. When one kind of goods begins to go off slackly, he is ready with something new and appetizing. He knows perfectly all the possible sources of income. Whatever he has to sell, he'll get payment for it from all sorts of various quarters. Reardon can't do that kind of thing, he's behind his age, he sells a manuscript as if he lived in Sam Johnson's Grub Street. But our Grub Street of today is quite a different place. It is supplied with telegraphic communication, it knows what literary fare is in demand in every part of the world, its inhabitants are men of business, however seedy. 31. A now familiar case has hardly ever been better put. And Gissing sees to it that these observations by Milvan, at the outset of his career, are amply justified by the action. At the end of the book, Milvan lies back in dreamy bliss, married to Reardon's widow, editor of The Current, and having written a respectful notice of the novels of Edwin Reardon. If Milvan is one portent, the entrepreneur Whelpdale is another. Having played with the idea of novel writing taught in 10 lessons, he finds his true destiny in one of the most notable projects of modern times. Let me explain my principle. I would have the paper address itself to the quarter educated, that is to say, the great new generation that is being turned out by the board schools, the young men and women who can just read, but are incapable of sustained attention. People of this kind want something to occupy them in trains and on buses and trams. As a rule they care for no newspapers except the Sunday ones. What they want is the lightest and frothiest of chit-chatty information, bits of stories, bits of description, bits of scandal, bits of jokes, bits of statistics, bits of foolery. No article in the paper is to measure more than 2 inches in length, and every inch must be broken into at least 2 paragraphs 32. The project materializes, the periodical chat is renamed chit-chat, and so transformed that in a month's time all England was ringing with the fame of this noble new development of journalism. 33. Gissing is writing, of course, after Titbits, if only by a few years, but his estimate of attitudes, which are less easily recorded than methods, is at once interesting and convincing. The exploration of detail at the various levels of New Grub Street, which reaches as far as the reading room of the British Museum, carries a general conviction. The book is not likely to be read by any kind of writer, now, without a number of wry recognitions. And it is so representative and so thorough that it is extraordinary that it should not be more generally read. The figure of Reardon, and in a lesser degree that of Harold Biffen, author of the realistic novel Mr. Bailey, grocer, are evidently, within the limits of such correspondences, related to Gissing himself. The achievement of a degree of irony towards Biffen, as part of the relatively mature general tone of the novel, marks indeed an important stage in Gissing's development. His novels after 1891, he had remarried in 1890, are perhaps better, but in many ways less interesting, than his work in the 80s, as a very young man, when the pressure on him was at its most severe. Demos, 1886, and The Netherworld, 1889, are not great or even very good novels, but they have considerable interest from the fact that they stand in the direct line of succession from the industrial novels of the 1840s. It is interesting to see what has happened to the structure of feeling there indicated with the passing of 40 years. One's first reaction is that the essential structure has not changed at all. If Gissing is less compassionately observant than Mrs. Gaskell, less overtly polemical than Kingsley, still The Netherworld and Demos would be sympathetically endorsed by either of them, or by their typical readers. Yet Gissing does introduce an important new element, and one that remains significant. He has often been called the spokesman of despair, and this is true in both meanings of the phrase. Like Kingsley and Mrs. Gaskell, he writes to describe the true conditions of the poor, and to protest against those brute forces of society which fill with wreck the abysses of the netherworld. 34. Yet he is also the spokesman of another kind of despair, the despair born of social and political disillusion. In this he is a figure exactly like Orwell in our own day, and for much the same reasons. Whether one calls this honesty or not will depend on experience. The Netherworld, though marked by this latter element, is primarily a simple descriptive novel centered on 2 characters, Sidney Kirkwood and Jane Snowdon, who are part of the ideal mode of earlier novels of this type. In each life little for congratulation. He with the ambitions of his youth frustrated, neither an artist, nor a leader of men in the battle for justice. She, no savior of society by the force of a superb example, no daughter of the people, holding wealth in trust for the people's needs. Yet to both was their work given. Unmarked, unencouraged save by their love of uprightness and mercy, they stood by the side of those more hapless, brought some comfort to hearts less courageous than their own. Where they abode it was not all dark. 35. This is, of course, a Victorian solution, a dedication to charity, shrunk to an almost hidden scale, within an essential resignation. In Workers in the Dawn, 1880, Gissing had been an evident radical, but the sentimentality of the title indicates the precariousness of the attachment. He came to be disillusioned, but the process of this, as one follows it in the novels, is less a discovery of reality than a document of a particular category of feeling, which we can call negative identification. Gissing himself puts the best description of this into the mouth of one of the predecessors of Reardon, in the novel The Unclassed, 1884. I often amuse myself with taking to pieces my former self. I was not a conscious hypocrite in those days of violent radicalism, working man's club lecturing, and the like. The fault was that I understood myself as yet so imperfectly. That zeal on behalf of the suffering masses was nothing more nor less than disguised zeal on behalf of my own starved passions. I was poor and desperate, life had no pleasures, the future seemed hopeless, yet I was overflowing with vehement desires, every nerve in me was a hunger which cried to be appeased. I identified myself with the poor and ignorant, I did not make their cause my own, but my own cause theirs. 36. This is the negative identification which has been responsible for a great deal of adolescent socialism and radicalism, in particular in the adolescent who is breaking away from, or, as in Gissing's personal history, has fallen foul of, the social standards of his own class. The rebel, or, as in Gissing, the outcast, he was sent down from his college at Manchester on an issue of personal conduct, finds available to him an apparent cause, on behalf of the outcast of society, in a mood of rebellion. He identifies himself with this, often passionately. But the identification will involve an actual relationship, and, at this stage, the rebel faces his new crisis. It is not only that he will normally be reluctant to accept the discipline of the cause, it is also, and more essentially, that the outcast class, whom he has thought of as noble, outcast equals himself equals noble, are in fact nothing of the kind, but are very mixed in character, containing very good and very bad, and in any case living in ways that differ from his own. I do not say that it is not then possible for him to go on, there have been some useful rebels who began in this way. But clearly in the ordinary case there will be disillusion. The cause will not be precisely his cause, the oppressed will have intentions and attachments and faults of their own. The rebel will react within his own terms, either violently these people are a menace, the brute domination of the quarter-educated mob, or soberly these people cannot be helped, reform is useless, we need a deep, underlying change. Or else, as has happened in our own generation, with the transfer of identification from the working masses, as in the 30s, to the oppressed colonial populations, as now, he will find a new cause. I do not seek to minimize the difficulties of such men, but I would insist that their accounts of their progress form documents, not of a discovered reality, but of their own emotional pressures and recoils. Gissing found the London poor repulsive, in the mass, his descriptions have all the generalizing squalor of a Dickens or an Orwell. There are 2 points here. First, it does not come as news to anyone born into a poor family that the poor are not beautiful, or that a number of them are lying, shiftless and their own worst enemies. Within an actual social experience, these things can be accepted and recognized, we are dealing after all with actual people under severe pressure. A man like Gorky can record the faults of the poor, in his autobiography and elsewhere, with an unfailing and quite unsentimental alertness. But a Gorky would not suppose that this was an argument against change, or a reason for dissatisfaction with the popular cause. He was never subject to that kind of illusion because that was not the material of his attachment, which grew within a whole reality. Second, the faults of the poor, as they are seen from within a whole situation, are different, more individualized, and related to different standards from those seen by the rebel whose identification is merely negative. Gissing sees real faults, but generalizes them. His use of an abstract figure like demos makes this process clear. He sees also what to him are faults, but what, objectively, are no more than differences. A good local example of this occurs in Demos, where the shiftless Ari speaks, and receives Gissing's comment. A clerk's, of course. He pronounced the word clerk as it is spelt, it made him seem yet more ignoble. 37. This example is to be recommended to Mr. Russell Kirk, a modern American conservative who, describing Gissing as a proletarian novelist, finds in Gissing's discovery of the ignobility of the poor a conservative witness. 38 What Gissing is here discovering, of course, and an American is well placed to appreciate it, is a trivial difference of speech habit which only his own ambiguous emotion permits him to interpret as ignoble. There is a good deal of this in Gissing. There is some wonderful nonsense, also in Demos 39 about the final distinction between a lady and an upstart being the way she closes her lips. Absurd local examples can be confirmed in Gissing's whole treatment. The general compassion is tempered by a different emotion, the desire of the outcast from another class, who in material circumstances is not to be distinguished from the amorphous ignoble poor, to emphasize all the differences that are possible, and to insist that they are real and important. The attitude to working class speech, a thing in itself not at all uniform, is characteristic of this. Anyone now in Gissing's position, or in one resembling it, can gain from a critical reading of these social novels, in their exposure of a number of prejudices and false positions, towards which this situation by its own pressures urges them. It is better that a man like Gissing should write Demos or the Nether World than that he should write Workers in the Dawn. Nothing is to be gained from a simple negative identification, as in the latter, whereas its breakdown can be instructive. And it is breakdown that we must stress. We do not learn from Demos that social reform is hopeless, we learn about Gissing's prejudices and difficulties. The case he sets himself to prove is instructive, that a socialist working man, Richard Mutimer, on inheriting a fortune by what amounts to an accident, will inevitably deteriorate personally, and will end by diluting his principles. This does not surprise me, but it is interesting that Gissing thought this an analogue of social reform. The book is subtitled A Story of English Socialism. Mutimer's destiny is always predictable, down to the point where, poor again and seeking only to serve the working people, he is, in part through his own carelessness, in part through real error, stoned to death by those whom he sought to help. We do not need to ask whose martyrdom this is, and in terms of the structure of feeling we return it to Felix Holt: if you get involved, you get into trouble. There remains, finally, a more general line to be drawn. After New Grub Street, Gissing returns to his proper study, that of the condition of exile and loneliness, but both before and after the change there is a significant pattern: the disillusion with social reform is transmuted to an attachment to art. It is so in Waymark, who had described the negative identification in the unclassed. It is so in Demos, where it is embodied in the figure of Stella, the wife of a literary socialist, Westlake, who has points of relation to William Morris, the man who wrote Daphne, 40. The description in this latter instance will serve generally. There is a work in the cause of humanity other than that which goes on so clamorously in lecture halls and at street corners, the work of those whose soul is taken captive of loveliness, who pursue the spiritual ideal apart from the world's tumult. 41. The relation of this to the new aesthetics is clear enough, and Westlake, if he had really been Morris, would have had something relevant to say about it. But the attachment, except in its resting on a false, because partial, antithesis, is certainly to be respected. In its extension, for it is how the world's tumult is mediated that is always crucial. Gissing reverts to an early strand in the development of the idea of culture, to rural values, the old order uncorrupted by commercialism, the distrust of industry and science, the latter the remorseless enemy of mankind. Hubert Eldon, the squire, saves the beautiful Wanley Valley from the coarse, industry-spreading socialist, Richard Mutimer. Within this old order, guaranteed by the Englishman's love of common sense, that uncommon sense, and his distrust of abstractions, virtue can reside. It is a matter of opinion, I suppose, whether one finds this a convincing peroration, or, in the world's tumult, the desperate rationalization of a deeply sensitive, deeply lonely man. For Shaw and Fabianism. Do I at last see before me that old and tried friend of the working classes, George Bernard Shaw? How are you, George? I was not then old, and had no other feeling for the working classes than an intense desire to abolish them and replace them by sensible people. 42. This is the right way, with Gissing still in mind, to approach the social thinking of Shaw. It is a point which he often makes. When the socialist movement in London took its tone from lovers of art and literature, it was apt to assume that all that was needed was to teach socialism to the masses, vaguely imagined as a huge crowd of tramp-like saints, and leave the rest to the natural effect of sowing the good seed in kindly virgin soil. But the proletarian soil was neither virgin nor exceptionally kindly. The blunt truth is that ill-used people are worse than well-used people. Indeed, this is at bottom the only good reason why we should not allow anyone to be ill-used. We should refuse to tolerate poverty as a social institution, not because the poor are the salt of the earth, but because the poor in a lump are bad. 43. Such negative criticism is useful. It is the point made in Turgenev's Virgin Soil, but Shaw's conviction of the essential badness of the poor is very close to Gissing. Compare Pygmalion with Gissing's Ari. It exists, however, within a still deeper feeling, which is fundamental to Shaw. We have to confess it, capitalist mankind in the lump is detestable. Both rich and poor are really hateful in themselves. For my part, I hate the poor and look forward eagerly to their extermination. I pity the rich a little, but am equally bent on their extermination. The working classes, the business classes, the professional classes, the propertied classes, the ruling classes, are each more odious than the other. They have no right to live. I should despair if I did not know that they will all die presently, and that there is no need on earth why they should be replaced by people like themselves. And yet I am not in the least a misanthrope. I am a person of normal affections. 44. If we look at this sentiment, soberly, we shall probably recognize it as one of the perennial sources of politics. The description of available mankind as capitalist mankind is so plausible a gambit, to be followed by adherence to a system, and prophecy of a new kind of man, that what in its direct terms might not be easily confessed is soon rationalized as a humanitarian concern. It is not that one doubts Shaw's kindliness, his normal affections, but that one sees these, quite clearly, as pre-social affections, attachments that can hardly be mediated in any adult world. The choice of the word extermination is hardly an accident. It betrays the dissociated violence of the feeling, which is still compatible with private kindliness. Yahoo is perhaps never shouted but by sensitive, kindly, lonely men. As a basis for Shaw's politics, the feeling is rational. The hatefulness of men, his period had taught him to believe, is not final, it is merely the stamp of their incomplete evolution. The agency of this evolution is still, however, in question. The socialism which promises regeneration by the coming to power of the working class will obviously not be acceptable. The odious can hardly negotiate the noble. In one way or another, regeneration is something that will have to be done for mankind, but then by whom? Marxist revolution is merely an old-fashioned liberal romanticism. Owenite revolution, the belief that man will accept the new moral world as soon as he is clearly told about it, is also incredible. Yet, despite the facts of human continuity, the odious need not at all be replaced by people like themselves. A revolutionary discontinuity has to be achieved in the context of a disbelief in revolutions. In the end, Shaw never got out of this dilemma, but for a time, and especially in the 80s and 90s, he went along with a particular English tradition, which culminated in Fabianism. If the existing classes were odious, there was always, in Arnold's term, the remnant, men moved by general feelings of humanity. If the appeals of Carlyle and Ruskin for the aristocracy to resume its functions had failed, there was always the other aristocracy, the aristocracy of intellect. Shaw, determined on socialism, chose these means of its attainment. Shaw's association with Fabianism is of great importance, for it marks the confluence of two traditions which had been formerly separate and even opposed. Fabianism, in the orthodox person of Sidney Webb, is the direct inheritor of the spirit of John Stuart Mill, that is to say, of a utilitarianism refined by experience of a new situation in history. Shaw, on the other hand, is the direct successor of the spirit of Carlyle and of Ruskin, but he did not go the way of his elder successor, William Morris. In attaching himself to Fabianism, Shaw was, in effect, telling Carlyle and Ruskin to go to school with Bentham, telling Arnold to get together with Mill. One sees, even as early as Fabian Essays, 1889, his doubts of this, when, having sketched a policy of gradual reform, he writes: "Let me, in conclusion, disavow all admiration for this inevitable, but sordid, slow, reluctant, cowardly path to justice. I venture to claim your respect for those enthusiasts who still refuse to believe that millions of their fellow creatures must be left to sweat and suffer in hopeless toil and degradation, whilst parliaments and vestries grudgingly muddle and grope towards paltry installments of betterment. The right is so clear, the wrong so intolerable, the gospel so convincing, that it seems to them that it must be possible to enlist the whole body of workers, soldiers, policemen, and all under the banner of brotherhood and equality, and at one great stroke to set justice on her rightful throne. Unfortunately, such an army of light is no more to be gathered from the human product of 19th-century civilization than grapes are to be gathered from thistles. But if we feel glad of that impossibility, if we feel anything less than acute disappointment and bitter humiliation at the discovery, then I submit to you that our institutions have corrupted us to the most dastardly degree of selfishness. 45. This is Shaw at his best, but the feeling he describes is not a feeling that would have occurred to the normal Fabian. Certainly, Sidney Webb gives one no such impression. To Webb, socialism was the straightforward business of evolution. Historic fossils are more dangerous, but against the stream of tendencies they are ultimately powerless. The mainstream which has borne European society towards socialism during the past 100 years is the irresistible progress of democracy. The economic side of the democratic ideal is, in fact, socialism itself. The landlord and the capitalist are both finding that the steam engine is a Frankenstein which they had better not have raised, for with it comes inevitably urban democracy, the study of political economy, and socialism. 46. On this, with its calm, admirable assumption of steady progress, William Morris's comment may be recalled: "The Fabians," he said, "very much underrate the strength of the tremendous organization under which we live. Nothing but a tremendous force can deal with this force, it will not suffer itself to be dismembered, nor to lose anything which really is its essence without putting forth all its force in resistance, rather than lose anything which it considers of importance. It will pull the roof of the world down upon its head." 47. Webb, oddly, had also been thinking about Sampson, but in different terms. The Industrial Revolution has left the laborer a landless stranger in his own country. The political evolution is rapidly making him its ruler. Sampson is feeling for his grip on the pillars. 48. There is some significance in the different application of the metaphor of Webb's evolutionary argument, with its formidable list of public administrative arrangements already in force. Morris added, "He is so anxious to prove the commonplace that our present industrial system embraces some of the machinery by means of which a socialist system might be worked, that his paper tends to produce the impression of one who thinks that we are already in the first stages of socialistic life." 49. Webb's mistake, for Morris, was to overestimate the importance of the mechanism of a system of society apart from the end towards which it may be used. 50. These are the precise terms in which, from Carlyle to Arnold, the utilitarians had always been criticized. The argument between Morris and Webb, between communism and social democracy, still rages. Neither has yet been proved finally right. But it is significant to take the argument 30 or 40 years on from Fabian Essays, and to compare Webb's introduction to the 1920 edition with Shaw's preface to that of 1931. Webb, in 1920, is admirably himself. The intervening lines are traced and annotated, the questions formerly neglected are lucidly posed and discussed. We evidently attached quite insufficient importance to trade unionism. We were similarly unappreciative of the cooperative movement. We went far astray in what was said about unemployment. And whilst we were strong on liberty and fraternity, we were apt to forget equality. 51. These defects, however, have been remedied. The reader is referred to the relevant works. Shaw's preface is wholly different in tone. He refers to Morris as the greatest socialist of that day, and, on the central issue of the Fabian adherence to constitutional change, which Morris had opposed, adds, "It is not so certain today as it seemed in the 80s that Morris was not right." 52. Shaw had, of course, lived to see fascism, which could not be blandly overlooked as a fossil. He had also, however, lived through the essential disillusion which haunts his statements of the 80s. Socialism might be for Mill or Webb the economic obverse of democracy, but was the faith in democracy real? The naked truth is that democracy, or government by the people through votes for everybody, has never been a complete reality, and to the very limited extent to which it has been a reality it has not been a success. The extravagant hopes which have been attached to every extension of it have been disappointed. If there were any disfranchised class left for our Democrats to pin their repeatedly disappointed hopes on, no doubt they would still clamor for a fresh set of votes to jump the last ditch into their utopia, and the vogue of democracy might last a while yet. Possibly there may be here and there lunatics looking forward to votes for children, or for animals, to complete the democratic structure. But the majority shows signs of having had enough of it. 53. Capitalism, he argues, has produced such ignorance, particularly as a result of the division of labor, that we should die of idiocy through disuse of our mental faculties if we did not fill our heads with romantic nonsense out of illustrated newspapers and novels and plays and films. Such stuff keeps us alive, but it falsifies everything for us so absurdly that it leaves us more or less dangerous lunatics in the real world. 54. In consequence, the more power the people are given, the more urgent becomes the need for some rational and well-informed superpower to dominate them and disable their inveterate admiration of international murder and national suicide. 55. Here the will has come full circle, and Shaw is back with Carlyle. We have to set dominate, and disable with exterminate as significant marks of feeling, but Shaw remains to be listened to. In the mood that brought him to Fabianism, he goes on with proposals for a real elective aristocracy, which should inaugurate socialism and equality. In the mood of his earlier disillusion, he concludes, "Since all moral triumphs, like mechanical triumphs, are reached by trial and error, we can despair of democracy and despair of capitalism without despairing of human nature. Indeed, if we did not despair of them as we know them, we should prove ourselves so worthless that there would be nothing left for the world but to wait for the creation of a new race of beings capable of succeeding where we have failed." 56. This is the ironic twist of the Fabian adherence to evolution as a social model, that it comes, in Shaw, to an evolution of humanity beyond man. The twist, perhaps, was always there, in the deeply humane man who hated what he called capitalist mankind. The situation has, in modern social thinking, a representative significance, and Shaw is always so articulate and so penetrating that he remains a classical point to which we are bound, in wisdom, to refer. V. Critics of the State. In terms of industrial action, the labor movement has gone its own way, at times, indeed, to the point where a Fabian might conclude that it was feeling for its grip on the pillars. But the political actions of the labor movement as a recognizable body have, in general, been under Fabian direction. We now live, in certain evident respects, in a web world. The identification of socialism with state action is the clear result of this, and the identification points a further argument, within the tradition which we are considering. Hilaire Belloc wrote The Servile State, and with Chesterton continued a medievalist sentiment that we have already traced to this point. The conclusions of this type of criticism have led down to a number of books in our own time, with Hayek's The Road to Serfdom as exemplar. Also, however, within the interregnum, there was an important body of socialist criticism of the state, in the Guild Socialist movement inaugurated by Penty, Orridge and Hobson, and later continued by Cole. These currents of opinion are the direct inheritors of elements of the 19th century tradition. Belloc's argument is that capitalism as a system is breaking down, and that this is to be welcomed. A society in which a minority owns and controls the means of production, while the majority are reduced to proletarian status, is not only wrong but unstable. Belloc sees it breaking down in two ways: on the one hand into state action for welfare, which pure capitalism cannot embody, on the other hand into monopoly and the restraint of trade. There are only two alternatives to this system: socialism, which Belloc calls collectivism, and the redistribution of property on a significant scale, which Belloc calls distributivism. Our social difficulties will not be understood if they are regarded as the product of the Industrial Revolution. Modern society was not formed by the growth of industry, but by the fact that capitalism was here in England before the industrial system. England, the seed plot of the industrial system, was already captured by a wealthy oligarchy before the series of great discoveries began. 57. Modern society, with its propertied minority and its propertyless proletariat, was not created by the Industrial Revolution. No such material cause determined the degradation from which we suffer. It was the deliberate action of men, evil will in a few and apathy of will among the many. 58. The root of our present evils was in fact the Reformation, and the seizure of the monastic lands. This created a landed oligarchy and destroyed the civilization of the late Middle Ages, where the distributive system of property and the organization of the guilds had been slowly creating a society in which all men should be economically free through the possession of capital and land. 59. The recovery of economic freedom through socialism is in fact impossible. Collectivist measures will merely make capitalism endurable, within its essential terms. What is being brought into being is not a collectivist but a servile state, in which the mass of men shall be constrained by law to labor to the profit of a minority, but, as the price of such constraint, shall enjoy a security which the old capitalism did not give them. 60. Such a state will be a smoothly running machine, in which all human and organic complexity 61 will be absent. This is why it appeals to the tidy-minded bureaucrat who is one main type of socialist reformer. The other type, the idealist, when he sees that property cannot simply be confiscated, and that buying out is not really a change in property holding but may even be a new endowment of the capitalists, will concentrate on getting the owners to recognize their responsibilities, on the promise of complementary responsibilities undertaken by the wage earners. Here again, but now increasingly bound by law, the reforming measures will be producing the servile state. Belloc's is a very relevant criticism, which still invites attention. It was never clear, however, how distributivism was to be effected, except in a general way by recovery of the old faith. The redistribution of property, Belloc emphasized, had to be in significant amounts, and it was this that capitalism could not allow. He added, those to whom the argument for existing small property appeals, those whom our capitalist press beamises with the mere numbers of holders in railway stock or the national debt, were hardly of the kind who would follow a serious economic discussion. 62. It is at the point where Belloc leaves off that the Guild socialist emphasis begins. A. J. Penty, a direct inheritor of Ruskin and Morris, noted first the prejudice against medieval society which has been created by lying historians in the past. 63 and continued, to medieval social arrangements we shall return, not only because we shall never be able to regain complete control over the economic forces in society except through the agency of restored guilds, but because it is imperative to return to a simpler state of society. When any society develops beyond a certain point, the human mind is unable to get a grip of all the details necessary to its proper ordering. 64. The result of such development is a spirit of anarchy, which is rife today, and is a sign that modern society is beginning to break up. 65. The growing disrespect for all kinds of authority is legitimate, but it may develop into a revolt against authority and culture in general. To those who realize the dependence of a healthy social system on living traditions of culture, it is a matter of some concern. For whereas a false culture like the academic one of today tends to separate people by dividing them in classes and groups and finally isolating them as individuals, a true culture like the great cultures of the past unites them. The recovery of such a culture is one of our most urgent needs. 66. The Fabian road of collectivism is firmly rejected. It never presumed to be an artistic ideal. It has ended in not even daring to be a human one. The anti-socialist who told us that socialism left human nature out of account stands justified. 67. The needs of human nature are identical with the needs of art in industry. 68. The Fabian program is far too intellectual and too little human ever to get at grips with the realities of life. 69. The psychology of its supporters leads them to seek an external order because they lack any personal organizing principle. 70. Such efforts are plausible, but the leisure state and the servile state are complementary, the one involves the other. 71. The Guild program, offered as an alternative, proposed the abolition of the wage system, and the establishment of self-government in industry through a system of national guilds working in conjunction with other democratic functional organizations in the community. The last phrase of this was an amendment from the original in conjunction with the state, and shows the high water point of this kind of criticism. As a program, the establishment of guilds became immensely difficult and controversial when it encountered problems of detail. G.D.H. Cole, alone among the guildsmen, was competent to translate an emphasis into a practical proposition, but even he, in the full development of his work, transforms the program into an emphasis within existing forms of social organization. Because of these practical difficulties, which lie not only in the discovery of a social force to realize such a program, but also in the question of the compatibility of self-government in industry with a high degree of economic concentration, it has been easy, too easy, to overlook the value both of the emphasis and of the criticism of other kinds of socialist program. The underlying problem, as restated by Cole in 1941, is that of democracy face to face with hugeness. 72. The dangers of powerful central authority, and of a general bureaucratic organization, to which the Guild socialists drew attention, have become increasingly obvious since they were writing. Further, the dangers of socialism conceived merely as machinery have become increasingly apparent, and have already produced a restlessness, particularly in matters of industrial organization, among the working class. The gradual dropping of the reliance on medieval ideas and patterns was of course inevitable, but the line of thinking which is summed up in the word community, rather than in the word state, remains an essential element of our tradition. Its reliance on 19th-century thinking about culture is clear and important. From a number of directions, the emphasis on community has received increasing support. Many now agree with Cole, in a point that goes back to the beginning of this tradition, in Burke, that the political Democrats set out to strip the individual naked in his relations to the state, regarding all the older social tissue as tainted with aristocratic corruption or privileged monopoly. Their representative democracy was atomistically conceived in terms of millions of voters, each casting his individual vote into a pool which was somehow mystically to boil up into a general will. No such transmutation happened, or could happen. Torn away from his fellows, from the small groups which he and they had been painfully learning to manage, the individual was lost. He could not control the state, it was too big for him. Democracy in the state was a great aspiration, but in practice it was largely a sham. 73. Cole points out, however, that all kinds of voluntary democratic associations, based on a real collective experience, have in fact grown up, and that it is to this vital associative life that we must look for the reality of democracy. The Guild socialists failed in their effort to extend this over society as a whole, but their emphasis was, and remains, creative and indispensable. 6. T. E. Hume. If the interregnum began with the minor scepticism of Mallock, it ends with a major scepticism, and its only novelty, in the work of T. E. Hume. For Hume challenged the tradition at its roots, in ways that have since taken on a wide and representative significance. He died at 34, and his work embodies no complete system, but the emphases which he made in his preparatory work, to be seen in the volume Speculations which was collected after his death, challenge certain aspects of the inherited ways of thinking with power and effect. Hume's basic point is that the humanist tradition, which has dominated Europe since the Renaissance, is breaking up, and that this is to be welcomed, since the fundamental beliefs of humanism are in fact false. He sees Romanticism as the extreme development of humanism, and is concerned to reject it, and to prepare for a radical transformation of society, according to different principles which he calls classical. His distinction between Romanticism and the classical is made in this way. Here is the root of all Romanticism, that man, the individual, is an infinite reservoir of possibilities, and if you can so rearrange society by the destruction of oppressive order, then these possibilities will have a chance and you will get progress. One can define the classical quite clearly as the exact opposite to this. Man is an extraordinarily fixed and limited animal whose nature is absolutely constant. It is only by tradition and organization that anything decent can be got out of him. 74. This is to be supplemented by another definition. All Romanticism springs from Rousseau, and the key to it can be found even in the first sentence of the Social Contract. In other words, man is by nature something wonderful, of unlimited powers, and if hitherto he has not appeared so, it is because of external obstacles and fetters, which it should be the main business of social politics to remove. What is at the root of the contrasted system of ideas, the classical, pessimistic, or, as its opponents would have it, the reactionary ideology? This system springs from the exactly contrary conception of man, the conviction that man is by nature bad or limited, and can consequently only accomplish anything of value by disciplines, ethical, heroic, or political. 75. Thus far, Hume is doing little more than restate Burke, although Burke did not use this romantic/classical distinction. In his analysis of the driving force of the French Revolution, and in his rejection of its principles, Hume echoes Burke quite evidently. From this kind of analysis and rejection there came, we must remember, an important part of the idea of culture, with its emphasis on order as against the dominant individualism. But from its beginning in Burke, and in a direct line down to Arnold, this emphasis on order was associated with the idea of perfectibility, the gradual perfection of man through cultivation. Hume rejects this. The whole subject has been confused by the failure to recognize the gap between the regions of vital and human things, and that of the absolute values of ethics and religion. We introduce into human things the perfection that properly belongs only to the divine, and thus confuse both human and divine things by not clearly separating them. We place perfection where it should not be, on this human plane. As we are painfully aware that nothing actual can be perfect, we imagine the perfection to be not where we are, but some distance along one of the roads. This is the essence of all Romanticism. If we continue to look with satisfaction along these roads, we shall always be unable to understand the religious attitude. It is the closing of all the roads, this realization of the tragic significance of life, which makes it legitimate to call all other attitudes shallow. 76. Thus, even if the romantic view that man is intrinsically good, spoiled by circumstance, is rejected, its alternative, in Hume, is not that he is intrinsically limited, but disciplined by order and tradition towards perfection. It is, rather, that he is intrinsically limited, but disciplined by order and tradition to something fairly decent. 77. The idea of perfection is wrongly imported from the quite separate religious sphere. Romanticism is spilt religion. 78. And in the same way culture, by the time of Arnold's definition of it, would also be, for Hume, spilt religion. This argument is Hume's major contribution. It has since been widely popularized, notably by T.S. Eliot. The events of the 20th century have contributed to its acceptability. In so far as the Romantics have been rejected, it is in these terms. But it is necessary to remember that our thinking about culture has in itself outgrown Romanticism, yet not in Hume's way. While Hume's alternatives are the only alternatives, our experience of a violent century will deny the romantic complacencies, only to offer us a new complacency. It may seem strange to describe Hume's classicism as complacent, yet so, I think, it has been in effect. The pressure of the alternatives makes us suppose that we have to choose between considering man as intrinsically good or intrinsically limited, and then, in a desperate world, we are invited to look at the evidence. I can perhaps best describe these alternatives, however, as pre-cultural. Neither version of man takes its origin from a view of man in society, man within a culture, both are based on speculation about his isolated, pre-social condition. Hume points, rightly, to the pseudo-categories of Romanticism, and to the more general pseudo-categories of humanism. As a negative critique, this is entirely useful, and it is merely sentimental to blame it for its pessimism. The contrast of pessimism and optimism, at these ultimate levels, is to be seen, rather, as yet another pair of limiting alternatives, which any adequate thinking about culture will find irrelevant. My own view is that Hume is himself confined by a pseudo-category, one of a number of abstract ideas, of which we are as a matter of fact unconscious. We do not see them, but see other things through them. 79. This pseudo-category is the acceptance, as fact, of an ultimate, essential condition of man, a nature which underlies, and precedes, his actual manifestation in particular circumstances. It is not that we may not speculate on this, but that if we accept it we are accepting something which no man can ever experience as a fact. We are then erecting a pseudo-category which prevents us from thinking adequately about culture at all, for to think about culture can only be to think about common experience. I agree with Hume that Romanticism is spilt religion. I think also that much of the early definition of culture was also spilt religion. But I see what he calls Romanticism and what he calls the classical as alternative versions within a pseudo-category. There is in fact no reason why we should accept either. Experience moves within an actual situation, in directions which the forces within that situation will alone determine. A version of man as perfectible or limited, a spirit of humane optimism or of tragic pessimism, can be imported into the situation, but as little more than a posture. As interpretation any such attitude may be important, but as program any is irrelevant. At its worst, such an attitude merely rationalizes the fantasy of being above the common situation, able to direct it by taking thought in this way or in that. Hume wanted hard, bare, unsentimental thinking, but he hardly achieved it. His function was the replacement of one rationalization by another, but we cannot think about culture until we are rid of both. The acceptance of actual experience, commitment to a real situation from which by no effort of abstraction we can escape, is harder than Hume supposed, and needs a pulling down of further pseudo-categories which he, in common with his direct successors, failed to notice. The psychology that is revealed in Cinders, his notes for a Weltanschauung, indicates well enough the barriers against experience which he had to erect. From his basic position, Hume derived certain views on politics, and certain important views on art. In politics, he was concerned to reject the idea of progress as the product of democratic romanticism, and to point out that it proceeded from a body of middle-class thought which had no necessary connection with the working-class movement. His own view was that no theory that is not fully moved by the conception of justice asserting the equality of men, and which cannot offer something to all men, deserves or is likely to have any future. 81. With this in mind, he approved Searle's critique of democratic ideology, distinguishing it from other kinds of criticism. Some of these are merely dilettanti, having little sense of reality, while others are really vicious, in that they play with the idea of inequality. 82. All this is useful as far as it goes, but he never took the points further, and found little practical allegiance. The combination of revolutionary economics with the classical spirit in ethics seemed to him likely to be emancipating, but the combination has not yet occurred, in practice, except in the degrading caricature of fascism, with which Hume in certain moods can be associated, but from which he is essentially to be distinguished because of his adherence to equality, a saving clause which some of his successors either dropped or never possessed. The views on art are more important, if only because they have become the commonplaces of English criticism. This is not only so in language. His advocacy of a dry hardness 83, his description of the romantic attitude as poetry that isn't damp isn't poetry at all 84, or of romanticism as always flying over abysses, flying up into the eternal gases, the word infinite in every other line. 85 It is so also in certain now characteristic doctrines, the rejection of naturalism, the theory of geometrical art. 86 The belief in lines which are clean, clear-cut, and mechanical. 87 The view of the coming relation between art and machinery. It has nothing whatever to do with the superficial notion that one must beautify machinery. It is not a question of dealing with machinery in the spirit and with the methods of existing art, but of the creation of a new art having an organization, and governed by principles, which are at present exemplified unintentionally, as it were, in machinery. 88 In all this, Hume is a genuine forerunner, the first important anti-romantic critic. He accepts wholly, of course, the 19th century view of the relation between the principles of a society and the character of its art. He interprets the new movements in art as the first signs of a general change in principles, just as he has interpreted the art of past periods in terms of this kind of change. He is an extraordinarily stimulating critic, and his place at the head of the tradition which we associate with Eliot, or in another category with Reid, requires recognition and emphasis. The questions which we are then left with are important: whether the new mood in art, the rejection of romanticism, is in fact based on Hume's classical view of man, carrying it along, as it were inevitably, with it, or whether, in noticing and helping to form this mood, Hume was responding correctly but interpreting wrongly, within his pseudo-category. These are questions which we might wish Hume had lived to help us answer. His death in action in 1917 was in every way a loss. But they are questions, also, which carry us beyond the interregnum, into our own immediate period. Part 3. 20th Century Opinions. Chapter I. D. H. Lawrence. It is easy to be aware of Lawrence's great effect on our thinking about social values, but it is difficult, for a number of reasons, to give any exact account of his actual contribution. It is not only that the public projection of him is very different from his actual work, and that this has led to important misunderstandings, that he believed that sex solves everything, that he was a precursor of the fascist emphasis on blood. These, in the end, are matters of ignorance, and ignorance, though always formidable, can always be faced. The major difficulties are, I think, two in number. First, there is the fact that Lawrence's position, in the question of social values, is an amalgam of original and derived ideas. Yet, because of the intensity with which he took up and worked over what he had learned from others, this is, in practice, very difficult to sort out. Secondly, Lawrence's main original contribution is as a novelist, yet his general writing, in essays and letters, which for obvious reasons expresses most clearly his social ideas, cannot really be separated or judged apart from the novels. For example, his vital study of relationships, which is the basis of his original contribution to our social thinking, is naturally conducted in the novels and stories, and has constantly to be turned to for evidence, even though it is very difficult, for technical reasons, to use it just as evidence. Again, he has certain clear positives, which appear in a central position in his general arguments, yet which again depend on what he learned, and shows, in the writing of the novels. We can quote him, for example, on vitality, or on spontaneity, or on relationship, but to realize these, as the matters of substance which for him they were, we can only go, as readers, to this or that novel. The thinker of whom one is most often reminded, as one goes through Lawrence's social writings, is Carlyle. There is more than a casual resemblance between the two men, in a number of ways, and anyone who has read Carlyle will see the continuity of such writing as this, in Lawrence. The Pisgatop of spiritual oneness looks down upon a hopeless squalor of industrialism, the huge cemetery of human hopes. This is our promised land. The aeroplane descends and lays her eggshells of empty tin cans on the top of Everest, in the Ultima Thule, and all over the North Pole, not to speak of tractors waddling across the inviolate Sahara and over the jags of Arabia Petrea, laying the same addled eggs of our civilization, tin cans, in every camp nest. 1. It is the joy forever, the agony forever, and above all, the fight forever. For all the universe is alive, and whirling in the same fight, the same joy and anguish. The vast demon of life has made himself habits which, except in the whitest heat of desire and rage, he will never break. And these habits are the laws of our scientific universe. But all the laws of physics, dynamics, kinetics, statics, all are but the settled habits of a vast living incomprehensibility, and they can all be broken, superseded, in a moment of great extremity. Point 2. The bitter sweep of this critique of industrialism, this vibrant repetitive hymn to the vast incomprehensibility, these, across 80 years, belong uniquely to Lawrence and Carlyle, and the resemblance, which is not only imitation, is remarkable. Lawrence takes over the major criticism of industrialism from the 19th century tradition, on point after point, but in tone he remains more like Carlyle than any other writer in the tradition, then or since. There is in each the same mixture of argument, satire, name-calling, and sudden wild bitterness. The case is reasoned and yet breaks again and again into a blind passion of rejection, of which the tenor is not merely negative but annihilating, a threshing after power, which is to be known, ultimately, only in that force of mystery at the edge of which the human articulation breaks down. The impact of each man on the generation which succeeded him is remarkably similar in quality, on the impact not so much of doctrines as of an inclusive, compelling, general revelation. Fn 1. The points which Lawrence took over from the 19th century tradition can be briefly illustrated. There is, first, the general condemnation of industrialism as an attitude of mind. The industrial problem arises from the base forcing of all human energy into a competition of mere acquisition. Point 3. Then, when narrowed to competitive acquisitiveness, human purpose is seen as debased to sheer mechanical materialism. When pure mechanization or materialism sets in, the soul is automatically pivoted, and the most diverse of creatures fall into a common mechanical unison. This we see in America. It is not a homogeneous, spontaneous coherence so much as a disintegrated amorphousness which lends itself to perfect mechanical unison. Point 4. Mechanical, disintegrated, amorphous, these are the continuing key words to describe the effect of the industrial priorities on individuals and on the whole society. It is this condition of mind, rather than industry as such, which is seen as having led to the ugliness of an industrial society, on which Lawrence is always emphatic. The real tragedy of England, as I see it, is the tragedy of ugliness. The country is so lovely, the man-made England is so vile. It was ugliness which betrayed the spirit of man, in the 19th century. The great crime which the moneyed classes and promoters of industry committed in the palmy Victorian days was the condemning of the workers to ugliness, 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 meanness and formless and ugly surroundings, ugly ideals, ugly religion, ugly hope, ugly love, ugly clothes, ugly furniture, ugly houses, ugly relationship between workers and employers. The human soul needs actual beauty even more than bread. Point 5. Or again, the blackened brick dwellings, the black slate roofs glistening their sharp edges, the mud black with coal dust, the pavements wet and black. It was as if dismalness had soaked through and through everything. The utter negation of natural beauty, the utter negation of the gladness of life, the utter absence of the instinct for shapely beauty which every bird and beast has, the utter death of the human intuitive faculty was appalling. 6. Lawrence is here carrying on a known judgment, yet with his own quick perception and in his own distinctive accent. This kind of observation has to be made again and again, in every generation, not only because the atmosphere of industrialism tends to breed habituation, but also because, in ironic tribute to the strength of the tradition of protest, it is common to shift the ugliness and evil of industrialism out of the present, back into the bad old days. The reminder that the thing is still here has repeatedly to be issued. Lawrence is little concerned, historically, with the origins of industrialism. For him, in this century, it is a received fact, and at the center of it is the forcing of all human energy into a competition of mere acquisition, the common element in all the diverse interpretations of which the tradition is composed. Lawrence's starting point is, then, familiar ground. The inherited ideas were there to clarify his first sense of crisis. When we think of Lawrence, we concentrate, understandably, on the adult life, in all its restless dedication. That he was the son of a miner adds, commonly, a certain pathetic or sentimental interest. We relate the adult life back to it, in a personal way. But the real importance of Lawrence's origins is not and cannot be a matter of retrospect from the adult life. It is, rather, that his first social responses were those, not of a man observing the processes of industrialism, but of one caught in them, at an exposed point, and destined, in the normal course, to be enlisted in their regiments. That he escaped enlistment is now so well known to us that it is difficult to realize the thing as it happened, in its living sequence. It is only by hard fighting, and, further, by the fortune of fighting on a favorable front, that anyone born into the industrial working class escapes his function of replacement. Lawrence could not be certain, at the time when his fundamental social responses were forming, that he could so escape. That he was exceptionally gifted exacerbated the problem, although later it was to help towards solving it. Yet the problem of adjustment to the disciplines of industrialism, not merely in day-to-day matters, but in the required basic adjustments of feeling, is common and general. In remembering the occasional victories, the escapes from the required adjustment, we forget the innumerable and persistent defeats. Lawrence did not forget, because he was not outside the process, meeting those who had escaped, and forming his estimate of the problem from this very limited evidence. For him, rather, the whole process had been lived, and he was the more conscious of the general failure, and thus of the general character of the system. In my generation, the boys I went to school with, colliers now, have all been beaten down, what with the din-din-dinning of board schools, books, cinemas, clergymen, the whole national and human consciousness hammering on the fact of material prosperity above all things. 7. Lawrence could not have written this, with such a phrase as all been beaten down, if the pressures had not been so intensely and personally felt. In the early stages of the imposition of the industrial system, an observer could see adult men and women, grown to another way of life, being beaten down into the new functions and the new feelings. But once industrialism was established, an observer could hardly see this. Tension would be apparent to him only in those who had escaped, or half escaped. The rest, the masses, would normally appear to him fully formed. The beating down had happened, and he had not seen it. It thus became possible for men in such a position to believe, and with a show of reason to argue, that the residual majority, the masses, had, essentially, got the way of life they wanted, or, even, the way of life they deserved, the way best fitted for them. Only an occasional generous spirit could construct, from his own experience, the vision of an alternative possibility. Even this, because it had to be vision, was always in danger of simplification or sentimentality. The outstanding value of Lawrence's development is that he was in a position to know the living process as a matter of common rather than of special experience. He had, further, the personal power of understanding and expressing this. While the thing was being lived, however, and while the pressures were not theoretic but actual, the inherited criticism of the industrial system was obviously of the greatest importance to him. It served to clarify and to generalize what had otherwise been a confused and personal issue. It is not too much to say that he built his whole intellectual life on the foundation of this tradition. A man can live only one life, and the greater part of Lawrence's strength was taken up by an effort which in terms of ideas achieved perhaps less than had already been reached by different paths. Lawrence was so involved with the business of getting free of the industrial system that he never came seriously to the problem of changing it, although he knew that since the problem was common an individual solution was only a cry in the wind. It would be absurd to blame him on these grounds. It is not so much that he was an artist, and thus supposedly condemned, by romantic theory, to individual solutions. In fact, as we know, Lawrence spent a good deal of time trying to generalize about the necessary common change. He was deeply committed, all his life, to the idea of reforming society. But his main energy went, and had to go, to the business of personal liberation from the system. Because he understood the issue in its actual depth, he knew that this liberation was not merely a matter of escaping a routine industrial job, or of getting an education, or of moving into the middle class. These things, in Lawrence's terms, were more of an evasion than what he actually came to do. Mitigation of the physical discomforts, of the actual injustices, or of the sense of lost opportunity, was no kind of liberation from the base forcing of all human energy into a competition of mere acquisition. His business was the recovery of other purposes, to which the human energy might be directed. What he lived was the breakout, not theoretically, nor in any utopian construction, but as it was possible to him, in immediate terms, in opposition alike to the base forcing and to his own weakness. What he achieved, in his life, was an antithesis to the powerful industrial thesis which had been proposed for him. But this, in certain of its aspects, was never more than a mere rejection, a habit of evasion. The industrial system was so strong, and he had been so fiercely exposed to it, that at times there was little that he or any man could do but run. This aspect, however, is comparatively superficial. The weakness of the exclusively biographical treatment of Lawrence, with its emphasis on the restless wanderings and the approach to any way of life but his own, lies in the fact that these things were only contingencies, whereas the dedication, and the value, were in the endless venture into consciousness, which was his work as man and writer. Lawrence is often dramatized as the familiar romantic figure who rejects the claims of society. In fact, he knew too much about society, and knew it too directly, to be deceived for long by anything so foolish. He saw this version of individualism as a veneer on the consequences of industrialism. We have frustrated that instinct of community which would make us unite in pride and dignity in the bigger gesture of the citizen, not the cottager. Point 8. The instinct of community was vital in his thinking, deeper and stronger, he argued, than even the sexual instinct. He attacked the industrial society of England, not because it offered community to the individual, but because it frustrated it. In this, again, he is wholly in line with the tradition. If in his own life he rejected the claims of society, it was not because he did not understand the importance of community, but because, in industrial England, he could find none. Almost certainly, he underestimated the degree of community that might have been available to him. The compulsion to get away was so fierce, and he was personally very weak and exposed. But he was rejecting, not the claims of society, but the claims of industrial society. He was not a vagrant, to live by dodging, but an exile, committed to a different social principle. The vagrant wants the system to stay as it is, so long as he can go on dodging it while still being maintained by it. The exile, on the contrary, wants to see the system changed, so that he can come home. This latter is, in the end, Lawrence's position. Lawrence started, then, from the criticism of industrial society which made sense of his own social experience, and which gave title to his refusal to be basely forced. But alongside this ratifying principle of denial he had the rich experience of childhood in a working-class family, in which most of his positives lay. What such a childhood gave was certainly not tranquility or security, it did not even, in the ordinary sense, give happiness. But it gave what to Lawrence was more important than these things, the sense of close quick relationship, which came to matter more than anything else. This was the positive result of the life of the family in a small house, where there were no such devices of separation of children and parents as the sending away to school, or the handing over to servants, or the relegation to nursery or playroom. Comment on this life, usually by those who have not experienced it, tends to emphasize the noisier factors, the fact that rows are always in the open, that there is no privacy in crisis, that want breaks through the small margin of material security and leads to mutual blame and anger. It is not that Lawrence, like any child, did not suffer from these things. It is rather that, in such a life, the suffering and the giving of comfort, the common want and the common remedy, the open row and the open making up, are all part of a continuous life which, in good and bad, makes for a whole attachment. Lawrence learned from this experience that sense of the continuous flow and recoil of sympathy which was always, in his writing, the essential process of living. His idea of close spontaneous living rests on this foundation, and he had no temptation to idealize it into the pursuit of happiness. Things were too close to him for anything so abstract. Further, there is an important sense in which the working class family is an evident and mutual economic unit, within which both rights and responsibilities are immediately contained. The material processes of satisfying human needs are not separated from personal relationships, and Lawrence knew from this, not only that the processes must be accepted, he was firm on this through all his subsequent life, to the surprise of friends for whom these things had normally been the function of servants, but also that a common life has to be made on the basis of a correspondence between work relationships and personal relationships, something, again, which was only available, if at all, as an abstraction, to those whose first model of society, in the family, had been hierarchical, separative, and inclusive of the element of paid substitute labor. Carlyle's cash nexus. The intellectual critiques of industrialism as a system were therefore reinforced and prepared for by all he knew of primary relationships. It is no accident that the early chapters of Sons and Lovers are at once a marvelous recreation of this close, active, contained family life, and also in general terms an indictment of the pressures of industrialism. Almost all that he learned in this way was by contrasts, and this element of contrast was reinforced by the accident that he lived on a kind of frontier, within sight both of industrial and of agricultural England. In the family and out of it, in the breach and at Hag's Farm, he learned on his own senses the crisis of industrial England. When the family was broken by the death of his mother, and when the small world of the family had to be replaced by the world of wages and hiring, it was like a personal death, and from then on he was an exile, in spirit, and later in fact. The bridge across which he escaped was, in the widest sense, intellectual. He could read his way out in spirit, and he could write his way out in fact. It has recently been most valuably emphasized, by F.R. Levy, that the provincial culture which was available to him was very much more rich and exciting than the usual accounts infer. The chapel, the literary society attached to it, the group of adolescents with whom he could read and talk, these were not the drab, earnest institutions of the observer's clichés, but active, serious, and, above all, wholehearted in energy. What they lacked in variety and in contact with different ways of living was to a large extent balanced by just that earnestness which is so much larger and finer a thing than the fear of it which has converted the word into a gesture of derision. Lawrence's formal education, it must be remembered, was also by no means negligible. This then, in summary, is the background of Lawrence's inherited ideas and social experience. It remains to examine his consequent thinking about community, at the center of his discussion of social values. This depends on what was his major venture into consciousness, the attempt to realize that range of living, human energy which the existing system had narrowed and crippled. He put one of his basic beliefs in this way. You can have life two ways. Either everything is created from the mind, downwards, or else everything proceeds from the creative quick, outwards into exfoliation and blossom. The actual living quick itself is alone the creative reality. 9. Lawrence's exploration was into this creative reality, not as an idea, but in its actual processes. The quick of self is there. You needn't try to get behind it. As leave try to get behind the sun. 10. This quick of self, in any living being, is the basis of individuality. A man's self is a law unto itself, not unto himself, mind you. The living self has one purpose only, to come into its own fullness of being. But this coming into full, spontaneous being is the most difficult thing of all. The only thing man has to trust to in coming to himself is his desire and his impulse. But both desire and impulse tend to fall into mechanical automatism, to fall from spontaneous reality into dead or material reality. All education must tend against this fall, and all our efforts in all our life must be to preserve the soul free and spontaneous. The life activity must never be degraded into a fixed activity. There can be no ideal goal for human life. There is no pulling open the buds to see what the blossom will be. Leaves must unroll, buds swell and open, and then the blossom. And even after that, when the flower dies and the leaves fall, still we shall not know. We know the flower of today, but the flower of tomorrow is all beyond us. 11. Lawrence wrote nothing more important than this, although he wrote it differently, elsewhere, using different terms and methods. The danger is that we recognize this too quickly as Laurentian, that gorgeous befeathered snail of an ego and a personality 12 which Lawrence and his writing could be at their worst, and accept it or pass it by without real attention. For it is quite easy to grasp as an abstraction, but very difficult in any more substantial way. In all Lawrence's writing of this kind one is reminded of Coleridge, whose terms were essentially so different, and yet whose emphasis was so very much the same, an emphasis, felt towards in metaphor, on the preservation of the spontaneous life activity against those rigidities of category and abstraction, of which the industrial system was so powerful a particular embodiment. This sense of life is not obscurantism, as it is sometimes represented to be. It is a particular wisdom, a particular kind of reverence, which at once denies, not only the base forcing of all human energy into a competition of mere acquisition, but also the dominative redirection of this energy into new fixed categories. I believe that it sets a standard, in our attitudes to ourselves and to other human beings, which can in experience be practically known and recognized, and by which all social proposals must submit themselves to be judged. It can be seen, as a positive, in thinkers as diverse as Burke and Cobbett, as Morris and Lawrence. It is unlikely to reach an agreed end in our thinking, but it is difficult to know where else to begin. We have only the melancholy evidence of powerful and clashing movements that begin elsewhere. When this is so, every renewed affirmation counts. For Lawrence, the affirmation led on to an interesting declaration of faith in democracy, but this was something rather different from the democracy of, say, a utilitarian. So, we know the first great purpose of democracy, that each man shall be spontaneously himself, each man himself, each woman herself, without any question of equality or inequality entering in at all, and that no man shall try to determine the being of any other man, or of any other woman. 13. At first sight, this looks like, not democracy, but a kind of romantic anarchism. Yet it is more than this, essentially, even though it remains very much a first term. Our question to those who would reject it must rest on the phrase "no man shall try to determine the being of any other man." We must ask, and require the answer, of anyone with a social philosophy, whether this principle is accepted or denied. Some of the most generous social movements have come to fail because, at heart, they have denied this. And it is much the same, in effect, whether such determination of human beings is given title by the abstractions of production or service, of the glory of the race or good citizenship. For to try to determine the being of any other man is indeed, as Lawrence emphasized, an arrogant and base forcing. To Lawrence, the weakness of modern social movements was that they all seemed to depend on the assumption of a fixed activity for man, the life activity forced into fixed ideals. He found this horribly true of modern democracy, socialism, conservatism, Bolshevism, liberalism, republicanism, communism, all alike. The one principle that governs all the isms is the same, the principle of the idealized unit, the possessor of property. Man has his highest fulfillment as a possessor of property, so they all say, really. 14. And from this he concludes. All discussion and idealizing of the possession of property, whether individual or group or state possession, amounts now to no more than a fatal betrayal of the spontaneous self. Property is only there to be used, not to be possessed. Possession is a kind of illness of the spirit. When men are no longer obsessed with the desire to possess property, or with the parallel desire to prevent another man's possessing it, then, and only then, shall we be glad to turn it over to the state. Our way of state ownership is merely a farcical exchange of words, not of ways. 15. In this, Lawrence is very close to the socialism of a man like Morris, and there can be little doubt that he and Morris would have felt alike about much that has subsequently passed for socialism. Lawrence's attitude to the question of equality springs from the same sources in feeling. He writes, "Society means people living together. People must live together. And to live together, they must have some standard, some material standard. This is where the average comes in. And this is where socialism and modern democracy come in. For democracy and socialism rest upon the equality of man, which is the average. And this is sound enough, so long as the average represents the real basic material needs of mankind. Basic material needs, we insist and insist again. For society, or democracy, or any political state or community exists not for the sake of the individual, nor should ever exist for the sake of the individual, but simply to establish the average, in order to make living together possible, that is, to make proper facilities for every man's clothing, feeding, housing himself, working, sleeping, mating, playing, according to his necessity as a common unit, an average. Everything beyond that common necessity depends on himself alone. 16. This idea of equality is sound enough. Yet when it is not a question of material needs but of whole human beings, we cannot say that all men are equal. We cannot say A equals B. Nor can we say that men are unequal. We may not declare that A equals B plus C. One man is neither equal nor unequal to another man. When I stand in the presence of another man, and I am my own pure self, am I aware of the presence of an equal, or of an inferior, or of a superior? I am not. When I stand with another man, who is himself, and when I am truly myself, then I am only aware of a presence, and of the strange reality of otherness. There is me, and there is another being. There is no comparing or estimating. There is only this strange recognition of present otherness. I may be glad, angry, or sad, because of the presence of the other. But still no comparison enters in. Comparison enters only when one of us departs from his own integral being, and enters the material mechanical world. Then equality and inequality starts at once. 17. This seems to me to be the best thing that has been written about equality in our period. It gives no title to any defense of material inequality, which in fact is what is usually defended. But it removes from the idea of equality that element of mechanical abstraction which has often been felt in it. The emphasis on relationship, on the recognition and acceptance of present otherness, could perhaps only have come from a man who had made Lawrence's particular venture into consciousness. We should remember the emphasis when Lawrence, under the tensions of his exile, falls at times into an attitude like that of the later Carlyle, with an emphasis on the recognition of superior beings and of the need to bow down and submit to them. This following after power, in Carlyle's phrase, is always a failure of the kind of relationship which Lawrence has here described, the impatient frustrated relapse into the attempt to determine another man's being. Lawrence can show us, more clearly than anyone, where in this he himself went wrong. I have referred to the tensions of exile, and this aspect of Lawrence's work should receive the final stress. In his basic attitudes he is so much within the tradition we have been following, has indeed so much in common with a socialist like Morris, that it is at first difficult to understand why his influence should have appeared to lead in other directions. One reason, as has been mentioned, is that he has been vulgarized into a romantic rebel, a type of the free individual. There is, of course, just enough in his life and work to make this vulgarization plausible. Yet it cannot really be sustained. We have only to remember this. Men are free when they are in a living homeland, not when they are straying and breaking away. 18. And again. Men are free when they belong to a living, organic, believing community, active in fulfilling some unfulfilled, perhaps unrealized purpose. 19. But this in practice was the cry of an exile, of a man who wanted to commit himself, yet who rejected the terms of the available commitments. Lawrence's rejection had to be so intense, if he was to get clear at all, that he was led into a weakness, which found its rationalization. He kept wanting to see a change in society, but he could conclude. Every attempt at preordaining a new material world only adds another last straw to the load that already has broken so many backs. If we are to keep our backs unbroken, we must deposit all property on the ground, and learn to walk without it. We must stand aside. And when many men stand aside, they stand in a new world of man has come to pass. 20. This is the end of the rainbow, the sequel to that Rayonim which had been one more in the series of attempts to evade the issues, an idealized substitute community, whether Pantisocracy, New Harmony, or the Guild of St. George. Lawrence's point is that the change must come first in feeling, but almost everything to which he had borne witness might have shown how much in the head this conclusion was. He knew all about the processes of beating down. He knew, none better, how the consciousness and the environment were linked, and what it cost even an exceptional man to make his ragged breathless escape. There is something false, in the end, in the way he tries to separate the material issues and the issues in feeling, for he had had the opportunity of knowing, and indeed had learned, how closely intermeshed these issues were. It is not a question of the old debate on which conditions are primary. It is that in actuality the pressures, and the responses creating new pressures, form into a whole process, which is there. You needn't try to get behind it. As leave try to get behind the sun. Lawrence came to rationalize and to generalize his own necessary exile, and to give it the appearance of freedom. His separation of the material issues from the issues in consciousness was an analogy of his own temporary condition. There is something, in the strict sense, suburban about this. The attempt to separate material needs, and the ways in which they are to be met, from human purpose and the development of being and relationship, is the suburban separation of work and life which has been the most common response of all to the difficulties of industrialism. It is not that the issues in consciousness ought to be set aside while the material ends are pursued. It is that because the process is whole, so must change be whole, whole in conception, common in effort. The living, organic, believing community will not be created by standing aside, although the effort towards it in consciousness is at least as important as the material effort. The tragedy of Lawrence, the working class boy, is that he did not live to come home. It is a tragedy, moreover, common enough in its incidents to exempt him from the impertinences of personal blame. The venture into consciousness remains, as a sufficient life's work. Towards the end, when he had revisited the mining country where the pressures of industrialism were most explicit and most evident, he shaped, as a creative response, the sense of immediate relationship which informs Lady Chatterley's lover, and which he had earlier explored in The Rainbow, Women in Love and Saint Mar. This is only the climax of his exploration into those elements of human energy which were denied by the base forcing, and which might yet overthrow it. It is profoundly important to realize that Lawrence's exploration of sexual experience is made, always, in this context. To isolate this exploration, as it was tempting for some of his readers to do, is not only to misunderstand Lawrence but to expose him to the scandal from which, in his lifetime, he scandalously suffered. This which we are must cease to be, that we may come to pass in another being. 21, this, throughout, is the emphasis. And, just as the recovery of the human spirit from the base forcing of industrialism must lie in recovery of the creative reality, the actual living quick itself, so does this recovery depend on the ways in which this reality can be most immediately apprehended. The source of all life and knowledge is in man and woman, and the source of all living is in the interchange and meeting and mingling of these two. 22 It is not that sexual experience is the answer to industrialism, or to its ways of thinking and feeling. On the contrary, Lawrence argues, the poisons of the base forcing have extended themselves into this. His clearest general exposition of this comes in the essay on Galsworthy, where he derides the proposition of position, and its related promiscuity, as alternatives to the emphasis on money or property which follows from men being only materially and socially conscious. The idea of sex as a reserve area of feeling, or as a means of Byronic revolt from the conventions of money and property, a Foresight turning into an anti-Foresight, is wholly repugnant to Lawrence. People who act in this way are like all the rest of the modern middle-class rebels, not in rebellion at all, they are merely social beings behaving in an antisocial manner. 23 The real meaning of sex, Lawrence argues, is that it involves the whole of a human being. The alternative to the base forcing into the competition for money and property is not sexual adventure, nor the available sexual emphasis, but again a return to the quick of self, from which whole relationships, including whole sexual relationships, may grow. The final emphasis, which all Lawrence's convincing explorations into the quick of self both illumine and realize, is his criticism of industrial civilization. If only our civilization had taught us how to keep the fire of sex clear and alive, flickering or glowing or blazing in all its varying degrees of strength and communication, we might, all of us, have lived all our lives in love, which means we should be kindled and full of zest in all kinds of ways and for all kinds of things. 24. Or again, as an adequate summary of the whole venture into consciousness, our civilization has almost destroyed the natural flow of common sympathy between men and men and women. And it is this that I want to restore into life. 25. FN1 I have read, since writing this paragraph, Dr. Levia's censure, in D. H. Lawrence, novelist, on a comparison of Lawrence with Carlyle. He traces the comparison to Desmond McCarthy, and predicts that it will recur. Well, here it is, but not, so far as I am concerned, from that source. As my comparison stands, I see no reason for withdrawal. Chapter 2. R. H. Tawney. The author of Religion and the Rise of Capitalism is a professional historian, subject at once to disciplines and limitations which the prophets and critics of the 19th century did not observe. Yet it seems to be true that the work of a whole school of economic and social historians in our own century has been directed, essentially, to the detailed investigation of the general judgments which, from the 19th century, they inherited. The outline was received, and the professional researches were directed towards the details of its area, and at times to its revision. Tawney, more clearly perhaps than any other historian in this century, begins not so much from the received general outline, for this is hardly a distinguishing characteristic, as from the inherited judgments and questions. The influence in particular of Ruskin and of Arnold is difficult not to discern, and behind this influence, as we have seen, is a whole 19th century tradition. A work like Religion and the Rise of Capitalism illustrates most clearly the difference between professional historian and general critic. Yet, if we compare it with a work like Southey's Colloquies, which stands near the head of the tradition, we remark not only the achievement of detailed exposition over scattered assertion but also in moral terms the continuity. This emphasis on the moral terms is the most important, and the ratifying, quality of Tawney's work. It is no accident that alongside his formal historical inquiries he should have published such works as Equality and the Acquisitive Society, works which are historically informed certainly, but which are informed also with those special qualities of personal experience and affirmed morality which bring them within the categories of the traditional great debate. Tawney's importance is that he is a social critic and a moralist who brings to his discharge of these functions the particular equipment of a professional historian. Equality and the Acquisitive Society are important contributions to the tradition. Equality is the more important, but the Acquisitive Society is a fine restatement and revaluation of a traditional case. The emphasis of both books can be marked by a sentence from the second chapter of The Acquisitive Society. As long as men are men, a poor society cannot be too poor to find a right order of life, nor a rich society too rich to have need to seek it. Point 1. The challenge of such an attitude is, as always, radical. The two most important elements in the acquisitive society are the general discussion of changes in social theory, and the analysis of the idea of industrialism. The former is summarized in this way. The difference between the England of Shakespeare, still visited by the ghosts of the Middle Ages, and the England which emerged in 1700 from the fierce polemics of the last two generations, was a difference of social and political theory even more than of constitutional and political arrangements. Not only the facts, but the minds which appraised them, were profoundly modified. The natural consequence of the abdication of authorities which had stood, however imperfectly, for a common purpose in social organization, was the gradual disappearance from social thought of the idea of purpose itself. Its place in the 18th century was taken by the idea of mechanism. The conception of men as united to each other, and of all mankind as united to God, by mutual obligations arising from their relation to a common end, ceased to be impressed upon men's minds. Point 2. Thus far, the essence of this argument would have been familiar to Southey, Coleridge, or Arnold, as it is also the groundswell of the eloquent protests of Burke. Tawney continues his argument, however, with an appreciation of the new liberalism which would then have been impossible. In the modern revulsion against economic tyranny, there is a disposition to represent the writers who stand on the threshold of the age of capitalist industry as the prophets of a vulgar materialism, which would sacrifice every human aspiration to the pursuit of riches. No interpretation could be more misleading. The grand enemy of the age was monopoly. The battle cry with which Enlightenment marched against it was the abolition of privilege. Its ideal was a society where each man had free access to the economic opportunities which he could use and enjoy the wealth which by his efforts he had created. That school of thought represented all, or nearly all, that was humane and intelligent in the mind of the age. It was individualistic, not because it valued riches as the main end of man, but because it had a high sense of human dignity, and desired that men should be free to become themselves. Point 3. The movements of liberalism and enlightenment were, Tawney argues, wholly necessary, but their doctrines, historically considered, were crystallized, while the new industrial order was still young and its effects unknown. The 19th century individualism which succeeded to this heritage is in a different state. It seems to repeat the phrases of an age which expired in producing them, and to do so without knowing it. For since they were minted by the great masters, the deluge has changed the face of economic society and has made them phrases and little more. Point 4. The old liberating ideas were carried forward without criticism into a new society, of which they became the dogmas. Behind their political theory, behind the practical conduct, which, as always, continues to express theory long after it has been discredited in the world of thought, lay the acceptance of absolute rights to property and to economic freedom as the unquestioned center of social organization. Point 5. Tawney's whole subsequent argument is a criticism of these dogmas. He criticizes the absolute right to property very much in the terms of a Tory romantic. The right to property is seen as conditional on the obligation to service. He is, however, less sanguine that the urging of this principle on the existing owners of property will produce any sensible change. He is forced, rather, to the advocacy of socialism as the only discernible means of restoring the idea and the practice of social property. This principle is the basis of all his most interesting recommendations. His criticism of the other dogma, of economic freedom, is also socialist in character. But he combines this with a criticism of industrialism which must be seen, at this date, as a radical criticism of much socialist policy. The criticism of industrialism rests heavily on Ruskin and Arnold, and much of it is in their exact terms. He sees industrialism as a fetish, the exaggeration of one of the necessary means for the maintenance of society into a central and overriding end. He compares it with the Prussian fetish of militarism, and continues. Industrialism is no more the necessary characteristic of an economically developed society than militarism is a necessary characteristic of a nation which maintains military forces. The essence of industrialism is not any particular method of industry, but a particular estimate of the importance of industry, which results in it being thought the only thing that is important at all, so that it is elevated from the subordinate place which it should occupy among human interests and activities into being the standard by which all other interests and activities are judged. Point 6. The Acquisitive Society was written in 1921, and it is a measure of its insight, as well as a symptom of that practical conduct which continues to express theory long after it has been discredited in the world of thought, that the examples which Tawney gives of this perversion should be so startlingly relevant, a full generation later, to the practice of both our major political parties. When a cabinet minister declares that the greatness of this country depends upon the volume of its exports, so that France, which exports comparatively little, and Elizabethan England, which exported next to nothing, are presumably to be pitted as altogether inferior civilizations, that is industrialism. It is the confusion of one minor department of life with the whole of life. When the press clamors that the one thing needed to make this island an Arcadia is productivity, and more productivity, and yet more productivity, that is industrialism. It is the confusion of means with ends. Point 7. Tawney's debt to Arnold, in this, will have been noted, as also, in another example, his debt to Ruskin. So to those who clamor, as many now do, produce. Produce. One simple question may be addressed: produce what? Food, clothing, house room, art, knowledge. By all means. But if the nation is scantily furnished with these things, had it not better stop producing a good many others which fill shop windows in Regent Street? What can be more childish than to urge the necessity that productive power should be increased, if part of the productive power which exists already is misapplied? 8. In part, this observation rests on the traditional appeal for the rejection of filth which Ruskin and Morris would have approved. But Tawney takes the argument an important stage further. It is not only the lack of purpose in society which distorts human effort, it is also the existence and the approval of inequality. It was in 1929 that Tawney addressed himself fully to this latter problem, in the lectures that were published as Equality. Here, once again, Tawney's starting point is Arnold, but as before he expands a moral observation into a detailed and practical argument. Tawney argues, basically, from the existence of economic crisis, and concludes that efforts to overcome this crisis in any lasting way are consistently brought to nothing by the fact of social inequality. He draws attention to the surprise of foreign observers at the emphasis on class in England, and continues. Here are these people, they, the observers, say, who, more than any other nation, need a common culture, for, more than any other, they depend on an economic system which at every turn involves mutual understanding and continuous cooperation, and who, more than any other, possess, as a result of their history, the materials by which such a common culture might be inspired. And, so far from desiring it, there is nothing, it seems, which they desire less. 9. The foundations of a common culture, he insists, are economic, their condition is a large measure of equality. But to raise the question of equality in England is to encounter at once doleful voices and rushings to and fro. The questioner will be told at once not only that the doctrine is poisonous, wicked, and impracticable, but that in any case it is a scientific impossibility. Tawney goes on. It is obvious that the word equality possesses more than one meaning, and that the controversies surrounding it arise partly, at least, because the same term is employed with different connotations. On the one hand, it may affirm that men are, on the whole, very similar in their natural endowments of character and intelligence. On the other hand, it may assert that, while they differ profoundly as individuals in capacity and character, they are equally entitled as human beings to consideration and respect. If made in the first sense, the assertion of human equality is clearly untenable. The acceptance of that conclusion, nevertheless, makes a somewhat smaller breach in equalitarian doctrines than is sometimes supposed, for such doctrines have rarely been based on a denial of it. When observers from the dominions, or from foreign countries, are struck by inequality as one of the special and outstanding characteristics of English social life, they do not mean that in other countries differences of personal quality are less important than in England. They mean, on the contrary, that they are more important, and that in England they tend to be obscured or obliterated behind differences of property and income, and the whole elaborate facade of a society that, compared with their own, seems stratified and hierarchical. Point 10. Yet still, in England, the debate on equality is normally continued as if the proposition were absolute equality of character and ability. In fact, however, the equality which all these thinkers emphasize as desirable is not equality of capacity or attainment, but of circumstances and institutions and manner of life. The inequality which they deplore is not inequality of personal gifts, but of the social and economic environment. Their view is that, because men are men, social institutions, property rights, and the organization of industry, and the system of public health and education should be planned, as far as is possible, to emphasize and strengthen, not the class differences which divide, but the common humanity which unites them. Point 11. Tawney adds two further arguments. First, that equality is not to be rejected on the grounds that human beings differ in their needs. Equality of provision is not identity of provision. Second, and in my view of the greatest importance, that in order to justify inequalities of circumstance or opportunity by reference to differences of personal quality, it is necessary to show that the differences in question are relevant to the inequalities. Point 12. It is not an argument against women's suffrage that women are physically weaker than men, nor an argument for slavery that men differ in intelligence. Further, it is not an argument for economic inequality that every mother knows her children are not equal. It has then to be asked whether it is the habit of mothers to lavish care on the strong and neglect the delicate. Nor, finally, is it an argument for inequality that it is supported by economic laws. These laws are relative to circumstances and institutions, and these are determined by the values, preferences, interests, and ideals which rule at any moment in a given society. Much of the remainder of equality is devoted to advocacy of Tawney's specific remedies, in particular, an extension of the social services, and the conversion of industry to a social function with the status and standards of a profession. It is difficult to disagree with the humanity of his arguments, but it is difficult also not to feel, as of much of the writing in this tradition, that although it recognizes what Tawney calls the lion in the path, it yet hopes that the path can be followed to the end by converting both traveler and lion to a common humanity. For Tawney, one of the noblest men of his generation, the attitude is evidently habitual. The inequality and the avoidable suffering of contemporary society are subject, while men are men, to a moral choice. When the choice has been made, it is then only a matter of deliberate organization and collective effort. When the false gods depart, as he says in another metaphor, there is some hope, at least, of the arrival of the true. Tawney, above all, is a patient exorciser. He meets the false gods with irony, and appeals, meanwhile, over their heads to the congregation, in the accents of a confident humanism. Yet the irony is, at times, disquieting, although it accounts for much of the charm of his writing. A nation is not civilized because a handful of its members are successful in acquiring large sums of money and in persuading their fellows that a catastrophe will occur if they do not acquire it, any more than Dahomey was civilized because its king had a golden stool and an army of slaves, or Judea because Solomon possessed 1,000 wives and imported apes and peacocks, and surrounded the worship of Moloch and Ashtaroth with an impressive ritual. Point 13. This manner is very characteristic of his general works, and produces at times the sense of an uneasy combination between argument and filigree. The irony, one suspects, is defensive, as it was with Arnold, from whom in essentials it derives. It is not merely a literary device for good-humored acceptance, which seems incumbent on some Englishmen when they feel they are going against the grain of their society. It is also, one cannot help feeling, a device for lowering the tension when, however, the tension is necessary. It is a particular kind of estimate of the opposition to be expected, and it is, of course, in essentials, an underestimate. No believer in any god will be affected by the smiling insinuation of a missionary that the god's real name is Mumbo Jumbo. He is altogether more likely merely to return the compliment. Tawney's manner before the high priests is uneasy. He seems to feel, as Arnold felt, that they are his kind of men, and will understand his language. If they do not, he has only to say it again. The spectacle contrasts uneasily and unfavorably with Tawney's manner in direct address beyond them, the steady exposition of his argument that contemporary society will move merely from one economic crisis to another unless it changes both its values and the system which embodies them. The manner of exposition occupies, fortunately, the bulk of his work. The discussion of equality and culture, which is obviously very important, is conducted in both moods, but we can, fairly, omit the apes and peacocks. His position is at the outset the traditional one. What matters to a society is less what it owns than what it is and how it uses its possessions. It is civilized in so far as its conduct is guided by a just appreciation of spiritual ends, in so far as it uses its material resources to promote the dignity and refinement of the individual human beings who compose it. Point 14. Thus far, Tawney is saying what Coleridge or Ruskin would approve. He continues, however. Violent contrasts of wealth and power, and an undiscriminating devotion to institutions by which such contrasts are maintained and heightened, do not promote the attainment of such ends, but thwart it. Point 15. The new recognition is just, and of his period. Tawney is concerned less with the defense of culture against industrialism than with the making of a common culture. The main objection to this is the representative objection of Clive Bell, that culture depends on standards, and standards on a cultivated minority. A cultivated minority is not compatible with the pursuit of equality, which would merely be a leveling down to mediocrity. Tawney's answer to this objection is interesting, although it is difficult to feel that he meets the point about leveling down with more than a sidetracking device of argument. It is not really relevant to point out that England has already a dead level of law and order and that this is generally approved. He observes, justly, not all the ghosts which clothe themselves in metaphors are equally substantial, and whether a level is regrettable or not depends, after all, upon what is levelled. Point 16. The argument, however, is about the levelling of standards, and on this, essentially, Tawney has nothing to say. The essence of his reply is more general. The maintenance of economic inequality, he argues, tends to pervert what Mr. Bell calls the sense of values. To cause men, in the strong language of the Old Testament, to go a-whoring after strange gods, which means, in the circumstances of today, staring upwards, eyes goggling and mouths agape, at the antics of a third-rate Elysium, and tormenting their unhappy souls, or what, in such conditions, is left of them, with the hope of wriggling into it. Point 17. This collateral argument, that economic inequality while possibly maintaining a genuinely cultivated minority maintains also and more prominently sham criteria of eminence, is valid. We can agree also with the point he repeats from Arnold: experience does not suggest that. In modern England, at any rate, the plutocracy, with its devotion to the maxim, privatum opulentia, publici gestas, is, in any special sense, the guardian of such activities, the labors of artist or student, or that, to speak with moderation, it is noticeably more eager than the mass of the population to spend liberally on art, or education, or the things of the spirit. Point 18. Yet, equally, it would be a forcible observation, as it was in Arnold, to reverse the proposition and ask whether the mass is a probable guardian. We can say that the argument about culture is not in itself an argument for economic inequality, but the recommendation of a common culture requires something more than a tu quoque. If we look, finally, at Tawney's central statement on culture, we shall observe the same kind of difficulty. He writes, It is true that excellence is impossible in the absence of severe and exacting standards of attainment and appreciation. In order, however, to escape from one illusion, it ought not to be necessary to embrace another. If civilization is not the product of the kitchen garden, neither is it an exotic to be grown in a hothouse. Culture may be fastidious, but fastidiousness is not culture. Culture is not an assortment of aesthetic sugar plums for fastidious palates, but an energy of the soul. When it feeds on itself, instead of drawing nourishment from the common life of mankind, it ceases to grow, and, when it ceases to grow, it ceases to live. In order that it may be, not merely an interesting museum specimen, but an active principle of intelligence and refinement, by which vulgarities are checked and crudities corrected, it is necessary, not only to preserve intact existing standards of excellence, and to diffuse their influence, but to broaden and enrich them by contact with an ever-widening range of emotional experiences and intellectual interests. The association of culture with a limited class, which is enabled by its wealth to carry the art of living to a high level of perfection, may achieve the first, but it cannot, by itself, achieve the second. It may refine, or appear to refine, some sections of a community, but it coarsens others, and smites, in the end, with the blight of sterility, even refinement itself. It may preserve culture, but it cannot extend it, and, in the long run, it is only by its extension that, in the conditions of today, it is likely to be preserved. 19. As a reply to the case for minority culture, this is reasonable. Not that its language is wholly admirable, the sugar plums belong with the apes and peacocks, while hothouse, museum specimen, sterility, and so on, have become the nodes of a familiar kind of journalism. The uncertainty of the language marks, in fact, an important evasion of feeling. The case for extension, the entirely appropriate word, is strong, the dangers of limitation are real and present. But to think of the problem as one of opening the museums or of putting the specimens in the marketplace is to capitulate to a very meager idea of culture. Tawney's position is both normal and humane. But there is an unresolved contradiction, which phrases about broadening and enriching merely blur, between the recognition that a culture must grow and the hope that existing standards of excellence may be preserved intact. It is a contradiction which, among others, the defenders of inequality will be quick to exploit. The question that has to be faced, if we may put it for a moment in one of Tawney's analogies, is whether the known gold will be more widely spread, or whether, in fact, there will be a change of currency. If the social and economic changes which Tawney recommends are in fact effected, it is the latter, the change of currency, which can reasonably be expected. For those to whom this is a feared disaster, Tawney's reassurances are not likely to be convincing. For others, impressed by Tawney's consistent humanity and convinced of the need for radical social change, the analysis, while decent, is likely to seem lacking in depth. Tawney is the last important voice in that tradition which has sought to humanize the modern system of society on its own best terms. This is the mark both of his achievement and his limitations. We may properly end, however, by stressing the achievement, for Tawney is one of the very few thinkers in this century who, in the qualities of reverence, dedication, and courage, ranks with his 19th century predecessors. Chapter 3. T.S. Eliot. We can say of Eliot what Mill said of Coleridge, that an enlightened radical or liberal ought to rejoice over such a conservative. 1 We can do this even if, in the wisdom of our generation, we feel enlightened as a kind of insult. For it is not only that, as Mill said, even if a conservative philosophy were an absurdity, it is well calculated to drive out 100 absurdities worse than itself, or that such a thinker is the natural means of rescuing from oblivion truths which Tories have forgotten, and which the prevailing schools of liberalism never knew. It is also that, if Eliot is read with attention, he is seen to have raised questions which those who differ from him politically must answer, or else retire from the field. In particular, in his discussion of culture, he has carried the argument to an important new stage, and one on which the rehearsal of old pieces will be merely tedious. In writing The Idea of a Christian Society, Eliot adopts an emphasis of Coleridge. In using the term idea of a Christian society, I do not mean primarily a concept derived from the study of any societies which we may choose to call Christian. I mean something that can only be found in an understanding of the end to which a Christian society, to deserve the name, must be directed. My concern will be with the question, what if any is the idea of the society in which we live, to what end is it arranged? 3. From this he goes on to criticize a formidable public platitude. The current terms in which we describe our society, the contrasts with other societies by which we of the Western democracies eulogize it, only operate to deceive and stupefy us. To speak of ourselves as a Christian society, in contrast to that of Germany, 1939, or Russia, is an abuse of terms. We mean only that we have a society in which no one is penalized for the formal profession of Christianity, but we conceal from ourselves the unpleasant knowledge of the real values by which we live. 4. The effect of this observation resembles very closely the effect of Coleridge's observations on the idea of a national church. Under such precision, the 100 absurdities may be seen for what they are. The observation is characteristic of the tone of the whole work. Eliot's inquiry springs from a crisis of feeling in September 1938. It was not a disturbance of the understanding, the events themselves were not surprising. Nor, as became increasingly evident, was our distress due merely to disagreement with the policy and behavior of the moment. The feeling which was new and unexpected was a feeling of humiliation, which seemed to demand an act of personal contrition, of humility, repentance, and amendment. What had happened was something in which one was deeply implicated and responsible. It was not, I repeat, a criticism of the government, but a doubt of the validity of a civilization. Was our society, which had always been so assured of its superiority and rectitude, so confident of its unexamined premises, assembled round anything more permanent than a congeries of banks, insurance companies, and industries, and had it any beliefs more essential than a belief in compound interest and the maintenance of dividends? 5. The manner of this question belongs, quite evidently, to the tradition. And the feelings of humiliation and implication remind one of earlier feelings in a different crisis, the reaction to Chartism in the 1830s and 1840s. A Christian community, Eliot argues, is one in which there is a unified religious social code of behavior. 6. A Christian organization of society would be one in which the natural end of man, virtue and well-being in community, is acknowledged for all, and the supernatural end beatitude for those who have the eyes to see it. 7. As things are, however, a great deal of the machinery of modern life is merely a sanction for unchristian aims. It is not only hostile to the conscious pursuit of the Christian life in the world by the few, but to the maintenance of any Christian society of the world. 8. A Christian society will not be realized merely by a change of this machinery, yet any contemplation of it must lead to such problems as the hypertrophy of the motive of profit into a social ideal, the distinction between the use of natural resources and their exploitation, the use of labor and its exploitation, the advantages unfairly accruing to the trader in contrast to the primary producer, the misdirection of the financial machine, the iniquity of usury, and other features of a commercialized society which must be scrutinized on Christian principles. We are being made aware that the organization of society on the principle of private profit, as well as public destruction, is leading both to the deformation of humanity by unregulated industrialism, and to the exhaustion of natural resources, and that a good deal of our material progress is a progress for which succeeding generations may have to pay dearly. 9. Industrialism, when it is unregulated, tends to create not a society but a mob. The religious social complex on which a Christian organization of society may be built is thus weakened or destroyed. In an industrialized society like that of England, I am surprised that the people retains as much Christianity as it does. In its religious organization, we may say that Christendom has remained fixed at the stage of development suitable to a simple agricultural and piscatorial society, and that modern material organization, or if organization sounds too complimentary, we will say complication has produced a world for which Christian social forms are imperfectly adapted. Point 10. In such a state of disintegration, or unbalance, material or physical improvement can be no more than secondary. A mob will be no less a mob if it is well fed, well clothed, well housed, and well disciplined. Point 11. From liberalism we are likely to inherit only the fruits of its disorder, while democracy, in terms of which we tend to define our social ends, means too many things to mean anything at which a society can direct its whole life. In this criticism of liberalism and democracy, Eliot is essentially repeating Carlyle, that both are movements away from something, and that they may either arrive at something very different from what was intended, or else, in social terms, arrive at nothing positive at all. The idea of a Christian society, in its general effect, serves rather to distinguish a Christian idea of society from other ideas with which it has become entangled, or by which it is evidently denied, than to formulate anything in the nature of a program. Eliot's business is to confess an attitude, and it is an essential part of this attitude that the formulation of programs cannot have priority. He observes, for instance, in a passage which leads directly to the kind of inquiry undertaken in Notes Towards the Definition of Culture. You cannot, in any scheme for the reformation of society, aim directly at a condition in which the arts will flourish. These activities are probably byproducts for which we cannot deliberately arrange the conditions. On the other hand, their decay may always be taken as a symptom of some social ailment to be investigated. Point 12. And he goes on to observe, the steady influence which operates silently in any mass society organized for profit, for the depression of standards of art and culture. The increasing organization of advertisement and propaganda or the influencing of masses of men by any means except through their intelligence is all against them. The economic system is against them, the chaos of ideals and confusion of thought in our large-scale mass education is against them, and against them also is the disappearance of any class of people who recognize public and private responsibility of patronage of the best that is made and written. Point 13. Yet even against this, and for the reason given, Eliot offers nothing that can be called, in ordinary terms, a proposal. It is from this point, rather, that he begins his penetrating re-examination of the idea of culture in his next book. In Notes Towards the Definition of Culture, Eliot's essential conservatism is very much more evident, but I think we can assume, and many who now look to him might remember, that his more recent inquiry was only undertaken from the standpoint of that far-reaching criticism of contemporary society and contemporary social philosophy which the idea of a Christian society so outspokenly embodies. The Notes Towards the Definition of Culture is a difficult work to assess. Although short, it differs very widely within itself both in method and in seriousness. At times, particularly in the introduction and in the notes on education, the method is little more than an exposure of sentences which Eliot has found absurd or offensive, together with a brief running commentary which suddenly turns and assumes the status of argument. These parts of the book are the growling innuendos of the correspondence columns rather than the prose of thought. The central chapters are very much more serious, and in parts of them there is that brilliance and nervous energy of definition which distinguishes Eliot's literary criticism. There is, however, an important difference from the literary criticism, of which a principal virtue was always the specificity, not only of definition, but of illustration. In these essays, on the other hand, the usefulness of the definitions is always in danger of breaking down because Eliot is unwilling or unable to illustrate. He makes, in the course of his argument, a number of important generalizations of a historical kind, but these are, at best, arbitrary, for there is hardly ever any attempt to demonstrate them. As a brief instance, this can be cited. You cannot expect to have all stages of development at once. A civilization cannot simultaneously produce great folk poetry at one cultural level and Paradise Lost at another. Point 14. The general point is clearly very important, and it is built into much of the subsequent theory. Yet, historically, one wants very much more discussion, with actual examples, before one can reasonably decide whether it is true. The example he gives is indeed almost calculated to raise these doubts, because the fact, for instance, of the coexistence, within a generation, of Paradise Lost and the Pilgrim's Progress is an obvious, and obviously difficult, case for anyone who would think about levels of culture. It is not that one can be sure that Eliot is wrong, but that one can be even less sure that he is right. The substance of his general arguments is tentative and incidental, yet the manner in which they are communicated is often dogmatic to the point of insolence. For example, in his introduction he writes, "What I try to say is this: here are what I believe to be essential conditions for the growth and for the survival of culture. Point 15. This is a fair claim, and the tone corresponds to what is in fact offered. But the sentence is at once followed by this: if they conflict with any passionate faith of the reader, if, for instance, he finds it shocking that culture and equalitarian should conflict, if it seems monstrous to him that anyone should have advantages of birth, I do not ask him to change his faith, I merely ask him to stop paying lip service to culture. Point 16. From try to say and what I believe to be there is an abrupt movement to something very different, the assertion, backed by the emotive devices of passionate, shocking, monstrous, and lip service, that if we do not agree with Eliot's conditions we stand self-convicted of indifference to culture. This, to say the least, is not proved, and in this jump from the Academy to the correspondence column, which Eliot is far too able and experienced a writer not to know that he is making, there is evidence of other impulses behind this work than the patient effort towards definition, evidence, one might say, of the common determination to rationalize one's prejudices. Mr. Lasky, Mr. Dent, Earletley, and the others in the pillory could hardly be blamed, at such moments, if they looked for Eliot not in the direction of the courtroom but alongside them, waiting to be pelted. The most important disadvantage which has followed from these faults in the book is that they have allowed it to be plausibly dismissed by those of us whose prejudices are different, while its points of real importance are evaded. The major importance of the book, in my view, lies in two of its discussions: first, its adoption of the meaning of culture as a whole way of life, and the subsequent consideration of what we mean by levels of culture within it; second, its effort to distinguish between elite and class, and its penetrating criticism of the theories of an elite. It is an almost physical relief to reach these discussions after the foregoing irritability, yet they seem to have been little considered. The sense of culture as a whole way of life has been most marked in 20th century anthropology and sociology, and Eliot, like the rest of us, has been at least casually influenced by these disciplines. The sense depends, in fact, on the literary tradition. The development of social anthropology has tended to inherit and substantiate the ways of looking at a society and a common life which had earlier been wrought out from general experience of industrialism. The emphasis on a whole way of life is continuous from Coleridge and Carlyle, but what was a personal assertion of value has become a general intellectual method. There have been two main results in ordinary thinking. First, we have learned something new about change, not only that it need not terrify us, since alternative institutions and emphases of energy have been shown to be practicable and satisfying, but also that it cannot be piecemeal. One element of a complex system can hardly be changed without seriously affecting the whole. Second, and perhaps of more doubtful value, we have been given new illustrations of an alternative way of life. In common thinking, the medieval town and the 18th century village have been replaced, as examples, by various kinds of recent simple societies. These can reassure us that the version of life which industrialism has forced on us is neither universal nor permanent, but can also become a kind of weakening luxury, if they lead us to suppose that we have the whole arc of human possibilities to choose from, in life as in the documents. The alternatives and variations which matter are those which can become practical in our own culture. The discipline, rightly emphasized, drives us back to look at these within our own complex, rather than outwards to other places and other times. Eliot's emphasis of culture as a whole way of life is useful and significant. It is also significant that, having taken the emphasis, he plays with it. For example, culture, includes all the characteristic activities and interests of a people: Derby Day, Henley Regatta, cows, the 12th of August, a cup final, the dog races, the pin table, the dartboard, Wensleydale cheese, boiled cabbage cut into sections, beetroot in vinegar, 19th century Gothic churches, and the music of Elgar. 17. This pleasant miscellany is evidently narrower in kind than the general description which precedes it. The characteristic activities and interests would also include steel making, touring in motor cars, mixed farming, the stock exchange, coal mining, and London transport. Any list would be incomplete, but Eliot's categories are sport, food, and a little art, a characteristic observation of English leisure. There is a suggestion that he does not fully accept the sense of a whole way of life, but in this illustration translates the older specialized sense of culture, arts, philosophy, into popular culture, sport, food, and the Gothic churches. It is evident elsewhere in the book that at times he reverts to the specialized sense. He says that it is possible to conceive a future period which will have no culture, 18, by which he can surely only mean will have nothing recognizable as culture, in the sense of a religion, arts, learning, for if one applies to the sentence the sense of a whole way of life, it amounts to saying that there could be a period in which there was no common life, at any level. There is often, in the book, this sense of a sliding of definitions. Eliot distinguishes three senses of culture. According to whether we have in mind the development of an individual, of a group or class, or of a whole society. 19. He observes that men of letters and moralists have usually discussed the first two senses, and especially the first, without relation to the third. This is hardly true of, say, Coleridge, Carlyle, Ruskin and Morris, but it is probably true, or partly true, of Arnold, of whom he appears mainly to be thinking, and whom he quotes by name. The importance of the formulation, however, is not in this, but in the two deductions from it: first, that a good deal of confusion could be avoided, if we refrained from setting before the group, what can be the aim only of the individual, and before society as a whole, what can be the aim only of a group. 20. And, second, that the culture of the individual cannot be isolated from that of the group, and the culture of the group cannot be abstracted from that of the whole society. Our notion of perfection must take all three senses of culture into account at once. 21. These conclusions have, first, an important negative value. They rule out, if they are accepted, any attempt to make the individual search for perfection into a plausible social ideal. They rule out also those extreme forms of the idea of a minority culture in which it is supposed that the culture of a group can be maintained on its own terms, and within its own orbit, without reference to the progress of the culture of the whole society of which the group is a part. As ideas, these that are rejected seem evidently imperfect, yet, in terms of feeling, they are curiously persistent, and much contemporary effort seems in fact to be based upon them. It is essentially and ideally the function of a conservative thinker to show their inadequacy. But the vital use of these conclusions, for Eliot, lies in the sentence: a good deal of confusion could be avoided, if we refrained from setting, before society as a whole, what can be the aim only of a group. This observation at once initiates and supports his whole theory of class, in this way. Among the more primitive societies, the higher types exhibit more marked differentiations of function amongst their members than the lower types. At a higher stage still, we find that some functions are more honored than others, and this division promotes the development of classes, in which higher honor and higher privilege are accorded, not merely to the person as functionary but as member of the class. And the class itself possesses a function, that of maintaining that part of the total culture of the society which pertains to that class. We have to try to keep in mind, that in a healthy society this maintenance of a particular level of culture is to the benefit, not merely of the class which maintains it, but of the society as a whole. Awareness of this fact will prevent us from supposing that the culture of a higher class is something superfluous to society as a whole, or to the majority, and from supposing that it is something which ought to be shared equally by all other classes. Point 22. This account, when it is set together with the insistence that culture is a whole way of life, forms the basis of the two important discussions to which I have referred, that of levels of culture, and that of the nature of class and its distinction from elite. It is perhaps worth remarking, even at this stage, that Eliot's account of the development of classes is not, when historically viewed, such as will give us complete confidence in his subsequent reasoning. The slide from the differentiation of function in primitive society to what we call, and know as, classes, is adroitly managed, but it leaves out too much. In particular, the exclusion of the economic factor of the tendency of function to turn into property leaves the view of class narrow and misleading. Eliot seems always to have in mind, as the normal scheme of his thinking, a society which is at once more stable and more simple than any to which his discussion is likely to be relevant. The emergence of such functional groups as the merchants, and then the industrial capitalists, and then the financiers has altered, in a very obvious way, the scheme which Eliot uses. For it is clear that it is possible, and has indeed widely occurred, that function can become divorced from the property which, at one stage, it created, and, further, that the maintenance of property, or, in the narrower sense, of money, can become a new function. When this state of affairs has been complicated over many generations by inheritance and accumulation, and, further, has been radically penetrated and affected by the continual emergence of new economic functions, with their appropriate classes, it becomes misleading to equate class and function, or even to posit any consistent relation between them. It was the realization of this fact, in the confusion of the new industrial society, which led Eliot's predecessors in this tradition to demands for change. Coleridge, Southey, Carlyle, Ruskin and, in effect, Arnold, may be seen to have been working, above all, in the attempt to make class into function. It was the absence of any consistent relation between class and function which was the gravamen of their criticism of the new industrial society. One thinks indeed, at times, of Eliot as the contemporary of Burke, who was himself idealizing and simplifying his actual society. Certainly, in this later work, although not, as we have seen, in the idea of a Christian society, he seems guilty of the worst kind of abstraction and failure to observe. The discussion of levels of culture is, however, less vitiated by this failing than one would expect. In thinking of culture as a whole way of life, Eliot emphasizes that a large part of a way of life is necessarily unconscious. A large part of our common beliefs is our common behavior, and this is the main point of difference between the two meanings of culture. What we sometimes call culture, a religion, a moral code, a system of law, a body of work in the arts, is to be seen as only a part, the conscious part of that culture which is the whole way of life. This, evidently, is an illuminating way of thinking about culture, although the difficulties which it at once exposes are severe. For, just as we could not assume a correspondence between function and class, so we cannot assume a correspondence between conscious culture and the whole way of life. If we think of a simple, and stable, society, the correspondence is usually evident, but where there is complication, and tension, and change, the matter is no longer one of levels, a given percentage of a uniform whole. The consciousness can be a false consciousness, or partly false, as I think Eliot showed in the idea of a Christian society. Where this is so, the maintenance of that consciousness, which is often likely to be to the immediate interest of a particular class, is no longer, in any positive sense, a function. We should be wise, therefore, to distinguish between the general, theoretical relation between conscious culture and a whole way of life, and the actual relation or relations which may at any one time exist in society. In theory, the metaphor of levels may be illuminating; in practice, because it derives from observation not only of a culture but of a system of social classes, and, further, because the degree of conscious culture is so easily confused with the degree of social privilege, it is misleading. It is evident, however, that in any conceivable society, the degrees of consciousness of even a common culture will widely vary. Eliot's emphasis on this is important to the extent that it forces a revision of some of the simpler theses of the democratic diffusion of culture. There are 3 points here. First, it now seems evident that the idea of not a community but an equality of culture, a uniform culture evenly spread, is essentially a product of the primitivism, often expressed as medievalism, which was so important a response to the harsh complexities of the new industrial society. Such an idea ignores the necessary complexity of any community which employs developed industrial and scientific techniques, and the longing for identity of situation and feeling, which exerts so powerful an emotional appeal in such writers as Morris, is merely a form of the regressive longing for a simpler, non-industrial society. In any form of society towards which we are likely to move, it now seems clear that there must be, not a simple equality, in the sense of identity, of culture, but rather a very complex system of specialized developments, the whole of which will form the whole culture, but which will not be available, or conscious, as a whole, to any individual or group living within it. This complex system has, of course, no necessary relation to a system of social classes based on economic discrimination. Where this is realized, the idea of equal diffusion is commonly transferred to a few selected elements of the culture, usually the arts. It is certain, I think, that one can imagine a society in which the practice and enjoyment of the arts would be very much more widely diffused. But there are dangers, both to the arts and to the whole culture, if the diffusion of this abstracted part of the culture is planned and considered as a separate operation. One aspect of these dangers may be seen in the second point, that ideas of the diffusion of culture have normally been dominative in character, on behalf of the particular and finished ideal of an existing class. This, which I would call the Fabian tone in culture, is seen most clearly in an ideal which has been largely built into our educational system, of leading the unenlightened to the particular kind of light which the leaders find satisfactory for themselves. A particular kind of work is to be extended to more persons, although, as a significant thing, it exists as a whole in the situation in which it was produced. The dominative element appears in the conviction that the product will not need to be changed, that criticism is merely the residue of misunderstanding, and, finally, that the whole operation can be carried out, and the product widely extended, without radically changing the general situation. This may be summarized as the belief that a culture, in the specialized sense, can be widely extended without changing the culture, in the sense of a whole way of life, within which it has existed. Eliot's arguments help us to see the limitations of these ideas, although he hardly presses the discussion home. What he develops has more relevance to the third point, which follows from the second, that the specialized culture cannot be extended without being changed. His words for change are, of course, adulteration and cheapening, and we must grant him, for his own purposes, his own valuations. Yet, while we may have other valuations, and see variation and enrichment as at least equal possibilities with those which Eliot foresees, his emphasis that any extension involves change is welcome. Nothing is to be gained by supposing that the values of one way of life can be transferred, unchanged, to another, nor is it very realistic to suppose that a conscious selection of the values can be made, the bad to be rejected and the good to be transferred. Eliot is right in insisting that the thought about culture which has led to these positions is confused and shallow. Eliot, from his insistence on culture as a whole way of life, has valuably criticized the orthodox theories of the diffusion of culture, and there is, as he sees it, only one further obstacle to the acceptance of his general view. This obstacle is the theory, primarily associated with Mannheim, of the substitution of elites for classes. Mannheim's argument may be seen, fundamentally, as an epilogue to the long 19th century attempt to re-identify class with function. This took the form, either of an attempt to revive obsolete classes, as in Coleridge's idea of the clerisy, or of an appeal to existing classes to resume their functions, Carlyle, Ruskin, or of an attempt to form a new class, the civilizing minority, Arnold. Mannheim, quite rightly, realizes that these attempts have largely failed. Further, he rejects the idea of classes based on birth or money, and, emphasizing the necessary specialization and complexity of modern society, proposes to substitute for the old classes the new elites, whose basis is neither birth nor money, but achievement. In practice, one can see our own society as a mixture of the old ideas of class and the new ideas of an elite, a mixed economy, if one may put it in that way. The movement towards acceptance of the idea of elites has, of course, been powerfully assisted by the doctrines of opportunity in education and of the competitive evaluation of merit. The degree of necessary specialization, and the imperative requirement for quality in it, have also exerted a strong and practical pressure. Eliot's objections to Mannheim's theory can be summarized in one of his sentences, that it posits an atomic view of society. 23 The phrase will be recognized as belonging to the tradition. The opposite to atomic is organic, a word on which, without more definition than is common, Eliot largely depends. His instinct, in this, is right. The theory of elites is, essentially, only a refinement of social laissez-faire. The doctrine of opportunity in education is a mere silhouette of the doctrine of economic individualism, with its emphasis on competition and getting on. The doctrine of equal opportunity, which appears to qualify this, was generous in its conception, but it is tied, in practice, to the same social end. The definition of culture as a whole way of life is vital at this point, for Eliot is quite right to point out that to limit, or to attempt to limit, the transmission of culture to a system of formal education is to limit a whole way of life to certain specialisms. If this limited program is vigorously pressed, it is indeed difficult to see how it can lead to anything but disintegration. What will happen in practice, of course, when the program is combined with the doctrine of opportunity, as it now largely is the setting up of a new kind of stratified society, and the creation of new kinds of separation. Orthodoxy, in this matter, is now so general and so confident that it is even difficult to communicate one's meaning when one says that a stratified society, based on merit, is as objectionable in every human term as a stratified society based on money or on birth. As it has developed, within an inherited economic system, the idea of such a society has been functionally authoritarian, and it has even, because of the illusion that its criteria are more absolute than those of birth or money, and cannot be appealed against in the same way, a kind of utopian sanction, which makes criticism difficult or impossible. Eliot's objections to an elite society are, first, that its common culture will be meager, and, second, that the principle of elites requires a change of persons in each generation, and that this change is bound to be effected without the important guarantee of any continuity wider than the elite's own specialisms. The point rests again on the insistence that culture is a whole way of life, rather than certain special skills. Eliot argues that while an elite may have more of the necessary skills than a class, it will lack that wider social continuity which a class guaranteed. Mannheim himself has emphasized the importance of this continuity, but the idea of the selection and reselection of elites seems to deny it, unless some new principle is introduced. Eliot's emphasis is on the whole content of a culture, the special skills being contained, for their own health, within it. And certainly there is a good deal of evidence, from many parts of our educational and training systems, of the coexistence of fine particular skills with mediocre general skills, a state of affairs which has important effects, not only on the elites, but on the whole common way of life. Eliot recognizes the need for elites, or rather for an elite, and argues that, to ensure general continuity, we must retain social classes, and in particular a governing social class, with which the elite will overlap and constantly interact. This is Eliot's fundamentally conservative conclusion, for it is clear, when the abstractions are translated, that what he recommends is substantially what now exists, socially. He is, of course, led necessarily to condemn the pressure for a classless society, and for a national educational system. He believes, indeed, that these pressures have already distorted the national life and the values which this life supports. It is in respect of these recommendations, not always reached by the same paths, that he now commands considerable attention and support. I have already indicated that I believe his criticism of certain orthodox ideas of culture to be valuable, and I think that he has left the ordinary social democratic case without many relevant answers. As a conservative thinker, he has succeeded in exposing the limitations of an orthodox liberalism which has been all too generally and too complacently accepted. Where I find myself differing from him, and I differ radically, is not in the main in his critique of this liberalism, it is rather in the present implications of considering culture as a whole way of life. It seems to me that his theoretical persistence in this view is matched only by his practical refusal to observe, a refusal which was less evident, at certain points, in the idea of a Christian society. For what is quite clear in the new conservatism, and this makes it very different from, and much inferior to, the conservatism of a Coleridge or a Burke, is that a genuine theoretical objection to the principle and the effects of an atomized, individualist society is combined, and has to be combined, with adherence to the principles of an economic system which is based on just this atomized, individualist view. The free economy, which is the central tenet of contemporary conservatism, not only contradicts the social principles which Eliot advances. If it were only this, one could say merely that he is an unorthodox conservative, but also, and this is the real confusion, is the only available method of ordering society to the maintenance of those interests and institutions on which Eliot believes his values to depend. Against the actual and powerful program for the maintenance of social classes, and against the industrial capitalism which actually maintains the human divisions that he endorses, the occasional observation, however deeply felt, on the immorality of exploitation or usury seems, indeed, a feeble velleity. If culture were only a specialized product, it might be afforded, in a kind of reserved area, away from the actual drives of contemporary society. But if it is, as Eliot insists it must be, a whole way of life, then the whole system must be considered and judged as a whole. The insistence, in principle, is on wholeness, the practice, in effect, is fragmentary. The triumphant liberalism of contemporary society, which the practice of conservatives now so notably sustains, will, as anyone who thinks about a whole way of life must realize, color every traditional value. The progress which Eliot deplores is in fact the product of all that is actively left of the traditional society from which his values were drawn. This is the root, surely, of that bleakness which Eliot's social writings so powerfully convey. His standards are too strict for him to turn, as other philosophical conservatives are turning, to the recovery of the bones of Burke, the nostalgia for 1788. The bleakness, which is a kind of discipline, is wholly salutary. The fashionable new conservatism has been much too easy. If Eliot, when read attentively, has the effect of checking the complacencies of liberalism, he has also, when read critically, the effect of making complacent conservatism impossible. The next step, in thinking of these matters, must be in a different direction, for Eliot has closed almost all the existing roads. Chapter 4. Two Literary Critics. I.A. Richards. It is not too much to say that Principles of Literary Criticism, which I.A. Richards published in 1924, contained a program of critical work for a generation. One is surprised, on rereading the book, to see how certain paragraphs in it have been expanded into whole volumes, usually by other writers. Richards himself has followed up only a part of what is there indicated. His later work is almost wholly a study of language and communication, in which throughout he has been a pioneer. But the Principles, and the shorter Science and Poetry, published in 1926, offer and depend upon a particular idea of culture which is essentially a renewed definition of the importance of art to civilization. The critical revolt of the 1920s has been described as a revolt against Romantic theory. Yet it is less this than a revolt against something nearer and more oppressive, not Romantic theory itself but one of its specialized consequences, aesthetic theory. The isolation of aesthetic experience, which had been evident in England between Pater and Clive Bell, and which by the 20s had become a kind of orthodoxy, was attacked along several different lines. From Eliot came the re-emphasis of tradition and faith, from Levy a rediscovery of the breadth of general emphasis which Arnold had given to culture, from the Marxists the application of a new total interpretation of society. From Richards, if we view his work as a whole, the theoretical attack came through the social facts of language and communication. But the judgment on which this attack was founded is, as in Levy, and with a similar dependence on Arnold, a matter of the whole culture. Human conditions and possibilities have altered more in 100 years than they had in the previous 10,000, and the next 50 may overwhelm us, unless we can devise a more adaptable morality. We pass as a rule from a chaotic to a better organized state by ways which we know nothing about. Typically through the influence of other minds. Literature and the arts are the chief means by which these influences are diffused. It should be unnecessary to insist upon the degree to which high civilization, in other words, free, varied and unwasteful life, depends upon them in a numerous society. 1. The word numerous indicates Richards's diagnosis of one of the major changes of condition. With the increase of population, the problem presented by the gulf between what is preferred by the majority and what is accepted as excellent by the most qualified opinion has become infinitely more serious and appears likely to become threatening in the near future. For many reasons, standards are much more in need of defense than they used to be. 2. The increase of population interacts with the other element of change which Richards identifies, what he calls the neutralization of nature. The transference from the magical view of the world to the scientific. Science can tell us about man's place in the universe and his chances. But it cannot tell us what we are or what this world is, not because these are in any sense insoluble questions, but because they are not questions at all. And if science cannot answer these pseudo-questions, no more can philosophy or religion. So that all the varied answers which have for ages been regarded as the keys of wisdom are dissolving together. The result is a biological crisis which is not likely to be decided without trouble. 3. At one level, the problem is the defense of standards, the finding of adequate reasons to support minority standards against the depredations of a commercialism that controls majority taste. At another level, the discovery of these reasons is the necessary advance in consciousness which man must make if he is to control his destiny now that the old orientations have gone, no longer a rock to shelter under or to cling to, but an efficient aeroplane in which to ride, this tempestuous turmoil of change. Richards's sketch of a solution to these problems is his psychological theory of value. Like Arnold, he is offering culture as an alternative to anarchy, but culture as an idea has to be founded on a conception of value dependent not on the old keys of wisdom but on what can be discovered in the new consciousness. Richards is careful in his subsequent arguments to emphasize the tentative nature of any such discovery, in our present state of knowledge. But he is prepared to offer an interpretation or formula on which most of his subsequent work will depend. The conduct of life, he argues, is throughout an attempt to organize impulses so that success is obtained for the greater number or mass of them, for the most important and the weightiest set. 4. Impulses can be divided into appetencies, seekings after, and aversions, both of which may be unconscious. Then, anything is valuable which will satisfy an appetency without involving the frustration of some equal or more important appetency. 5. Importance, here, is defined as the extent of the disturbance of other impulses in the individual's activities which the thwarting of the impulse involves. 6. Such disturbance is disorganization. The adjustment of impulses is the process of organization. Right conduct then becomes a matter of such adjustment and such organization. Value is a question of the growth of order. When the question is transferred from the individual to the community, it can be answered in similar terms. The greatest happiness of the majority, in Bentham's term, becomes the highest degree of organization of the satisfaction of impulses. A common standard will find some individuals above, some below it. The tensions thus set up should be resolved, not in terms of majorities, but of the actual range and degree of satisfaction which different possible systematizations of impulse yield. Point 7. The danger of any public system is that it will waste and frustrate available energy. Social reform is a matter of liberation, through the kind of organization described, although the process will not be primarily conscious or planned. The importance of literature and the arts is that they offer supreme examples of such organization, and that in doing so they provide values, not prescriptions or messages, but examples of a necessary common process. It is through experience of and attention to such values that the wider common reorganization can be initiated and maintained. It is in this sense that poetry can save us. It is a perfectly possible means of overcoming chaos. Point 8. Thus we return to Arnold's prescription of culture against anarchy, but both culture and the process of perfection have been newly defined. Richards goes on from this theory of value to describe the psychology of the artist. Basically, the importance of the artist is that a wider area of experience is available to him than to the normal person. Or, to put it in another way, he is more capable of the kind of organization which has been described, and is therefore able to admit far more without confusion. Yet his usefulness, in this, will depend upon his relative normality. The ways, in which the artist will differ from the average will as a rule presuppose an immense degree of similarity. They will be further developments of organizations already well advanced in the majority. His variations will be confined to the newest, the most plastic, the least fixed part of the mind, the parts for which reorganization is most easy. Point 9. Not all such variations can or ought to be generally followed. But often they will be significant advances which can serve as models for a general advance. Further, the existence of finely organized responses in the arts offers a continual standard by which what Richards calls the stock responses can be seen and judged. At any time certain incomplete adjustments, certain immature and inapplicable attitudes, can be fixed into formulas and widely suggested and diffused. The losses incurred by these artificial fixations of attitudes are evident. Through them the average adult is worse, not better adjusted to the possibilities of his existence than the child. He is even in the most important things functionally unable to face facts. Do what he will, he is only able to face fictions projected by his own stock responses. Against these stock responses the artist's internal and external conflicts are fought, and with them the popular writer's triumphs are made. Point 10. The exploitation of these stock responses by commercialized art and literature, and by the cinema, is a notable fact of our own culture. While good art may serve the common process of finer organization, bad art will not only not serve it, but actively hinder it. The effects we are considering depend only upon the kind and degree of organization which is given to the experiences. If it is at the level of our own best attempts or above it, but not so far above as to be out of reach, we are refreshed. But if our own organization is broken down, forced to a cruder, a more wasteful level, we are depressed and temporarily incapacitated, not only locally but generally, unless the critical task of diagnosis is able to restore equanimity and composure. Point 11. On this attitude to good and bad literature, a whole subsequent critical and educational program has been based. It remains to consider a final point made by Richards, about the social function of art. He takes the familiar theory of art as play and by redefining play returns art to a central position, instead of the marginal leisure time position which the description as play was meant to suggest. The redefinition rests again on the criterion of organization. Art is play in the sense that, in a fully developed man, a state of readiness for action will take the place of action when the full appropriate situation for action is not present. Point 12. Play is the training of readiness for action, either in a special or in a general field. Art, in creating and offering us a situation, is in this sense experimental. In ordinary life 1,000 considerations prohibit for most of us any complete working out of our response. The range and complexity of the impulse systems involved is less, the need for action, the comparative uncertainty and vagueness of the situation, the intrusion of accidental irrelevancies, inconvenient temporal spacing, the action being too slow or too fast, all these obscure the issue and prevent the full development of the experience. We have to jump to some rough and ready solution. But in the imaginative experience these obstacles are removed. Thus what happens here, what precise stresses, preponderances, conflicts, resolutions, and interinanimations, what remote relationships between different systems of impulses arise, what before unapprehended and inexecutable connections are established, is a matter which, we see clearly, may modify all the rest of life. Point 13. The experience of literature is thus a kind of training for general experience, a training, essentially, in that capacity for organization which is man's only profitable response to his altered and dangerous condition. This summary of Richards's basic position serves to show, first, the degree to which he is an inheritor of the general tradition, and second, the extent to which, by offering a positive account, he has clarified certain of its contemporary issues. The clarification is real, as far as it goes, and its applications in criticism have been of major value. One of the most valuable points is Richards's return to that idea of the relative normality of the artist which Wordsworth had defined, but which later Romantic writing had rejected. Herbert Read also defines art as a mode of knowledge, and describes its social function in terms very similar to those of Richards. But Read, supported by Freud, reiterates that view of the artist's essential abnormality which as much as anything has denied art's social bearings. Read offers the model of three strata of the mind, with the artist as an example of a kind of fault which exposes the strata to each other at unusual levels. In the matter of demonstrable psychology, our theories of art are still almost wholly speculative, but the crudeness of Freud's casual comment on the artist as neurotic is sufficiently evident. Read's version of contact with deep levels of the mind through the fault, and of the actual making of art as an investment of this contact with superficial charms, lest the bare truth repel us 14 is similarly unsatisfactory. The whole concept of levels of the mind, even if restricted to consideration as a model, is more static than experience appears to require. If we think, rather, of moving patterns and relations, the question of valuable derangement, and even of normality, seems a limiting term. To separate creation and execution is the mark of the Romantic disintegration of art into the separable qualities of imaginative truth and skill. On the whole, Richards's version of art as organization both restores the unity of conception and execution, and offers an emphasis which can be profitably investigated. We should add, however, that nearly all theoretical discussions of art since the Industrial Revolution have been crippled by the assumed opposition between art and the actual organization of society, which is important as the historical phenomenon that has been traced, but which can hardly be taken as an absolute. Individual psychology has been similarly limited by an assumption of opposition between individual and society, which is in fact only a symptom of society's transitional disorganization. Until we have lived through this, we are not likely to achieve more than a limited theory of art, but we can be glad meanwhile that the starting point which has for so long misled us, the artist's necessary abnormality, is being gradually rejected in theory, and almost wholly rejected, in terms of practical feeling, among a majority of actual artists. The renewed emphasis on communication is a valuable sign of our gradual recovery of community. Richards has had much that is useful to say about communication, but, in the general position within which this has been offered, there are, I think, 2 points of question. First, while what Richards says about the extension and refinement of organization is obviously useful, and corresponds in a general way to one's actual experience of literature, there is an element of passivity in his idea of the relationship between reader and work which might in the end be disabling. What one most wants to know about this process is the detail of its practical operation, at the highest and most difficult levels. The point can be illustrated, although this does not in itself affect the theory, from Richards's own criticism. He is always very good at the demonstration of a really crude organization, as in the Wilcox sonnet discussed in Principles. But he has not offered enough really convincing examples of the intense realization of a rich or complex organization, which in general terms he has often described. He often notes the complexity, but the discussion that follows is usually a kind of return on itself, a return to the category complexity, rather than an indication of that ultimate refinement and adjustment which is his most positive general value. One has the sense of a manipulation of objects which are separate from the reader, which are out there in the environment. Further, and perhaps as a consequence of this, there is at times a kind of servility towards the literary establishment. This seems an astonishing thing to say about the writer who in practical criticism did more than anyone else to penetrate the complacency of literary academicism. So much, indeed, is willingly and gratefully granted. But the idea of literature as a training ground for life is servile. Richards's account of the inadequacy of ordinary response when compared with the adequacy of literary response is a cultural symptom rather than a diagnosis. Great literature is indeed enriching, liberating, and refining, but man is always and everywhere more than a reader, has indeed to be a great deal else before he can even become an adequate reader, unless indeed he can persuade himself that literature, as an ideal sphere of heightened living, will under certain cultural circumstances operate as a substitute. We shall then be thrown back upon poetry. It is capable of saving us. The very form of these sentences indicates the essential passivity which I find disquieting. Poetry, in this construction, is the new anthropomorph. Richards's general account may indeed be an adequate description of man's best use of literature, and such a use, if it comes to be articulated, will show itself in major criticism. But one has the feeling that Richards, overwhelmed, has picked out from a generally hostile environment certain redeeming features, and is concerned thereafter with finding a technique by means of which these features may be not so much used as enabled to operate on him and others. This point is related to my second question, which formed itself, while I was reading, as the observation that Richards is remarkably innocent of company. By this I sought to mean, first, that his characteristic relationship is that of a sole man to a total environment, which is seen, again out there, as an object. His discussion, in the account of the theory of value, of the extension to communal affairs, is characteristically, as in Bentham, based on a minimal self-protective abstraction. His rational critique of custom is, as with the utilitarians, often useful. But the basic attitude to custom is negative. The critic does not feel himself essentially involved. Few writers have referred more often than Richards to what may now be called global problems, and his own work towards the possibilities of world communication which Basic English holds out may be seen as a contribution to their solution. Yet this kind of concern is hardly social in the full sense. His advocacy of the rule of reason, in the conclusion of How to Read a Page, is of course positive, as against the confusion which he and others have analyzed. But where, in what bodies, do reason and confusion operate? Where, in what relationships, are they denied or confirmed? These questions, and surely both must be answered, are bound to lead into the whole complex of action and interaction which is the practice of living, and which we cannot reduce to such an abstraction as the contemporary situation. Richards's account of the genesis of our problems is a selection of certain products, not only science as a product but even, in the terms of the discussion, increased population as a product. His business, then, is to find another product that is redeeming. Yet this innocence of process, which follows naturally enough from an innocence of company, is disabling. We are faced not only with products but with the breath, the hand, that makes, maintains, changes or destroys. All that Richards has taught us about language and communication, and for which we acknowledge our debt, has to be reviewed, finally, when we have rid ourselves of those vestiges of aesthetic man alone in a hostile environment, receiving and organizing his experience which Richards, even as brilliant opponent, in fact inherited. 2. F. R. Levy. F. R. Levy, in the pamphlet Mass Civilization and Minority Culture published in 1930, outlined a particular view of culture which has become very widely influential. As in his literary criticism, there is a body of detailed judgments, and there is also an outline of history. In Culture and Environment, written jointly with Dennis Thompson and published in 1933, the detailed judgments recur, and the outline of history is significantly enlarged. Thereafter, and mainly in scrutiny, this essential case continued to be presented. It is natural to associate with it books like Q. D. Levy's fiction and the reading public, Dennis Thompson's Between the Lines and Voice of Civilization, and L. C. Knight's work in Drama and Society in the Age of Johnson and Explorations. Levy's own later writings in this field, which continually interact with his literary criticism, can be conveniently examined in Education and the University and the Common Pursuit. From this whole body of work, to which one must add a large number of minor contributions by other writers, the significant case emerges clearly enough. The basis of the case, and of the essential connection with literary studies, appears in the opening pages of Mass Civilization and Minority Culture. In any period it is upon a very small minority that the discerning appreciation of art and literature depends. It is, apart from cases of the simple and familiar, only a few who are capable of unprompted, first-hand judgment. They are still a small minority, though a larger one, who are capable of endorsing such first-hand judgment by genuine personal response. The accepted valuations are a kind of paper currency based upon a very small proportion of gold. To the state of such a currency the possibilities of fine living at any time bear a close relation. The minority capable not only of appreciating Dante, Shakespeare, Donne, Baudelaire, Hardy, to take major instances, but of recognizing their latest successors constitute the consciousness of the race, or of a branch of it, at a given time. For such capacity does not belong merely to an isolated aesthetic realm, it implies responsiveness to theory as well as to art, to science and philosophy in so far as these may affect the sense of the human situation and of the nature of life. Upon this minority depends our power of profiting by the finest human experience of the past. They keep alive the subtlest and most perishable parts of tradition. Upon them depend the implicit standards that order the finer living of an age, the sense that this is worth more than that, this rather than that is the direction in which to go, that the center is here rather than there. In their keeping, is the language, the changing idiom, upon which fine living depends, and without which distinction of spirit is thwarted and incoherent. By culture I mean the use of such a language. Point 15. In certain respects this is a new position in the development of the idea of culture. Yet it mainly derives from Arnold, whom Levy quite properly acknowledges as his starting point. What goes back to Arnold goes back also to Coleridge, but there are significant changes on the way. For Coleridge the minority was to be a class, an endowed order of clerisy whose business was general cultivation, and whose allegiance was to the whole body of sciences. For Arnold, the minority was a remnant, composed of individuals to be found in all social classes, whose principal distinction was that they escaped the limitations of habitual class feeling. For Levy, the minority is, essentially, a literary minority, which keeps alive the literary tradition and the finest capacities of the language. This development is instructive, for the tenuity of the claim to be a center is, unfortunately, increasingly obvious. Civilization and culture are coming to be antithetical terms, Levy writes a little later. Point 16. This is the famous distinction made by Coleridge, and the whole development of this idea of culture rests on it. Culture was made into an entity, a positive body of achievements and habits, precisely to express a mode of living superior to that being brought about by the progress of civilization. For Coleridge the defense of this standard was to be in the hands of a national church, including the learned of all denominations. Since this could not in fact be instituted, the nature of the defending minority had continually, by the successors of Coleridge, to be redefined. The process which Arnold began, when he virtually equated culture with criticism, is completed by Levy, and had been similarly completed a little earlier, by I.A. Richards. Of course Levy is right when he says that many of the subtlest and most perishable parts of tradition are contained in our literature and language. But the decline from Coleridge's allegiance to all the sciences is unfortunately real. To science and philosophy in so far as these may affect the sense of the human situation and of the nature of life is surely a little grudging. I agree with Levy, as with Coleridge and Arnold and with Burke the common teacher of this point, that a society is poor indeed if it has nothing to live by but its own immediate and contemporary experience. But the ways in which we can draw on other experience are more various than literature alone. For experience that is formally recorded we go, not only to the rich source of literature, but also to history, building, painting, music, philosophy, theology, political and social theory, the physical and natural sciences, anthropology, and indeed the whole body of learning. We go also, if we are wise, to the experience that is otherwise recorded, in institutions, manners, customs, family memories. Literature has a vital importance because it is at once a formal record of experience, and also, in every work, a point of intersection with the common language that is, in its major bearings, differently perpetuated. The recognition of culture as the body of all these activities, and of the ways in which they are perpetuated and enter into our common living, was valuable and timely. But there was always the danger that this recognition would become not only an abstraction but in fact an isolation. To put upon literature, or more accurately upon criticism, the responsibility of controlling the quality of the whole range of personal and social experience, is to expose a vital case to damaging misunderstanding. English is properly a central matter of all education, but it is not, clearly, a whole education. Similarly, formal education, however humane, is not the whole of our gaining of the social experience of past and present. In his proposals on education, in Education and the University, Levy makes, very clearly, the former point, and few men have done more to extend the depth and range of literary studies, and to relate them to other interests and other disciplines. But the damaging formulation of the nature of the minority remains. Levy might have written, "The minority capable not only of appreciating Shakespeare, the English common law, Lincoln Cathedral, committee procedure, Purcell, the nature of wage labor, Hogarth, Hooker, genetic theory, Hume, to take major instances, but of recognizing, either their successors, or their contemporary changes and implications, constitute the consciousness of the race, or of a branch of it, at a given time." If he had done so, while apologizing for the arbitrariness of the selection, his claim that upon this minority depends our power of profiting by the finest human experience of the past would have been, in some degree, more substantial. It is a matter not so much of theory as of emphasis. If, however, he had entered such dangerous lists, the whole question of the nature of the minority, of its position in society, and of its relations with other human beings, might have been forced more clearly into the open. The difficulty about the idea of culture is that we are continually forced to extend it, until it becomes almost identical with our whole common life. When this is realized, the problems to which, since Coleridge, we have addressed ourselves are in fact transformed. If we are to meet them honestly, we have to face very fine and very difficult adjustments. The assumption of a minority, followed by its definition in one's own terms, seems in practice to be a way of stopping short of this transformation of the problems, and of our own consequent adjustments. The particular view of what is valuable is taken, in experience, as a whole, the fixed point is determined, and, as in the literary criticism, a myth, a significant construction, is persuasively communicated. Levy's myth seems to me rather more powerful than most of its competitors, but there is a point in its propagation when we begin to see its edges, and the danger, then, is that in fact we shall undervalue it. For in fact, and against what has previously been said, the myth is to a considerable extent adequate, for the purposes to which Levy actually passes. For he is faced, unlike Arnold, with the 20th century developments of the press, advertising, popular fiction, films, broadcasting, and that whole way of living for which Middletown, from the Lind study of an Illinois town, becomes his symbol. The critics who first formulated the idea of culture were faced with industrialism, and with its causes and consequences in thinking and feeling. Levy, in 1930, faced not only these but certain ways of thinking and feeling embodied in immensely powerful institutions which threatened to overwhelm the ways that he and others valued. His pamphlet, given its reference to Richards, is the effective origin of that practical criticism of these institutions which has been of growing general importance in the last quarter century. The kind of training indicated in Culture and Environment, which is an educational manual, has been widely imitated and followed, so that if Levy and his colleagues had done only this it would be enough to entitle them to major recognition. It is not, of course, that the threat has been removed, indeed it may even be said to have grown in magnitude. That deliberate exploitation of the cheap response which characterizes our civilization is still very widely evident. But it is not negligible to have instituted a practical method of training in discrimination, a method which has been widely applied and can yet be greatly extended in our whole educational system. Because the exploitation is deliberate, and because its techniques are so powerful, the educational training has to be equally deliberate. And the magnificent contrasting vitality of literature is an essential control and corollary. The Levy who promoted this kind of work is the Levy of detailed judgments. It is obvious, however, that the ways of feeling and thinking embodied in such institutions as the popular press, advertising, and the cinema cannot finally be criticized without reference to a way of life. The questions, again, insistently extend. Is the deliberate exploitation a deliberate pursuit of profit, to the neglect or contempt of other considerations? Why, if this is so, should cheapness of expression and response be profitable? If our civilization is a mass civilization, without discernible respect for quality and seriousness, by what means has it become so? What, in fact, do we mean by mass? Do we mean a democracy dependent on universal suffrage, or a culture dependent on universal education, or a reading public dependent on universal literacy? If we find the products of mass civilization so repugnant, are we to identify the suffrage or the education or the literacy as the agents of decay? Or, alternatively, do we mean by mass civilization an industrial civilization, dependent on machine production and the factory system? Do we find institutions like the popular press and advertising to be the necessary consequences of such a system of production? Or, again, do we find both the machine civilization and the institutions to be products of some great change and decline in human minds? Such questions, which are the commonplaces of our generation, inevitably underlie the detailed judgments. And Levy, though he has never claimed to offer a theory of such matters, has in fact, in a number of ways, committed himself to certain general attitudes which amount to a recognizable attitude towards modern history and society. The attitude will be quickly recognized by those who have followed the growth of the idea of culture. Its main immediate sources are D.H. Lawrence, whose relations to the earlier tradition have been noted, and the books of George Sturt, George Bourne, especially Change in the Village and the Wheelwright's Shop works which, while original and valuable in their observation, go back, essentially, to Cobbett. A characteristic general statement by Levy and Thompson is the following. Sturt speaks of the death of Old England and of the replacement of the more primitive nation by an organized modern state. The Old England was the England of the organic community, and in what sense it was more primitive than the England that has replaced it needs pondering. But at the moment what we have to consider is the fact that the organic community has gone, it has so nearly disappeared from memory that to make anyone, however educated, realize what it was is commonly a difficult undertaking. Its destruction, in the West, is the most important fact of recent history. It is very recent indeed. How did this momentous change, this vast and terrifying disintegration take place in so short a time? The process of the change is that which is commonly described as progress. Point 17. Several points in this are obscure, in particular, the exact weight of the adjective organic and its apparent contrast with organized, see note at the end of this chapter. But it seems clear, from the examples quoted in support, that the momentous change is the Industrial Revolution. The organic community is a rural community. The more primitive England represented an animal naturalness, but distinctively human. Sturt's villagers expressed their human nature, they satisfied their human needs, in terms of the natural environment, and the things they made cottages, barns, ricks, and wagons together with their relations with one another constituted a human environment, and a subtlety of adjustment and adaptation, as right and inevitable. Point 18. In contrast with this way of life is set the urban, suburban, mechanized modernity, on which such comments as these are possible. The modern laborer, the modern clerk, the modern factory hand live only for their leisure, and the result is that they are unable to live in their leisure when they get it. Their work is meaningless to them, merely something they have to do in order to earn a livelihood, and consequently when their leisure comes it is meaningless, and all the uses they can put it to come almost wholly under the head of what Stuart Chase calls decreation. 19. The modern citizen no more knows how the necessaries of life come to him, he is quite out of touch, we say, with primary production, than he can see his own work as a significant part in a human scheme, he is merely earning wages or making profits. Point 20. The points are familiar, but it is impossible to feel them to be adequate. The version of history is myth in the sense of conjecture, for while on such points as the adaptation to natural environment shown in building and tools, or on the related point about such traditional crafts as the carpenter's, it is possible, on the whole, to agree, it is a very different matter to assert, for instance, that the human environment, their relations with one another was in fact right and inevitable. This is, I think, a surrender to a characteristically industrialist, or urban, nostalgia, a late version of medievalism, with its attachments to an adjusted feudal society. If there is one thing certain about the organic community, it is that it has always gone. Its period, in the contemporary myth, is the rural 18th century, but for Goldsmith, in the deserted village, 1770, it had gone, for Crabbe, in the village, 1783, it was hardly right and inevitable, for Cobbett, in 1820, it had gone since his boyhood, that is to say, it existed when Goldsmith and Crabbe were writing, for Sturt it was there until late in the 19th century, for myself, if I may be permitted to add this, for I was born into a village, and into a family of many generations of farm laborers, it was there or the aspects quoted, the inherited skills of work, the slow traditional talk, the continuity of work and leisure in the 1930s. What is being observed, and what, when rightly weighted, is important, is an important tradition of social and productive experience that has grown out of certain long persistent conditions. It is useful to contrast this with the difficulties of comparable richness of adjustment to the urban and factory conditions of which experience is so much shorter. But it is misleading to make this contrast without making others, and it is foolish and dangerous to exclude from the so-called organic society the penury, the petty tyranny, the disease and mortality, the ignorance and frustrated intelligence which were also among its ingredients. These are not material disadvantages to be set against spiritual advantages. The one thing that such a community teaches is that life is whole and continuous, it is the whole complex that matters. That which is commonly described as progress saved spirit and blood. The basic intellectual fault of such formulations as that in culture and environment is, curiously, the taking of aspects for wholes. A valid detailed judgment grows too quickly into a persuasive outline. The tendency to reduce experience to literary evidence alone is commonly tempting. Middletown is a frightening book, many advertisements and many newspapers are cheap and nasty. But do we not too easily construct from such evidence a contemptuous version of the lives of our contemporaries, which we should be hard put to it to prove from life, although we could prove it easily enough, or so it would seem, from print? Is it true, for instance, that to the modern laborer, the modern clerk, the modern factory hand all their work is meaningless, except as a means to money? Is it true that all the uses they can put their leisure to are almost wholly decreation? Is it true that the modern citizen hardly knows how the necessaries of life come to him? What is true, I would argue, is that a number of new kinds of unsatisfying work have come into existence, a number of new kinds of cheap entertainment, and a number of new kinds of social division. Against these must be set a number of new kinds of satisfying work, certain evident improvements, and new opportunities, in education, certain important new kinds of social organization. Between all these and other factors, the balance has to be more finely drawn than the myth allows. My reason for making these points in relation to Levi's work, when they might equally have been made about other work where the myth is more palpable, and, on occasion, more sentimentally misleading, is that, in the case of Levy, these elements have become as it seems inextricably entangled with the advocacy of educational proposals that are wholly valuable. Culture and environment make certain reservations, we must beware of simple solutions, there can be no mere going back, the memory of the old order must be the chief incitement towards a new. 21 These are useful, and serve to introduce the primary stress on an education that will seek to control the disintegrating and cheapening forces, both by direct defensive training, and by that positive training in experience which literature is qualified to offer. The making and extension of such an education are so vital that one regrets the inclusion, in this advocacy, of social conclusions and attitudes which are, to say the least, doubtful. The point must be referred back to the earlier point about the nature of the minority. Levy might reasonably reply, to what I have there written, that to see literature as a specialism among others is not to see literature at all. I would agree with this. But the emphasis I am trying to make is that, in the work of continuity and change, and just because of the elements of disintegration, we cannot make literary experience the sole test, or even the central test. We cannot even, I would argue, put the important stress on the minority, for the idea of the conscious minority is itself no more than a defensive symptom, against the general dangers. When Eliot combines the idea of a minority culture with his rejection of the ideas of democracy, he is on more consistent, if certainly sourer, ground. Levy, having made the vital connection between a whole way of life and the capacity for valuable literary experience, is surely bound, for anything beyond the immediately necessary defensive measures, to a conception of the growth of a society, and its whole way of life, which should more adequately embody such kinds of experience. It is not so much a matter of announcing some political allegiance. It is a matter, rather, in our whole social experience, of declaring that this is worth more than that, this rather than that is the direction in which to go. The difficulties are obvious, but I suspect that they are impossibly increased by continued allegiance to an outline of history which tends to suggest that what is commonly described as progress is almost wholly decline. As I have understood Levy's subsequent work, he has chosen to concentrate, on the one hand on persistent defensive actions, on the other hand, in criticism, on such recreation as is possible. As a life's work, and one as yet unfinished, it has been a major achievement. Others have taken over the criticism of the popular press, advertising, the cinema, and so on, which is now almost a commonplace. Levy, most valuably, has gone on with his criticism of some of the apparent alternatives to these, the better press, the better books. He has also, notably in his defense of Lawrence, come much nearer to acknowledging important elements in post-industrial English society, which the outlines of culture and environment neglected. In his comments on Bunyan, on Dickens, and on Mark Twain he has made a more positive theoretical commitment to actual and general social experience than the concept of a defensive minority, whose social experience is mainly from the past, seemed to allow. He has attacked what he calls the domination of the world of English letters by a small interlocking group, and has reduced to its proper impotence the ordinary conception of a superior minority which happens to coincide with a particular social class. He has, at the same time, continued to attack the Marxist version of a social alternative, intellectually, on the grounds of its abstraction, socially, on the nature of its realization in Russia. All this has brought him many enemies, but he has kept his course. And it is not so much, now, a matter of assessing his own life's work, as of assessing the value of the directions which he has initiated. I can only say, in conclusion, that the extremely valuable educational proposals, and the important and illuminating local judgments, which are real gains, have to be set against losses, some of which are serious. The concept of a cultivated minority, set over against a decreated mass, tends, in its assertion, to a damaging arrogance and scepticism. The concept of a wholly organic and satisfying past, to be set against a disintegrated and dissatisfying present, tends in its neglect of history to a denial of real social experience. The cultural training ought essentially to be a training in democracy, which has to be a training in direct judgments. Yet the contingent elements in the myth have led, at worst to a pseudo-aristocratic authoritarianism, at best to a habitual scepticism which has shown itself very intolerant of any contemporary social commitment. Levia's distinction as a critic, and his equal distinction as a teacher, are unquestioned. But it is all the more necessary, if the distinction is to be insisted upon, to realize the inadequacies and the dangers of what is now the minority culture dogma. A note on organic. Few English words are more difficult than organic, which has a vast and complicated semantic history. The Greek rho gamma alpha upsilon omicron upsilon first meant tool or instrument, and rho gamma alpha upsilon iota kappa was equivalent to our mechanical. But there was a derived sense of physical organ, the eye an instrument for seeing, and on this the whole association with living beings was subsequently made. In English, mechanical and organical are synonyms in the 16th century, but in the 18th century the physical and biological references begin to predominate. Then in Burke and Coleridge, organic begins to be used to describe institutions and societies, and one of the senses of mechanical, equals artificial, is used to establish a now familiar contrast. The contrast is then extended into the organ family itself, organ equals organ of sense, giving rise to praise words such as organic and organism, while organ equals instrument produces organize and organization. Burke used organic and organized as synonyms, but by the middle 19th century they are commonly opposed, natural versus planned society, etc. There are 5 apparent reasons why organic became popular: to stress an idea of wholeness in society, to stress the growth of a people, as in rising nationalisms, to stress natural growth, as in culture, with particular reference to slow change and adaptation, to reject mechanist and materialist versions of society, to criticize industrialism, in favor of a society in close touch with natural processes, i.e. agriculture. The range is too wide and too tempting to be ordinarily scanned, and the word is now commonly used by writers of wholly opposed opinions, e.g. Marxists stressing a whole, formed state, conservatives as slowly adapting society and tradition, critics of machine production a predominantly agricultural society, Bertrand Russell, on the other hand, a predominantly industrial society. When we are exhorted to make society organize, it is from machinery that we shall necessarily derive our models, since we do not know how to make society a living animal, prospects of industrial civilization. At the very least, this complication indicates the need for caution in using the word without immediate definition. Perhaps all societies are organic, i.e. formed wholes, but some are more organic, agricultural/industrialized/conservative/planned, than others. Chapter V. Marxism and Culture. Marx was the contemporary of Ruskin and George Eliot, but the Marxist interpretation of culture did not become widely effective in England until the 30s of our own century. William Morris had linked the cause of art with the cause of socialism, and his socialism was of the revolutionary Marxist kind. But the terms of Morris's position were older, an inheritance from the general tradition which came down to him through Ruskin. As he told the Northumberland miners, in 1887. Even supposing he did not understand that there was a definite reason in economics, and that the whole system could be changed, he for one would be a rebel against it. 1. The economic reasoning, and the political promise, came to him from Marxism. The general rebellion was in older terms. Marx himself outlined, but never fully developed, a cultural theory. His casual comments on literature, for example, are those of a learned, intelligent man of his period, rather than what we now know as Marxist literary criticism. On occasion, his extraordinary social insight extends a comment, but one never feels that he is applying a theory. Not only is the tone of his discussion of these matters normally undogmatic, but also he is quick to restrain, whether in literary theory or practice, what he evidently regarded as an over-enthusiastic, mechanical extension of his political, economic, and historical conclusions to other kinds of fact. Engels, though habitually less cautious, is very similar in tone. This is not to say, of course, that Marx lacked confidence in the eventual extension of such conclusions, or in the filling in of his outline. It is only that his genius recognized difficulty and complexity, and that his personal discipline was a discipline to fact. The outline which Marx drew, and which has proved to be so fruitful and important, appears most clearly in the preface to his Critique of Political Economy, 1859. In the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, the distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Point 2. The distinction mentioned is obviously of great importance. Even if we accept the formula of structure and superstructure, we have Marx's word that changes in the latter are necessarily subject to a different and less precise mode of investigation. The point is reinforced by the verbal qualifications of his text, determines the general character, more or less rapidly transformed. The superstructure is a matter of human consciousness, and this is necessarily very complex, not only because of its diversity, but also because it is always historical. At any time, it includes continuities from the past as well as reactions to the present. Marx indeed at times regards ideology as a false consciousness, a system of continuities which change has in fact undermined. He writes in the 18th Brumaire, upon the several forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, a whole superstructure is reared of various and peculiarly shaped feelings, illusions, habits of thought, and conceptions of life. The whole class produces and shapes these out of its material foundation and out of the corresponding social conditions. The individual unit to whom they flow through tradition and education may fancy that they constitute the true reasons for and premises of his conduct. Point 3. If then a part of the superstructure is mere rationalization, the complexity of the whole is further increased. This recognition of complexity is the first control in any valid attempt at a Marxist theory of culture. The second control, more controversial, is an understanding of the formula of structure and superstructure. In Marx this formula is definite, but perhaps as no more than an analogy. Certainly when we come to this comment by Engels there is need to reconsider. According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its consequences, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., forms of law, and then even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the combatants, political, legal, and philosophical theories, religious ideas and their further development into systems of dogma also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. There is an interaction of all these elements, in which, amid all the endless host of accidents, i.e. of things and events whose interconnection is so remote or so impossible to prove that we regard it as absent and can neglect it, the economic element finally asserts itself as necessary. Otherwise the application of the theory to any period of history one chose would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. 4. Here again the emphasis falls on complexity, but the result of the emphasis is a lessening of the usefulness of the formula which Marx used. Structure and superstructure, as terms of an analogy, express at once an absolute and a fixed relationship. But the reality which Marx and Engels recognize is both less absolute and less clear. Engels virtually introduces three levels of reality: the economic situation, the political situation, the state of theory. Yet any formula in terms of levels, as in terms of structure and superstructure, does less than justice to the factors of movement which it is the essence of Marxism to realize. We arrive at a different model, in which reality is seen as a very complex field of movement, within which the economic forces finally reveal themselves as the organizing element. Engels uses the word interaction, but this does not imply any withdrawal of the claims for economic primacy. The point is clearly made by Plekhanov, in the development of the monist theory of history, 1895. Interaction exists, nevertheless, by itself it explains nothing. In order to understand interaction, one must ascertain the attributes of the interacting forces, and these attributes cannot find their ultimate explanation in the fact of interaction, however much they may change thanks to that fact. The qualities of the interacting forces, the attributes of the social organisms influencing one another, are explained in the long run by the cause we already know, the economic structure of these organisms, which is determined by the state of their productive forces. 5. Plekhanov concedes that there are particular laws, in the development of human thought. Marxists will not, for example, identify the laws of logic with the laws of the circulation of commodities. All that a Marxist will deny is that the laws of thought are the prime mover of intellectual development. The prime mover is economic change. He continues. Sensitive but weak-headed people are indignant with the theory of Marx because they take its first word to be its last. Marx says, in explaining the subject, let us see in what mutual relations people enter under the influence of objective necessity. Once these relations are known, it will be possible to ascertain how human self-consciousness develops under their influence. Psychology adapts itself to economy. But this adaptation is a complex process, on the one hand the iron laws of movement of the string, on the other, on the string, and precisely thanks to its movement, there grows up the garment of life of ideology. 6. Evidently Plekhanov is searching here, not altogether successfully, for a model more satisfactory than structure and superstructure. He is aware of Marx's reservation about the study of ideas, and admits much, very much, is still obscure for us in this sphere. But there is even more that is obscure for the idealists, and yet more for eclectics, who however never understand the significance of the difficulties they encounter, imagining that they will always be able to settle any question with the help of their notorious interaction. In reality, they never settle anything, but only hide behind the back of the difficulties they encounter. 7. There is then an interaction, but this cannot be positively understood unless the organizing force of the economic element is recognized. A Marxist theory of culture will recognize diversity and complexity, will take account of continuity within change, will allow for chance and certain limited autonomies, but, with these reservations, will take the facts of the economic structure and the consequent social relations as the guiding string on which a culture is woven, and by following which a culture is to be understood. This, still an emphasis rather than a substantiated theory, is what Marxists of our own century received from their tradition. 2. Marxist writing in England in the last 30 years has been very mixed in both quality and occasion. The political writing of the 30s was primarily a response to actual conditions in England and Europe, rather than a conscious development of Marxist studies. The conditions justified the response, even where it fell short of adequacy. But the result was that many English readers made their first acquaintance with Marxist theory in writings that were in fact local and temporary, both in affiliation and intention. It has of course been possible to compile from these the kind of fool's gallery which always appears in any general movement. I cannot see that this kind of smoking out is fair dealing with Marxism as such, but equally it is as well for Marxists to remember that very many mistakes were made, and that these are less easy to forgive because of the tone of dogmatic infallibility which characterized some of the most popular writings. A collection of essays like The Mind in Chains was always mixed in quality, but it is now most clearly marked by its temporary character, the very thing which at the time must have seemed to guarantee its sense of reality. We are told in the introduction that the belief which runs like a backbone through the whole of this book 8 is R. E. Warner's conclusion. Capitalism has no further use for culture. On the one hand, the material stagnation of capitalism brings it about that fewer and fewer scholars, scientists, and technicians are required for the process of production. On the other hand, being no longer able to represent itself as a progressive force, capitalism can no longer invite the support of the general ideals of culture and progress. Point 9. The general point is familiar, but capitalism, in its powers of recovery, even if indeed these are only temporary, was quite evidently underestimated, with the result that a whole set of attitudes, consequent on experience of depression, fell when the economic situation changed. Almost every kind of political prophecy has been wrong, but the Marxist claim to special insight into these matters of the life and death of an economic system makes concession of error less easy. Statements like that quoted above have, in general, not been reargued or revised, but merely dropped. Yet Warner's general point about culture is reasonable. The progress of culture is dependent on the progress of the material conditions for culture, and, in particular, the social organization of any period of history limits the cultural possibilities of that period. Yet all through history there is a constant interaction between culture and social organization. Culture, it is true, cannot go beyond what is possible, but social organization can and does lag behind what, from the point of view of culture, is both possible and desirable. There is a continuity both between various forms of social organization and various forms of culture, but the cultural continuity is the more marked because, for one thing, it is easier to envisage possibilities than to put them into practice, and also because change and progress in society have always been resisted for as long as possible by those interested persons who, being for the moment at the top, stand to lose by any readjustment within the whole. We find that, at those periods of history when a change of social organization is necessary, culture comes into opposition to the time-honored standards of society, standards which, by the way, were elevated and properly honored by the culture of the past, but which have proved inadequate and uninspiring for a further advance into the future. Point 10. This is obviously relevant to the development of ideas and feelings, traced hitherto, which gave us the modern meanings of culture. But I am not sure whether this is indeed a Marxist interpretation. While recognizing the material basis of culture, it seems to come very near to an Arnoldian definition, in which culture can be in advance of the economic and social organization, ideally embodying the future. In many Englishmen writing as Marxists I have noticed this. A tradition basically proceeding from the Romantics, and coming down through Arnold and Morris, has been supplemented by certain phrases from Marx, while continuing to operate in the older terms. Much of the Marxist writing of the 30s was in fact the old Romantic protest that there was no place in contemporary society for the artist and the intellectual, with the new subsidiary clause that the workers were about to end the old system and establish socialism, which would then provide such a place. The correlative protests against unemployment, poverty, and fascism were genuine, but the making over of the workers' cause into the intellectuals' cause was always likely to collapse, either as the intellectuals found a place in different ways, or as the workers' cause asserted its primacy and moved in directions not so immediately acceptable or favorable. In seeing the literary Marxism of the 30s, in its general aspects, as a new case of the negative identification described in relation to Gissing, I have of course the advantage of hindsight. It is a characteristic of the negative identification that it breaks up at points of real social crisis and reacts into an indifference to politics, recantation, or sometimes violent assault on the cause that has been abandoned. Because I believe this to be a law, its actions subject to the immense pressures of society, I have no desire to rehearse personalities. I note only the fact that culture was not so far ahead, not so firmly affiliated to the future, as was then thought. Alick West's Crisis and Criticism, 1937, includes an account of the continuity between Romantic and Marxist ideas. He writes, "Romantic criticism was a great achievement. Its conception of social relations as constituting beauty in art, of a conflict and antagonism in these relations and of the same conflict reconciled in art, of poetry as the voice of humanity against oppression and injustice and of the duty of the poets to cooperate in ending them, all these ideas are of the highest value. Instead of abusing them, or divorcing them from their social meaning, or preserving only their idealism, we have to use them. We cannot use them simply as they stand, because of that idealism. As indicated earlier, the Romantic poets were unable in their particular circumstances to give a material meaning to their social conceptions. Hence, in Romantic criticism, the social relations which constitute beauty in art are not the actual social relations, but the conception of the relations. Point 11. It is certainly true that the abstractions of art and culture were a substitute for satisfactory social relations, both in art itself and in general living. It is also true that the most evident weakness of the subsequent tradition was its failure to find any adequate social force by means of which the superior reality of art and culture might be established and maintained. West, from his analysis, argues that Marx transformed Romantic idealism by giving it the content of material social relations. It is true at least that Morris, learning from Marx, found what he took to be a social force adequate to these ends in the working class struggle for socialism. Yet this is not necessarily the Marxist way of putting the matter. E. P. Thompson, giving a recent Marxist account of Morris, writes, "While this dialectical understanding of change, growth, and decay was ever present in his writing, he saw man's economic and social development always as the master process, and tended to suggest that the arts were passively dependent upon social change. Morris has not emphasized sufficiently the ideological role of art, its active agency in changing human beings and society as a whole, its agency in man's class-divided history." Point 12. The question is very difficult, but it is surely surprising to find a Marxist criticizing Morris for seeing man's economic and social development always as the master process. It has normally been assumed that this was precisely what Marx taught, and the position that Marxists wished to defend. One had understood that the arts were dependent upon social change, but perhaps passively dependent makes the difference. Morris sometimes suggested that the cause of art must wait upon the success of socialism, and this, though it is purely an argument in the head, art of one kind or another in any case goes on being produced, may well be wrong. But wrong in what sense? That art is not subject to so simple an equation, as most non-Marxists would say? That good art can be produced in the struggle as well as in the success, which English Marxists, for obvious reasons, seem to wish to establish? The point is only of general interest in its bearings upon the basic Marxist position. Morris's master process, which Thompson criticizes, is surely Marx's real foundation, which determines consciousness. Engels spoke of the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the combatants. Surely, on a Marxist reading, art is one of these reflexes. Such reflexes, Engels said, exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. But only the form. 13 insists Ralph Fox, in The Novel and the People, another Marxist view of literature. In what Marxist sense, then, has art this active agency in changing human beings and society as a whole? Marx and Engels did not deny the effect of the reflexes back upon the whole situation, but that one of them, art, might act to change human beings and society as a whole is hardly consistent with their kind of emphasis. That art has this function is, however, a commonplace of the Romantic attitude, the poet as legislator. One had understood from West, however, that this was an idealist attitude based on an ignorance of social reality. It certainly seems relevant to ask English Marxists who have interested themselves in the arts whether this is not Romanticism absorbing Marx, rather than Marx transforming Romanticism. It is a matter of opinion which one would prefer to happen. Yet, in one way or another, the situation will have to be clarified. Either the arts are passively dependent on social reality, a proposition which I take to be that of mechanical materialism, or a vulgar misinterpretation of Marx. Or the arts, as the creators of consciousness, determine social reality, the proposition which the Romantic poets sometimes advanced. Or finally, the arts, while ultimately dependent, with everything else, on the real economic structure, operate in part to reflect this structure and its consequent reality, and in part, by affecting attitudes towards reality, to help or hinder the constant business of changing it. I find Marxist theories of culture confused because they seem to me, on different occasions and in different writers, to make use of all these propositions as the need serves. It is clear that many English writers on culture who are also, politically, Marxists seem primarily concerned to make out a case for its existence, to argue that it is important, against a known reaction to Marxism which had established the idea that Marx, with his theory of structure and superstructure, had diminished the value hitherto accorded to intellectual and imaginative creation. Certainly there has been a quite shocking ignorance of what Marx wrote among those who have been prepared to criticize him, and the term superstructure has been bandied about, as a kind of swear word, with wholly ridiculous implications. Political prejudice, obviously, has played its part in this. Yet I do not see how it can be denied that Marx did in one sense diminish the value of such work, not that he failed to respect it, and to consider it a great and important human achievement, but he denied, what had hitherto been commonly believed, that it was this kind of work that decided human development. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their existence determines their consciousness. The shock of this, to thinkers and artists who had been accustomed to think of themselves as the pioneers of humanity, was real. It was a change of status comparable to that implied for men generally by Darwin. Much of the subsequent development of Marxism, it would seem, has been determined, in the matter of culture, by this reaction. It had to be shown that Marxists gave a high value to culture, although this proof that culture was important seemed, to other thinkers at least, unnecessary. It remains surprising, to others differently trained, that the normal Marxist book on, say, literature begins with a proof that literature is valuable. This had never seemed to be in any question, and one is reminded of Mill making the same point to the utilitarians. But, while some of this writing can only be understood in such terms, a theory of culture was, of course, necessary, to the extent that Marxism became a major interpretative and active movement. Not only, it was thought, had past and present culture to be interpreted, in Marxist terms, but so also, and this has been very prevalent, although whether it is altogether Marxist is doubtful, future culture had to be predicted. In England, this work has been mainly done in relation to literature, and we must consider its nature. The normal theoretical beginning is from the nature of language, as here in West. Language grew as a form of social organization. Literature as art continues that growth. It lives language, it carries on the social activity of which language in its very existence is the creation and the creator. Point 14. Here we are at once involved in the extremely complicated question of the origins of language. West relies on Noir, Paget and Marr, Caldwell in illusion and reality, on assertion, which seems to derive from Darwin via Paget, but also from de Laguna. Linguistic theory is at once very specialized and very controversial, and the question of origins is necessarily to some extent speculative. A general stress on the social character of language can be readily accepted, and it would seem that, in practice, language does operate as a form of social organization, and that what it represents is an activity rather than a mere deposit. But the end of West's argument is already assumed in the special and extremely controversial senses in which he understands organization and activity. He continues. The source of value in the work of literature is the social energy and activity which makes the writer's vision a continuation of the development of the power to see, his use of language a continuation of the power to speak, and not merely the consumer's use of what society has already produced. Our perception of that value is the stimulation in us of the same social energy and activity. Point 15. This is saying much less than it seems to say. I cannot imagine anyone whom the middle phrases would surprise. And again, the end of the argument is assumed in the form of words. For West can now continue. The value of literature springs from the fact that it continues and changes the organization of social energy. We perceive value through the awakening of the same kind of energy in ourselves. Point 16. And from this it is easy to identify valuable literature with that which proceeds from participation in the most active group and tendency of his time, and then, in contemporary terms, with the most creative movement, socialism. Consequently, the criticism of our lives, by the test of whether we are helping forward the most creative movement in our society, is the only effective foundation of the criticism of literature. Point 17. From this it is only a step, although West, to do him justice, does not take it, insisting on the reality of aesthetic judgment, to the kind of literary criticism which has made Marxism notorious. Is this work socialist or not in tendency? Is it helping forward the most creative movement in society, where literature is defined solely in terms of its political affiliations? Marxists, more than anyone else, need to repudiate this kind of end product, in practice as firmly as in theory. But one can see how a potentially valuable argument is distorted, throughout, by an assumed need to arrive at this kind of conclusion, or at one resembling it. It is a conclusion, moreover, with which there seems no need for Marx to be saddled. Literature is quite obviously, in the general sense, a social activity, and value does seem to lie in the writer's access to certain kinds of energy which appear and can be discussed in directly literary terms, that is to say, as an intention that has become language, but which, by general agreement, have a more than literary origin, and lie in the whole complex of a writer's relations with reality. It is the identification of this energy with participation in a particular kind of social or political activity which is, to say the least, not proven. The positive evidence, where this kind of energy is manifest, suggests no such simple equation. Christopher Caldwell remains the best known of these English Marxist critics, but his influence is curious. His theories and outlines have been widely learned, although in fact he has little to say, of actual literature, that is even interesting. It is not only that it is difficult to have confidence in the literary qualifications of anyone who can give his account of the development of medieval into Elizabethan drama 18 or who can make his paraphrase of the sleep line from Macbeth 19, but that for the most part his discussion is not even specific enough to be wrong. On the other hand, he is immensely prolific of ideas, over an unusually wide field of interest. It is now rather difficult to know which of these ideas may properly be described as Marxist. A recent controversy among English Marxists, on the value of Caldwell's work, revealed an extraordinary difference of opinion, ranging from George Thompson's view that illusion and reality is the first comprehensive attempt to work out a Marxist theory of art 20 with the implication of major success, to J.D. Bernal's conclusion. It is largely on account of his use of the language of popular science that Caldwell's work has had, and still has, such an appeal to intellectuals, particularly to literary intellectuals. Point 21. Bernal adds that the formulations in Caldwell's books are those of contemporary bourgeois scientific philosophy, and not those of Marxism. Point 22. This is a quarrel which one who is not a Marxist will not attempt to resolve. It is worth noting, however, that the hub of the Marxist controversy about Caudwell is very much the problem that has been discussed in the preceding pages. It is a matter of some importance that a number of writers, convinced of the economic and political usefulness of Marxism, have, in their attempts to account for the work of the superstructure, and in particular for the imaginative work of the arts, turned with some consistency to what other Marxists describe as an idealist muddle. The difficulty comes down to one major point, which may be introduced by Caudwell's definition of the value of art. The value of art to society is that by it an emotional adaptation is possible. Man's instincts are pressed in art against the altered mold of reality, and by a specific organization of the emotions thus generated, there is a new attitude, an adaptation. Point 23. The process of this, in the artist, is thus described. The artist is continually besieged by new feelings as yet unformulated, he continually attempts to grasp beauties and emotions not yet known, a tension between tradition and experience is constantly felt in his heart. Just as the scientist is the explorer of new realms of outer reality, the artist continually discovers new kingdoms of the heart. Both therefore are explorers, and necessarily therefore share a certain loneliness. But if they are individualists, it is not because they are non-social, but precisely because they are performing a social task. They are non-social only in this sense, that they are engaged in dragging into the social world realms at present non-social and must therefore have a foot in both worlds. Point 24. What these two worlds are, in Caudwell's view, is the basic controversy. In Illusion and Reality, he wrote, the link between science and art, the reason they can live in the same language, is this: the subject of action is the same as the subject of cognition, the genotype. The object of action is the same as the object of cognition, external reality. Since the genotype is a part of reality, although it finds itself set up against another part of it, the two interact, there is development, man's thought and man's society have a history. Point 25. It would certainly seem, at first sight, that this version of the genotype interacting with external reality is some way from Marx, and this is so not only in Caudwell's first writings, but, in the phrase about both worlds, in the late essay on beauty. In effect, in writing of this kind, it would seem that Marx's basic conception of the relation between the real foundation and consciousness, and hence between structure and superstructure, is being revalued. The point emerges, in practice, as a controversy about the role of art, and thence of culture, intellectual and imaginative work, generally. There is a clear controversy between the advocates of realism, an analytical and synthetic embodiment of, in Engels' words, typical characters in typical circumstances, where the adequate reflex of reality is seen as the purpose of art, and, on the other hand, those who add to this an additional clause, as here in Gorky. Myth is invention. To invent means to extract from the sum of a given reality its cardinal idea and embody it in imagery. That is how we get realism. But if to the idea extracted from the given reality we add completing the idea by the logic of hypothesis the desired, the possible, and thus supplement the image, we obtain that romanticism which is at the basis of myth, and is highly beneficial in that it tends to provoke a revolutionary attitude to reality, an attitude that changes the world in a practical way. Point 26. This, I take it, is the advance of realism to socialist realism, for it is presumably only if the desired, the possible is socialist that the revolutionary attitude to reality will be provoked. The process is defined by identification with a political attachment. Otherwise, the method might be adequately described as socialist romanticism, the transformation of idealism by a material content, of which West wrote. The difficulty remains that the source of the desired, the possible has still to be defined. It is still Marxist to find this in emergent social forces, which are already active and conscious in the social process. But there has been a distinct tendency, in English writers, to find the desired, the possible in terms of the inner energy of the individual, of which Caudwell wrote. This, while it may be an improvement of Marx, would seem to deny his basic proposition about existence and consciousness. In fact, as we look at the English attempt at a Marxist theory of culture, what we see is an interaction between Romanticism and Marx, between the idea of culture which is the major English tradition and Marx's brilliant revaluation of it. We have to conclude that the interaction is as yet far from complete. 3. The one vital lesson which the 19th century had to learn and learn urgently because of the very magnitude of its changes was that the basic economic organization could not be separated and excluded from its moral and intellectual concerns. Society and individual experience were alike being transformed, and this driving agency, which there were no adequate traditional procedures to understand and interpret, had, in depth, to be taken into consciousness. Others besides Marx insisted on this, and worked towards it, but Marx, in giving a social and historical definition to the vaguer idea of industrialism, made the decisive contribution. The materials for restoring a whole and adequate consciousness of our common life were given into our hands. Meanwhile, underlying this, the practical means of community were being slowly learned, in experience. Marx's emphasis has passed into the general mind, even if his particular teaching is still inevitably controversial. The questions we have now to ask for the validity of his economic and political theory cannot here be discussed relate to the Marxist impact on our thinking about culture. The basic question, as it has normally been put, is whether the economic element is in fact determining. I have followed the controversies on this, but it seems to me that it is, ultimately, an unanswerable question. The shaping influence of economic change can of course be distinguished, as most notably in the period with which this book is concerned. But the difficulty lies in estimating the final importance of a factor which never, in practice, appears in isolation. We can never observe economic change in neutral conditions, any more than we can, say, observe the exact influence of heredity, which is only available for study when it is already embodied in an environment. Capitalism, and industrial capitalism, which Marx by historical analysis was able to describe in general terms, appeared only within an existing culture. English society and French society are both, today, in certain stages of capitalism, but their cultures are observably different, for sound historical reasons. That they are both capitalist may be finally determining, and this may be a guide to social and political action, but clearly, if we are to understand the cultures, we are committed to what is manifest, the way of life as a whole. What many of us have felt about Marxist cultural interpretation is that it seems committed, by Marx's formula, to a rigid methodology, so that if one wishes to study, say, a national literature, one must begin with the economic history with which the literature coexists, and then put the literature to it, to be interpreted in its light. It is true that on occasion one learns something from this, but, in general, the procedure seems to involve both forcing and superficiality. For, even if the economic element is determining, it determines a whole way of life, and it is to this, rather than to the economic system alone, that the literature has to be related. The interpretative method which is governed, not by the social whole, but rather by the arbitrary correlation of the economic situation and the subject of study, leads very quickly to abstraction and unreality, as for example in Caldwell's description of modern poetry, that is, since the 15th century, as capitalist poetry 27, where it remains to be shown that capitalist is a relevant description of poetry at all. It leads also to the overriding of practical concrete judgments by generalizations, as for example in descriptions of Western European literature of this century as decadent because its social system is judged decadent, a procedure which lumps together the bad art which reflects and exploits elements of disintegration, and the substantial art which, by the very seriousness of its procedure, shows the disintegration in process, and what it is like, in detail, to live through it. It leads also, I think, to very doubtful descriptions of a culture as a whole. To describe English life, thought and imagination in the last 300 years simply as bourgeois, to describe English culture now as dying, is to surrender reality to a formula. I am glad to see that this point is still controversial among Marxists, some arguing that in a class society there is a polarization of mental activity around the ruling class, so that if the ruling class is bourgeois all the mental activity is bourgeois, others denying this, and arguing that the consciousness of a whole society is always more diverse, and is not limited to the economically dominant class. 28 Whichever of these views may best accord with Marx, it would seem that the balance of evidence clearly lies with the latter. In all these points there would seem to be a general inadequacy, among Marxists, in the use of culture as a term. It normally indicates, in their writings, the intellectual and imaginative products of a society. This corresponds with the weak use of superstructure. But it would seem that from their emphasis on the interdependence of all elements of social reality, and from their analytic emphasis on movement and change, Marxists should logically use culture in the sense of a whole way of life, a general social process. The point is not merely verbal, for the emphasis in this latter use would make impossible the mechanical procedures which I have criticized, and would offer a basis for more substantial understanding. The difficulty lies, however, in the terms of Marx's original formulation. If one accepts structure and superstructure, not as the terms of a suggestive analogy, but as descriptions of reality, the errors naturally follow. Even if the terms are seen as those of an analogy, they need, as I have tried to suggest, amendment. One practical result of this kind of Marxist interpretation of the past can be seen in the persistent attempts to define the culture of the socialist future. If you get into the habit of thinking that a bourgeois society produces, in a simple and direct way, a bourgeois culture, then you are likely to think that a socialist society will produce, also simply and directly, a socialist culture, and you may think it incumbent on you to say what it will be like. As a matter of fact, most of the speculation about the socialist culture of the future has been no more than a utopian habit. One cannot take it very seriously. But the point became practical in Russia, where, for example, the kind of literature appropriate to the new society has been commonly defined in advance, as an authoritative prescription. If there is a habit of thinking of the relation between literature and society as simple and direct, such a procedure seems plausible. A campaign for socialist realism seems plausible, and of course literature of a kind, in response to the campaign, will always be got. But, if we are to agree with Marx that existence determines consciousness, we shall not find it easy to prescribe any particular consciousness in advance, unless, of course, this is how in theory it is usually done, the prescribers can somehow identify themselves with existence. My own view is that if, in a socialist society, the basic cultural skills are made widely available, and the channels of communication widened and cleared, as much as possible has been done in the way of preparation, and what then emerges will be an actual response to the whole reality, and so valuable. The other way can be seen in these words of Lenin. Every artist has a right to create freely according to his ideals, independent of anything. Only, of course, we communists cannot stand with our hands folded and let chaos develop in any direction it may. We must guide this process according to a plan and form its results. 29. There is no of course about it, and the growth of consciousness is cheapened, as in the mechanical descriptions of the past, by being foreseen as chaos. Here, it is not ultimately a question of wise or unwise, free or totalitarian policy, it is, rather, a question of inadequacy in the theory of culture. The point can be put, finally, on a wider basis. Modern communist practice rests to a very large degree on Lenin, and it can be argued, in this matter of the development of consciousness, that Lenin is inconsistent with Marx. Lenin wrote, for instance, "The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness." 30. The working class movement, unable to develop an ideology for itself, will be captured either by bourgeois ideology or by socialist ideology, which latter is itself created by bourgeois intellectuals. So much depends, here, on the ways in which ideology and consciousness are used, but If Lenin seriously and constantly maintained that the working class cannot create a socialist ideology, Marx's account of the relation between class and ideology, and between existence and consciousness, cannot easily be maintained. 2. If the bourgeois intelligentsia, working alone, can create socialist ideology, the relation between existence and consciousness has again to be redefined. 3. If the working people are really in this helpless condition, that they alone cannot go beyond trade union consciousness, that is, a negative reaction to capitalism rather than a positive reaction towards socialism, they can be regarded as masses to be captured, the objects rather than the subjects of power. Almost anything can then be justified. It is not easy to discover any single judgment on these questions which one can take as finally and authentically Marxist. The point is vital, for it would seem to lie at the root of a number of differences between the spirit of Marxist criticism and certain observable aspects of communist policy. We are interested in Marxist theory because socialism and communism are now important. We shall, to the degree that we value its stimulus, continue to look for its clarification in the field of culture as a whole. Chapter 6. George Orwell. It is not so much a series of books, it is more like a world one. This is Orwell, on Dickens. It is not so much a series of books, it is more like a case. This, today, is Orwell himself. We have been using him, since his death, as the ground for a general argument, but this is not mainly an argument about ideas, it is an argument about mood. It is not that he was a great artist, whose experience we have slowly to receive and value. It is not that he was an important thinker, whose ideas we have to interpret and examine. His interest lies almost wholly in his frankness. With us, he inherited a great and humane tradition, with us, he sought to apply it to the contemporary world. He went to books, and found in them the detail of virtue and truth. He went to experience, and found in it the practice of loyalty, tolerance, and sympathy. But, in the end, it was a bright cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. 2. The dust is part of the case, the caustic dust carried by the vile wind. Democracy, truth, art, equality, culture, all these we carry in our heads, but, in the street, the wind is everywhere. The great and humane tradition is a kind of wry joke, in the books it served, but put them down and look around you. It is not so much a disillusion, it is more like our actual world. The situation is paradox, this kind of tradition, this kind of dust. We have made Orwell the figure of this paradox, in reacting to him we are reacting to a common situation. England took the first shock of industrialism and its consequences, and from this it followed, on the one hand, that the humane response was early, fine, and deep, the making of a real tradition, on the other hand that the material constitution of what was criticized was built widely into all our lives a powerful and committed reality. The interaction has been long, slow, and at times desperate. A man who lives it on his own senses is subject to extraordinary pressures. Orwell lived it, and frankly recorded it, this is why we attend to him. At the same time, although the situation is common, Orwell's response was his own, and has to be distinguished. Neither his affiliations, his difficulties, nor his disillusion need be taken as prescriptive. In the end, for any proper understanding, it is not so much a case, it is a series of books. The total effect of Orwell's work is an effect of paradox. He was a humane man who communicated an extreme of inhuman terror, a man committed to decency who actualized a distinctive squalor. These, perhaps, are elements of the general paradox. But there are other, more particular, paradoxes. He was a socialist, who popularized a severe and damaging criticism of the idea of socialism and of its adherents. He was a believer in equality, and a critic of class, who founded his later work on a deep assumption of inherent inequality, inescapable class difference. These points have been obscured, or are the subject of merely partisan debate. They can only be approached, adequately, through observation of a further paradox. He was a notable critic of abuse of language, who himself practiced certain of its major and typical abuses. He was a fine observer of detail, and appealed as an empiricist, while at the same time committing himself to an unusual amount of plausible yet specious generalization. It is on these points, inherent in the very material of his work, that we must first concentrate. That he was a fine observer of detail I take for granted. It is the great merit of that group of essays of which The Art of Donald McGill is typical, and of parts of The Road to Wigan Pier. The contrary observation, on his general judgments, is an effect of the total reading of his work, but some examples may here stand as reminders. In each variant of socialism that appeared from about 1900 onwards, the aim of establishing liberty and equality was more and more openly abandoned. Point 3. The British Labour Party. Guild socialism. By the fourth decade of the 20th century, all the main currents of political thought were authoritarian. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Point 4. England in 1945. The first thing that must strike any outside observer is that socialism in its developed form is a theory confined entirely to the middle class. Point 5. A Labour Party conference. Any local party in an industrial constituency? Trade unions. All left-wing parties in the highly industrialized countries are at bottom a sham, because they make it their business to fight against something which they do not really wish to destroy. Point 6. On what total evidence? The energy that actually shapes the world springs from emotions: racial pride, leader worship, religious belief, love of war, which liberal intellectuals mechanically write off as anachronisms, and which they have usually destroyed so completely in themselves as to have lost all power of action. Point 7. But does the shaping energy spring from these emotions alone? Is there no other power of action? A humanitarian is always a hypocrite. Point 8. An irritation masquerading as a judgment? Take, for instance, the fact that all sensitive people are revolted by industrialism and its products. 9. All. By all its products? I isolate these examples, not only to draw attention to this aspect of Orwell's method, but also to indicate, as all but one of them do, the quality of the disillusion which has, in bulk, been so persuasive. In many of the judgments there is an element of truth, or at least ground for argument, but Orwell's manner is normally to assert, and then to argue within the assertion. As a literary method, the influence of Shaw and Chesterton is clear. The method has become that of journalism, and is sometimes praised as clear, forthright statement. Orwell, in his discussions of language, made many very useful points about the language of propaganda. But just as he used plausible assertion, very often, as a means of generalization, so, when he was expressing a prejudice, often of the same basic kind, he moved very easily into the propagandist's kind of emotive abuse. One sometimes gets the impression that the mere words socialism and communism draw towards them with magnetic force every fruit juice drinker, nudist, sandal wearer, sex maniac, Quaker, nature cure quack, pacifist and feminist in England. 10. Vegetarians with wilting beards, shock-headed Marxists chewing polysyllables, birth control fanatics and Labour Party backstairs crawlers. Point 11. Or consider his common emotive use of the adjective little. The typical socialist, a prim little man with a white-collar job, usually a secret teetotaler and often with vegetarian leanings. 12. A rather mean little man, with a white face and a bald head, standing on a platform, shooting out slogans. Point 13. The typical little bowler hat sneak-stroob's little man, the little docile CIT who slips home by the 6:15 to a supper of cottage pie and stewed tinned pears. Point 14. In the highbrow world you get on, if you get on at all, not so much by your literary ability as by being the life and soul of cocktail parties and kissing the bums of verminous little lions. 15. Of course, this can be laughed at, and one will only be annoyed if one is a socialist, nudist, feminist, commuter, or so on. But I agree with Orwell that good prose is closely connected with liberty, and with the social possibility of truth. I agree with him also, and so assemble this evidence, that modern writing at its worst, consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else, and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. Point 16. To overlook this practice in Orwell himself would be ridiculous and harmful. Now, in normal circumstances, any writer who at all frequently wrote in the manner of the examples quoted might be simply disregarded. Yet I see this paradox, this permission of such writing by a man who accepted the standards which condemn it, as part of the whole paradox of Orwell, which I wish to describe. He is genuinely baffling until one finds the key to the paradox, which I will call the paradox of the exile. For Orwell was one of a significant number of men who, deprived of a settled way of living, or of a faith, or having rejected those which were inherited, find virtue in a kind of improvised living, and in an assertion of independence. The tradition, in England, is distinguished. It attracts to itself many of the liberal virtues, empiricism, a certain integrity, frankness. It has also, as the normally contingent virtue of exile, certain qualities of perception, in particular, the ability to distinguish inadequacies in the groups which have been rejected. It gives, also, an appearance of strength, although this is largely illusory. The qualities, though salutary, are largely negative. There is an appearance of hardness, the austere criticism of hypocrisy, complacency, self-deceit, but this is usually brittle, and at times hysterical. The substance of community is lacking, and the tension, in men of high quality, is very great. Alongside the tough rejection of compromise, which gives the tradition its virtue, is the felt social impotence, the inability to form extending relationships. D.H. Lawrence, still the most intelligent of these men in our time, knew this condition and described it. Orwell may also have known it, at least he lived the rejections with a thoroughness that holds the attention. The virtues of Orwell's writing are those we expect, and value, from this tradition as a whole. Yet we need to make a distinction between exile and vagrancy. There is usually a principle in exile, there is always only relaxation in vagrancy. Orwell, in different parts of his career, is both exile and vagrant. The vagrant, in literary terms, is the reporter, and, where the reporter is good, his work has the merits of novelty and a certain specialized kind of immediacy. The reporter is an observer, an intermediary. It is unlikely that he will understand, in any depth, the life about which he is writing. The vagrant from his own society, or his own class, looking at another, and still inevitably from the outside. But a restless society very easily accepts this kind of achievement, at one level the report on the curious or the exotic, at another level, when the class or society is nearer the reporter's own, the perceptive critique. Most of Orwell's early work is of one of these two kinds, Down and Out in Paris and London, The Road to Wigan Pier. The early novels, similarly, are a kind of fictionalized report. Even the best of them, Coming Up for Air, has more of the qualities of the virtuoso reporter, putting himself in the place of the abstract, representative figure, than of the intensity of full imaginative realization. We listen to, and go about with, Orwell's Mr. Bowling. Orwell, for the most part, is evidently present, offering his report. Now, it would be absurd to blame Orwell for this vagrant experience. He had good reasons for rejecting the ways of life normally open to him. But he saw that the rejection had in the end to be ratified by some principle. This was the condition of vagrancy becoming exile, which, because of his quality, he recognized as finer. The principle he chose was socialism, and Homage to Catalonia is still a moving book, quite apart from the political controversy it involves, because it is a record of the most deliberate attempt he ever made to become part of a believing community. Nor can such praise be modified because the attempt, in continuing terms, failed. While we are right to question the assertion of self-sufficiency by vagrant and exile alike, we have also to recognize the complexity of what is being rejected and of what can be found. Orwell, in exploring this complexity, did work of real value. But the principle, though affirmed, could not now, Orwell concluded, carry him directly through to actual community. It could, in fact, only be lived in controversy. Orwell's socialism became the exile's principle, which he would at any cost keep inviolate. The cost, in practice, was a partial abandonment of his own standards. He had often to curse, wildly, to keep others away, to avoid being confused with them. He did not so much attack socialism, which was safe in his mind, as socialists, who were there and might involve him. What he did attack, in socialism, was its disciplines, and, on this basis, he came to concentrate his attack on communism. His attacks on the denial of liberty are admirable. We have all, through every loyalty, to defend the basic liberties of association and expression, or we deny man. Yet, when the exile speaks of liberty, he is in a curiously ambiguous position, for while the rights in question may be called individual, the condition of their guarantee is inevitably social. The exile, because of his own personal position, cannot finally believe in any social guarantee. To him, because this is the pattern of his own living, almost all association is suspect. He fears it because he does not want to be compromised. This is often his virtue, because he is so quick to see the perfidy which certain compromises involve. Yet he fears it also because he can see no way of confirming, socially, his own individuality. This, after all, is the psychological condition of the self-exile. Thus in attacking the denial of liberty he is on sure ground, he is wholehearted in rejecting the attempts of society to involve him. When, however, in any positive way, he has to affirm liberty, he is forced to deny its inevitable social basis. All he can fall back on is the notion of an atomistic society, which will leave individuals alone. Totalitarian describes a certain kind of repressive social control, but, also, any real society, any adequate community, is necessarily a totality. To belong to a community is to be a part of a whole, and, necessarily, to accept, while helping to define, its disciplines. To the exile, however, society as such is totalitarian. He cannot commit himself, he is bound to stay out. Yet Orwell was at the same time deeply moved by what he saw of avoidable or remediable suffering and poverty, and he was convinced that the means of remedy are social, involving commitment, involving association, and, to the degree that he was serious, involving himself. In his essay Writers and Leviathan, which he wrote for a series in Politics and Letters, Orwell recognized this kind of deadlock, and his solution was that in such circumstances the writer must divide, one part of himself uncommitted, the other part involved. This indeed is the bankruptcy of exile, yet it was, perhaps, inevitable. He could not believe. It is not a matter of intellectual persuasion, it is a question of one's deepest experience and response, that any settled way of living exists in which a man's individuality can be socially confirmed. The writer's problem, we must now realize, is only one aspect of this general problem, which has certainly, in our own time, been acute. But because we have accepted the condition of exile, for a gifted individual, as normal, we have too easily accepted the Orwell kind of analysis as masterly. It is indeed a frank and honest report, and our kind of society has tied this knot again and again, yet what is being recorded, in Orwell, is the experience of a victim, of a man who, while rejecting the consequences of an atomistic society, yet retains deeply, in himself, its characteristic mode of consciousness. At the easy levels this tension is mediated in the depiction of society as a racket. A man may even join in the racket, but he tells himself that he has no illusions about what he is doing, he keeps a secret part of himself inviolate. At the more difficult levels, with men of Orwell's seriousness, this course is impossible, and the tension cannot be discharged. The consequent strain is indeed desperate, This, more than any objective threat, is the nightmare of 1984. A Marxist dismisses Orwell as petty bourgeois, but this, while one sees what it means, is too shallow. A man cannot be interpreted in terms of some original sin of class. He is where he is, and with the feelings he has, his life has to be lived with his own experience, not with someone else's. The only point about class, where Orwell is concerned, is that he wrote extensively about the English working class, and that this, because it has been influential, has to be revalued. On such matters, Orwell is the reporter again. He is often sharply observant, often again given to plausible generalization. In thinking, from his position, of the working class primarily as a class, he assumed too readily that observation of particular working class people was an observation of all working class behavior. Because, however, he looked at people at all, he is often nearer the truth than more abstract left-wing writers. His principal failure was inevitable. He observed what was evident, the external factors, and only guessed at what was not evident, the inherent patterns of feeling. This failure is most obvious in its consequences, that he did come to think, half against his will, that the working people were really helpless, that they could never finally help themselves. In Animal Farm, the geniality of mood, and the existence of a long tradition of human analogies in animal terms, allow us to overlook the point that the revolution that is described is one of animals against men. The men, the old owners, were bad, but the animals, left to themselves, divide into the pigs, the hypocritical, hating politicians whom Orwell had always attacked, and the others. These others have many virtues: strength, dumb loyalty, kindliness, but there they are, the simple horse, the cynical donkey, the cackling hens, the bleating sheep, the silly cows. It is fairly evident where Orwell's political estimate lies. His sympathies are with the exploited sheep and the other stupid animals, but the issue of government lies between drunkards and pigs, and that is as far as things can go. In 1984, the same point is clear, and the terms are now direct. The hated politicians are in charge, while the dumb mass of proles goes on in very much its own ways, protected by its very stupidity. The only dissent comes from a rebel intellectual, the exile against the whole system. Orwell puts the case in these terms because this is how he really saw present society, and 1984 is desperate because Orwell recognized that on such a construction the exile could not win, and then there was no hope at all. Or rather, if there was hope, it must lie in the proles. Everywhere stood the same solid unconquerable figure, made monstrous by work and childbearing, toiling from birth to death and still singing. Out of those mighty loins a race of conscious beings must one day come. You were the dead, theirs was the future. But you could share in that future if you kept alive the mind. 17. This is the conclusion of any Marxist intellectual, in specifically Marxist terms, but with this difference from at any rate some Marxists, that the proles now, like the animals, are monstrous and not yet conscious. One day they will be so, and meanwhile the exile keeps the truth alive. The only point I would make is that this way of seeing the working people is not from fact and observation, but from the pressures of feeling exiled. Other people are seen as an undifferentiated mass beyond one, the monstrous figure. Here, again, is the paradox, that the only class in which you can put any hope is written off, in present terms, as hopeless. I maintain, against others who have criticized Orwell, that as a man he was brave, generous, frank, and good, and that the paradox which is the total effect of his work is not to be understood in solely personal terms, but in terms of the pressures of a whole situation. I would certainly insist that his conclusions have no general validity, but the fact is, in contemporary society, that good men are driven again and again into his kind of paradox, and that denunciation of them he runs shrieking into the arms of the capitalist publishers with a couple of horror comics which bring him fame and fortune. 18 is arrogant and crass. We have, rather, to try to understand, in the detail of experience, how the instincts of humanity can break down under pressure into an inhuman paradox, How a great and humane tradition can seem at times, to all of us, to disintegrate into a caustic dust. Conclusion. The history of the idea of culture is a record of our reactions, in thought and feeling, to the changed conditions of our common life. Our meaning of culture is a response to the events which our meanings of industry and democracy most evidently define. But the conditions were created and have been modified by men. Record of the events lies elsewhere, in our general history. The history of the idea of culture is a record of our meanings and our definitions, but these, in turn, are only to be understood within the context of our actions. The idea of culture is a general reaction to a general and major change in the conditions of our common life. Its basic element is its effort at total qualitative assessment. The change in the whole form of our common life produced, as a necessary reaction, an emphasis on attention to this whole form. Particular change will modify an habitual discipline, shift an habitual action. General change, when it has worked itself clear, drives us back on our general designs, which we have to learn to look at again, and as a whole. The working out of the idea of culture is a slow reach again for control. Yet the new conditions, which men have been striving to understand, were neither uniform nor static. On the contrary, they have, from the beginning, contained extreme diversity of situation, in a high and moving tension. The idea of culture describes our common inquiry, but our conclusions are diverse, as our starting points were diverse. The word, culture, cannot automatically be pressed into service as any kind of social or personal directive. Its emergence, in its modern meanings, marks the effort at total qualitative assessment, but what it indicates is a process, not a conclusion. The arguments which can be grouped under its heading do not point to any inevitable action or affiliation. They define, in a common field, approaches and conclusions. It is left to us to decide which, if any, we shall take up, that will not turn in our hands. In each of the three major issues, those of industry, of democracy, and of art, there have been three main phases of opinion. In industry, there was the first rejection, alike of machine production and of the social relations embodied in the factory system. This was succeeded by a phase of growing sentiment against the machine as such, in isolation. Thirdly, in our own period, machine production came to be accepted, and major emphasis transferred to the problem of social relations within an industrial system of production. In the question of democracy, the first phase was one of concern at the threat to minority values with the coming of popular supremacy, a concern which was emphasized by general suspicion of the power of the new masses. This, in turn, was succeeded by a quite different tendency, in which emphasis fell on the idea of community, of organic society, as against the dominant individualistic ethic and practice. Thirdly, in our own century, the fears of the first phase were strongly renewed, in the particular context of what came to be called mass democracy in the new world of mass communications. In the question of art, the first emphasis fell, not only on the independent value of art, but on the importance to the common life of the qualities which it embodied. The contingent element of defiant exile passed into the second phase, in which the stress fell on art as a value in itself, with at times an open separation of this value from common life. Thirdly, emphasis came to be placed on a deliberate effort towards the reintegration of art with the common life of society, an effort which centered around the word communication. In these three questions I have listed the phases of opinion in the order in which they appeared, but of course opinion is persistent, and whether in relation to industry, to democracy, or to art, each of the three phases could easily be represented from the opinions of our own day. Yet it is possible in retrospect to see three main periods, within each of which a distinct emphasis is paramount. In the first period, from about 1790 to 1870, we find the long effort to compose a general attitude towards the new forces of industrialism and democracy. It is in this period that the major analysis is undertaken and the major opinions and descriptions emerge. Then, from about 1870 to 1914, there is a breaking down into narrower fronts, marked by a particular specialism in attitudes to art, and, in the general field, by a preoccupation with direct politics. After 1914 these definitions continue, but there is a growing preoccupation, approaching a climax after 1945, with the issues raised not only by the inherited problems but by new problems arising from the development of mass media of communication and the general growth of large-scale organizations. A great deal of what has been written in each of these three periods retains its relevance and importance. In particular, it is impossible to overemphasize our debt to the first great critical period which gave us, in relation to these problems, the greater part of our language and manner of approach. From all the periods, indeed, certain decisive statements stand. Yet even as we learn, we realize that the world we see through such eyes is not, although it resembles, our world. What we receive from the tradition is a set of meanings, but not all of these will hold their significance if, as we must, we return them to immediate experience. I have tried to make this return, and I will set down the variations and new definitions that have followed from this, as a personal conclusion. Mass and masses. We now regularly use both the idea of the masses, and the consequent ideas of mass civilization, mass democracy, mass communication and others. Here, I think, lies a central and very difficult issue which more than any other needs revision. Masses was a new word for mob, and it is a very significant word. It seems probable that three social tendencies joined to confirm its meaning. First, there was the concentration of population in the industrial towns, a physical massing of persons which the great increase in total population accentuated, and which has continued with continuing urbanization. Second, there was the concentration of workers into factories, again, a physical massing, made necessary by machine production, also, a social massing, in the work relations made necessary by the development of large-scale collective production. Third, there was the consequent development of an organized and self-organizing working class, a social and political massing. The masses, in practice, have been any of these particular aggregates, and because the tendencies have been interrelated, it has been possible to use the term with a certain unity. And then, on the basis of each tendency, the derived ideas have arisen, from urbanization, the mass meeting, from the factory, in part in relation to the workers, but mainly in relation to the things made, mass production, from the working class, mass action. Yet, masses was a new word for mob, and the traditional characteristics of the mob were retained in its significance: gullibility, fickleness, herd prejudice, lowness of taste and habit. The masses, on this evidence, formed the perpetual threat to culture. Mass thinking, mass suggestion, mass prejudice would threaten to swamp considered individual thinking and feeling. Even democracy, which had both a classical and a liberal reputation, would lose its savor in becoming mass democracy. Now mass democracy, to take the latest example, can be either an observation or a prejudice. Sometimes, indeed, it is both. As an observation, the term draws attention to certain problems of a modern democratic society which could not have been foreseen by its early partisans. The existence of immensely powerful media of mass communication is at the heart of these problems, for through these public opinion has been observably molded and directed, often by questionable means, often for questionable ends. I shall discuss this issue separately, in relation to the new means of communication. But the term mass democracy is also, evidently, a prejudice. Democracy, as in England we have interpreted it, is majority rule. The means to this, in representation and freedom of expression, are generally approved. But, with universal suffrage, majority rule will, if we believe in the existence of the masses, be mass rule. Further, if the masses are, essentially, the mob, democracy will be mob rule. This will hardly be good government, or a good society; it will, rather, be the rule of lowness or mediocrity. At this point, which it is evidently very satisfying to some thinkers to reach, it is necessary to ask again, who are the masses? In practice, in our society and in this context, they can hardly be other than the working people. But if this is so, it is clear that what is in question is not only gullibility, fickleness, herd prejudice, or lowness of taste and habit. It is also, from the open record, the declared intention of the working people to alter society, in many of its aspects, in ways which those to whom the franchise was formerly restricted deeply disapprove. It seems to me, when this is considered, that what is being questioned is not mass democracy, but democracy. If a majority can be achieved in favor of these changes, the democratic criterion is satisfied. But if you disapprove of the changes, you can, it seems, avoid open opposition to democracy as such by inventing a new category, mass democracy, which is not such a good thing at all. The submerged opposite is class democracy, where democracy will merely describe the processes by which a ruling class conducts its business of ruling. Yet democracy, as interpreted in England in this century, does not mean this. So, if change reaches the point where it deeply hurts and cannot be accepted, either democracy must be denied or refuge taken in a new term of opprobrium. It is clear that this confusion of the issue cannot be tolerated. Masses equals majority cannot be glibly equated with masses equals mob. A difficulty arises here with the whole concept of masses. Here, most urgently, we have to return the meanings to experience. Our normal public conception of an individual person, for example, is the man in the street. But nobody feels himself to be only the man in the street. We all know much more about ourselves than that. The man in the street is a collective image, but we know, all the time, our own difference from him. It is the same with the public, which includes us, but yet is not us. Masses is a little more complicated, yet similar. I do not think of my relatives, friends, neighbors, colleagues, acquaintances, as masses. We none of us can or do. The masses are always the others, whom we don't know, and can't know. Yet now, in our kind of society, we see these others regularly, in their myriad variations, stand, physically, beside them. They are here, and we are here with them. And that we are with them is of course the whole point. To other people, we also are masses. Masses are other people. There are in fact no masses, there are only ways of seeing people as masses. In an urban industrial society there are many opportunities for such ways of seeing. The point is not to reiterate the objective conditions but to consider, personally and collectively, what these have done to our thinking. The fact is, surely, that a way of seeing other people which has become characteristic of our kind of society, has been capitalized for the purposes of political or cultural exploitation. What we see, neutrally, is other people, many others, people unknown to us. In practice, we mass them, and interpret them, according to some convenient formula. Within its terms, the formula will hold. Yet it is the formula, not the mass, which it is our real business to examine. It may help us to do this if we remember that we ourselves are all the time being masked by others. To the degree that we find the formula inadequate for ourselves, we can wish to extend to others the courtesy of acknowledging the unknown. I have mentioned the political formula by means of which it seems possible to convert the majority of one's fellow human beings into masses, and thence into something to be hated or feared. I wish now to examine another formula, which underlies the idea of mass communication. Mass communication. The new means of communication represent a major technical advance. The oldest, and still the most important, is printing, which has itself passed through major technical changes, in particular the coming of the steam-driven machine press in 1811, and the development of ever faster cylinder and rotary presses from 1815. The major advances in transport, by road, rail, sea, and air, themselves greatly affected printing, at once in the collection of news and in the wide and quick distribution of the printed product. The development of the cable, telegraph, and telephone services even more remarkably facilitated the collection of news. Then, as new media, came sound broadcasting, the cinema and television. We need to look again at these familiar factual elements if we are to be able adequately to review the idea of mass communication which is their product. In sum, these changes have given us more and normally cheaper books, magazines, and newspapers, more bills and posters, broadcasting and television programs, various kinds of film. It would be difficult, I think, to express a simple and definite judgment of value about all these very varied products, yet they are all things that need to be valued. My question is whether the idea of mass communication is a useful formula for this. Two preliminary points are evident. First, that there is a general tendency to confuse the techniques themselves with the uses to which, in a given society, they have been put. Second, that, in considering these uses, our argument is commonly selective, at times to an extreme degree. The techniques, in my view, are at worst neutral. The only substantial objection that is made to them is that they are relatively impersonal, by comparison with older techniques serving the same ends. Where the theater presented actors, the cinema presents the photographs of actors. Where the meeting presented a man speaking, the wireless presents a voice, or television a voice and a photograph. Points of this kind are relevant, but need to be carefully made. It is not relevant to contrast an evening spent watching television with an evening spent in conversation, although this is often done. There is, I believe, no form of social activity which the use of these techniques has replaced. At most, by adding alternatives, they have allowed altered emphases in the time given to particular activities. But these alterations are obviously conditioned, not only by the techniques, but mainly by the whole circumstances of the common life. The point about impersonality often carries a ludicrous rider. It is supposed, for instance, that it is an objection to listening to wireless talks or discussions that the listener cannot answer the speakers back. But the situation is that of almost any reader, printing, after all, was the first great impersonal medium. It is as easy to send an answer to a broadcast speaker or a newspaper editor as to send one to a contemporary author. Both are very much easier than to try to answer Aristotle, Burke or Marx. We fail to realize, in this matter, that much of what we call communication is, necessarily, no more in itself than transmission, that is to say, a one-way sending. Reception and response, which complete communication, depend on other factors than the techniques. What can be observed as a fact about the development of these techniques is a steady growth of what I propose to call multiple transmission. The printed book is the first great model of this, and the other techniques have followed. The new factor, in our own society, is an expansion of the potential audience for such transmissions, so great as to present new kinds of problem. Yet it is clear that it is not to this expansion that we can properly object, at least without committing ourselves to some rather extraordinary politics. The expansion of the audience is due to two factors. First, the growth of general education, which has accompanied the growth of democracy. Second, the technical improvements themselves. It is interesting, in the light of the earlier discussion of masses, that this expansion should have been interpreted by the phrase mass communication. A speaker or writer, addressing a limited audience, is often able to get to know this audience well enough to feel a directly personal relationship with them which can affect his mode of address. Once this audience has been expanded, as with everything from books to televised parlor games it has been expanded, this is clearly impossible. It would be rash, however, to assume that this is necessarily to his and the audience's disadvantage. Certain types of address, notably serious art, argument, and exposition, seem indeed to be distinguished by a quality of impersonality which enables them frequently to survive their immediate occasion. How far this ultimate impersonality may be dependent on a close immediate relationship is in fact very difficult to assess. But it is always unlikely that any such speaker or writer will use, as a model for communication, any concept so crude as masses. The idea of mass communication, it would seem, depends very much more on the intention of the speaker or writer, than on the particular technique employed. A speaker or writer who knows, at the time of his address, that it will reach almost immediately several million persons, is faced with an obviously difficult problem of interpretation. Yet, whatever the difficulty, a good speaker or writer will be conscious of his immediate responsibility to the matter being communicated. He cannot, indeed, feel otherwise, if he is conscious of himself as the source of a particular transmission. His task is the adequate expression of this source, whether it be of feeling, opinion, or information. He will use for this expression the common language, to the limit of his particular skill. That this expression is then given multiple transmission is a next stage, of which he may well be conscious, but which cannot, of its nature, affect the source. The difficulties of expressing this source, difficulties of common experience, convention, and language, are certainly always his concern. But the source cannot in any event be denied, or he denies himself. Now if, on this perennial problem of communication, we impose the idea of masses, we radically alter the position. The conception of persons as masses springs, not from an inability to know them, but from an interpretation of them according to a formula. Here the question of the intention of the transmission makes its decisive return. Our formula can be that of the rational being speaking our language. It can be that of the interested being sharing our common experience. Or, and it is here that masses will operate, it can be that of the mob, gullible, fickle, herd-like, low in taste and habit. The formula, in fact, will proceed from our intention. If our purpose is art, education, the giving of information or opinion, our interpretation will be in terms of the rational and interested being. If, on the other hand, our purpose is manipulation, the persuasion of a large number of people to act, feel, think, know, in certain ways, the convenient formula will be that of the masses. There is an important distinction to be drawn here between source and agent. A man offering an opinion, a proposal, a feeling, of course normally desires that other persons will accept this, and act or feel in the ways that he defines. Yet such a man may be properly described as a source, in distinction from an agent, whose characteristic is that his expression is subordinated to an undeclared intention. He is an agent, and not a source, because the intention lies elsewhere. In social terms, the agent will normally in fact be a subordinate of a government, a commercial firm, a newspaper proprietor. Agency, in the simple sense, is necessary in any complex administration. But it is always dangerous unless its function and intention are not only openly declared but commonly approved and controlled. If this is so, the agent becomes a collective source, and he will observe the standards of such expression if what he is required to transmit is such that he can wholly acknowledge and accept it, recreate it in his own person. Where he cannot thus accept it for himself, but allows himself to be persuaded that it is in a fit form for others presumably inferiors, and that it is his business merely to see that it reaches them effectively, then he is in the bad sense an agent, and what he is doing is inferior to that done by the poorest kind of source. Any practical denial of the relation between conviction and communication, between experience and expression, is morally damaging alike to the individual and to the common language. Yet it is certainly true, in our society, that many men, many of them intelligent, accept, whether in good or bad faith, so dubious a role and activity. The acceptance in bad faith is a matter for the law, although we have not yet gone very far in working out this necessary common control. The acceptance in good faith, on the other hand, is a matter of culture. It would clearly not be possible unless it appeared to be ratified by a conception of society which relegates the majority of its members to mob status. The idea of the masses is an expression of this conception, and the idea of mass communication a comment on its functioning. This is the real danger to democracy, not the existence of effective and powerful means of multiple transmission. It is less a product of democracy than its denial, springing from that half-world of feeling in which we are invited to have our being. Where the principle of democracy is accepted, and yet its full and active practice feared, the mind is lulled into an acquiescence, which is yet not so complete that a fitful conscience, a defensive irony, cannot visit it. Democracy would be all right, we can come to say, it is indeed what we personally would prefer, if it were not for the actual people. So, in a good cause if we can find it, in some other if we can not, we will try to get by at a level of communication which our experience and training tell us is inferior. Since the people are as they are, the thing will do. But it is as well to face the fact that what we are really doing, in such a case, is to cheapen our own experience and to adulterate the common language. Mass observation. Yet the people are as they are, the objection is returned. Of course the masses are only other people, yet most other people are, on the evidence, a mob. In principle, we would wish it not to be so, in practice, the evidence is clear. This is the negative side of the idea of mass communication. Its evidence is collected under the title of mass culture, or popular culture. It is important evidence, and much of it is incontrovertible. There remains, however, the question of its interpretation. I have said that our arguments on this matter are normally selective, often to an extreme degree. I will try now to illustrate this. We are faced with the fact that there is now a great deal of bad art, bad entertainment, bad journalism, bad advertisement, bad argument. We are not likely to be diverted from this conclusion by the usual diversionary arguments. Much that we judge to be bad is known to be bad by its producers. Ask any journalist, or any copywriter, if he will now accept that famous definition, written by morons for morons. Will he not reply that in fact it is written by skilled and intelligent people for a public that hasn't the time, or hasn't the education, or hasn't, let's face it, the intelligence, to read anything more complete, anything more careful, anything nearer the known canons of exposition or argument? Had we not better say, for simplicity, anything good? Good and bad are hard words, and we can, of course, find easier ones. The strip newspaper, the beer advertisement, the detective novel, it is not exactly that they are good, but they are good of their, possibly bad, kind. They have the merits at least of being bright, attractive, popular. Yet, clearly, the strip newspaper has to be compared with other kinds of newspaper, the beer advertisement with other kinds of description of a product, the detective novel with other novels. By these standards, not by reference to some ideal quality, but by reference to the best things that men exercising this faculty have done or are doing, we are not likely to doubt that a great deal of what is now produced, and widely sold, is mediocre or bad. But this is said to be popular culture. The description has a ready-made historical thesis. After the Education Act of 1870, a new mass public came into being, literate but untrained in reading, low in taste and habit. The mass culture followed as a matter of course. I think always, when I hear this thesis, of an earlier one, from the second half of the 18th century. Then, the decisive date was between 1730 and 1740, and what had emerged, with the advance of the middle classes to prosperity, was a new middle-class reading public. The immediate result was that vulgar phenomenon, the novel. As a matter of fact, there is in both theses a considerable element of truth. If the former is not now so commonly mentioned, it is only because it would be indiscreet, in a situation where good and middle class are equivalent terms. And of course we can properly see the earlier situation in its true perspective. We can see that what the rise of the middle classes produced was not only the novel but many other things good and bad. Further, now that the bad novels are all out of print, and the good ones are among our classics, we see that the novel itself, while certainly a phenomenon, cannot be lightly dismissed as vulgar. Of the situation after 1870 we are not able to speak so clearly. For one thing, since the emergence as a whole still divides us, we can resent the cultural situation for political reasons and not realize this. For another, since the period has not fallen into settled history, we can be much more subjective in our selection of evidence. 1870 is in fact very questionable as a decisive date. There had been widespread literacy much earlier than this, the bad popular press is in fact also earlier. The result of the new educational provision was in part an actual increase in literacy, in part an evening up between the fortunate places and the unfortunate. The increase is certainly large enough to be important, but it was no kind of sudden opening of the floodgates. In itself, it is far from enough to account for the institution of the now characteristic features of popular culture. Further, we need to remember that the new institutions were not produced by the working people themselves. They were, rather, produced for them by others, often, as most notably with the cheap newspaper and commercial advertisement on a large scale, for conscious political or commercial advantage. Such things in this sphere as the working people produced for themselves, radical newspapers, political pamphlets and publicity, trade union banners and designs, were, if by no means always good, at least quite different in important respects. Again, it is wrong to see the new institutions as catering only for the new class. The new types of newspaper and advertisement were and are much more widely received. If the masses are to be defined as those for whom these institutions now cater, and by whom they are now received with apparent satisfaction, then the masses extend far beyond the categories of, say, the manual workers, or those whose education has been restricted to an elementary stage. I make this point because masses equals working and lower middle class is so commonly confused with masses equals mob. The mob, if there is one, is at almost everyone's elbow, it may, indeed, be even nearer than that. And if this is so of the new newspapers and advertisements, it is even more true of the other bad work which has been noted, in the novel, in the theater, in the cinema, in the wireless and television programs. If, in this kind of entertainment, there has been a continual decline of standards, then it is not from 1870 that we shall date this, but at least from 1740. As a matter of fact, I see little evidence why the backward dating should stop there, but then I am not so sure about the continual decline in standards. The multiplication of transmission, and the discovery of powerful media, seem to me mainly to have emphasized and made more evident certain long-standing tastes and means of satisfying them. I shall return to this point when I have made a further observation about our practices of selection. In the matter of selection, there are two main points. First, it is clear that in an anxiety to prove their case, which is indeed an important one if the badness is not to go unchallenged, the contemporary historians of popular culture have tended to concentrate on what is bad and to neglect what is good. If there are many bad books, there are also an important number of good books, and these, like the bad books, circulate much more widely than in any previous period. If the readers of bad newspapers have increased in number, so have the readers of better newspapers and periodicals, so have the users of public libraries, so have students in all kinds of formal and informal adult education. The audiences for serious music, opera, and ballet have increased, in some cases to a remarkable degree. Attendances at museums and exhibitions have, in general, steadily risen. A significant proportion of what is seen in the cinemas, and of what is heard on the wireless, is work of merit. In every case, certainly, the proportions are less than we could desire, but they are not negligible. Secondly, it is important to remember that, in judging a culture, it is not enough to concentrate on habits which coincide with those of the observer. To the highly literate observer there is always a temptation to assume that reading plays as large a part in the lives of most people as it does in his own. But if he compares his own kind of reading with the reading matter that is most widely distributed, he is not really comparing levels of culture. He is, in fact, comparing what is produced for people to whom reading is a major activity with that produced for people to whom it is, at best, minor. To the degree that he acquires a substantial proportion of his ideas and feelings from what he reads, he will assume, again wrongly, that the ideas and feelings of the majority will be similarly conditioned. But, for good or ill, the majority of people do not yet give reading this importance in their lives. Their ideas and feelings are, to a large extent, still molded by a wider and more complex pattern of social and family life. There is an evident danger of delusion, to the highly literate person, if he supposes that he can judge the quality of general living by primary reference to the reading artifacts. He will, in particular, be driven to this delusion if he retains, even in its most benevolent form, the concept of the majority of other people as masses, whom he observes as a kind of block. The error resembles that of the narrow reformer who supposes that farm laborers and village craftsmen were once uneducated, merely because they could not read. Many highly educated people have, in fact, been so driven in on their reading, as a stabilizing habit, that they fail to notice that there are other forms of skilled, intelligent, creative activity, not only the cognate forms of theater, concert, and picture gallery, but a whole range of general skills, from gardening, metalwork and carpentry to active politics. The contempt for many of these activities, which is always latent in the highly literate, is a mark of the observer's limits, not those of the activities themselves. Neglect of the extraordinary popularity of many of these activities, as evidence of the quality of living in contemporary society, is the result of partisan selection for the reasons given. This point comes to be of particular importance when we remember that the general tendency of modern development has been to bring many more levels of culture within the general context of literacy than was ever previously the case. A number of tastes which would formerly have been gratified in pre-literate and therefore largely unrecorded ways are now catered for and even fostered in print. Or, to put it in another way, the historical counterpart of a modern popular newspaper, in its informing function, is not an earlier minority newspaper, but that complex of rumor and travelers' tales which then served the majority with news of a kind. This is not to surrender the finest literacy we have, which at all times offers a standard for the newly literate functions. But, equally, to look at the matter in this way helps us to keep a just sense of proportion. Our problem is one of adapting our social training to a widely literate culture. It is clear that the highest standards of literacy in contemporary society depend on a level of instruction and training far above that which is commonly available. For this reason it is still much too early to conclude that a majority culture is necessarily low in taste. The danger of such a judgment is that it offers a substitute righteousness, the duty of defending a standard against the mob. Right action is not of this kind, but is a matter of ensuring that the technical changes which have made our culture more dependent on literate forms are matched by a proportionate increase in training for literacy in its full sense. It is obvious that we have allowed the technical changes to keep far ahead of the educational changes, and the reasons for this neglect, which in its own terms is so plainly foolish, lie in a combination of interest and inertia, deeply rooted in the organization of society. An interpretation of the majority as a mob has served, paradoxically, to still or weaken the most active consciences in this matter. Loudishness is always easy, and there can be few things more loudish than to turn, at the end of a long training, and sneer at those who are just entering on it, and who, harassed and insecure, are making the inevitable mistakes. Such a view might settle the matter if we could be sure that our only problem was to ensure that educational provision matched the extension of literacy. A generation of work would lie ahead of us, but the path at least would be clear. Yet evidently such questions are not settled within a specialized field. The content of education, as a rule, is the content of our actual social relations, and will only change as part of a wider change. Further, the actual operation of the new techniques is extremely complicated, in social terms, because of their economic bearings. The technical changes made necessary a great increase in the amount and concentration of capital, and we are still on the upward curve of this increase, as is most evident in the management of newspapers and television. These facts have led, in our society, to an extreme concentration of production of work of this kind, and to extraordinary needs and opportunities for controlling its distribution. Our new services tend to require so much capital that only a very large audience can sustain them. This in itself is not a difficulty, the potential audience is there. But everything depends on the attitude of those who control these services to such an audience. Our broadcasting corporation, for example, holds, in general, a reasonable interpretation of its particular responsibilities in this situation, even if this is no more surely founded than in a vestigial paternalism. Yet we are constantly being made aware how precarious this interpretation must be, under the pressures which come from a different attitude. The scale of capital involved has given an entry to a kind of person who, 100 years ago, would never have thought of running a newspaper or a theater. The opportunity to exploit the difficulties of a transitional culture was open, and we have been foolish enough to allow it to be widely taken. The temptation to make a profit out of ignorance or inexperience is present in most societies. The existence, in our own, of powerful media of persuasion and suggestion made it virtually irresistible. The cheap jack, whether he is the kind of vagrant who attached himself to Huckleberry Finn, or the more settled individual of our own society, always interprets his victims as an ignorant mob. This, to him, is his justification. It is a question for society, however, whether it will allow such an interpretation and its consequent activities, not merely to lead the fugitive existence of a vagrant, but, as now, to establish itself in some of the seats of power, with a large and settled material organization. The ways of controlling such activities are well known, we lack only the will. All I am concerned to point out is that the cheap jack has had allies of a surprising kind. He has an ally in whoever concedes his interpretation of his fellow beings. He has an ally, also, in that old kind of democrat who rested on the innate nobility of man. The delusions which led to this unholy alliance are of a complementary kind. The old democrat is often too sure of man's natural nobility to concern himself with the means of its common assurance. The new sceptic observes what happens when such means are not assured, and seeks an explanation in man's natural baseness. The failure, in each case, is a failure of consciousness of change. The old rural culture, which is so widely, and sometimes sentimentally, admired, rested on generations of experience within a general continuity of common condition. The speed and magnitude of the changes which broke up the settlement were never fully realized, and, even if they had been, the search for a new common control was bound to be slow. It is now becoming clear, from all kinds of evidence, that a society can, if it chooses, train its members in almost any direction, with only an occasional failure. The failures will be interpreted in terms of virtue or of recidivism, according to circumstances. But what is important is not that we are all malleable. Any culture and any civilization depend on this, but the nature and origin of the shaping process. The contributions of old democrat and new sceptic are alike irrelevant to this decisive question, and the cheap jack has jumped in on the irrelevance and the general confusion. The local newspaper, of all things, stands as a most important piece of controlling evidence. For it is read by people at least as simple, at least as poorly educated, as the readers of the worst strip paper. Yet in method and content it is still remarkably like the older journalism of minority reading, even to its faults. The devices which are said to be necessary to reach the ordinary mind are not employed, yet the paper is commonly read and understood. This is a case which, because of special circumstances, illumines the general problem. Produced for a known community on a basis of common interest and common knowledge, the local newspaper is not governed by a mass interpretation. Its communication, in fact, rests on a community, in sharp contrast with most national newspapers, which are produced for a market, interpreted by mass criteria. The methods of the popular newspaper do not rest on the fact that simple people read it, for then the local paper would hardly be read or understood at all. They rest on the fact that it and its readers are organized in certain kinds of economic and social relation. If we realize this, we will concentrate our attention, not on man's natural goodness or badness, but on the nature of the controlling social relations. The idea of the masses, and the technique of observing certain aspects of mass behavior, selected aspects of a public rather than the balance of an actual community, formed the natural ideology of those who sought to control the new system and to profit by it. To the degree that we reject this kind of exploitation, we shall reject its ideology, and seek a new definition of communication. Communication and community. Any governing body will seek to implant the right ideas in the minds of those whom it governs, but there is no government in exile. The minds of men are shaped by their whole experience, and the most skillful transmission of material which this experience does not confirm will fail to communicate. Communication is not only transmission, it is also reception and response. In a transitional culture it will be possible for skillful transmission to affect aspects of activity and belief, sometimes decisively. But, confusedly, the whole sum of experience will reassert itself, and inhabit its own world. Mass communication has had its evident successes, in a social and economic system to which its methods correspond. But it has failed, and will continue to fail, when its transmissions encounter, not a confused uncertainty, but a considered and formulated experience. Observing this, the practitioners of mass communication turn to the improvement of what they call their science, that is to say, to scraps of applied psychology and linguistic. It is of the greatest importance to attend to what they are doing, but at the same time any real theory of communication is a theory of community. The techniques of mass communication will be irrelevant to a genuine theory of communication, to the degree that we judge them to be conditioned, not by a community, but by the lack or incompleteness of a community. It is very difficult to think clearly about communication, because the pattern of our thinking about community is, normally, dominative. We tend, in consequence, if not to be attracted, at least to be preoccupied by dominative techniques. Communication becomes a science of penetrating the mass mind and of registering an impact there. It is not easy to think along different lines. It is easy to recognize a dominative theory if, for other reasons, we think it to be bad. A theory that a minority should profit by employing a majority in wars of gain is easily rejected. A theory that a minority should profit by employing a mass of wage slaves is commonly rejected. A theory that a minority should reserve the inheritance of human knowledge to itself, and deny it to the majority, is occasionally rejected. But, we say, nobody, or only a few bad people, can be found to support such theories. We are all Democrats now, and such things are unthinkable. As a matter of fact, mass communication has served and is in some places still serving all the theories I have mentioned. The whole theory of mass communication depends, essentially, on a minority in some way exploiting a majority. We are not all Democrats now. Yet exploiting, of course, is a tendentious word. What of the case where a minority is seeking to educate a majority, for that majority's ultimate good? Such minorities abound, seeking to educate majorities in the virtues of capitalism, communism, culture, contraception. Surely here mass communication is necessary and urgent, to bring news of the good life, and of the ways to get it, and the dangers to avoid in getting it, to the prejudiced, servile, ignorant and multiplying masses. If workmen are impoverishing themselves and others by restrictive practices, if peasants are starving themselves and others by adhering to outdated ways, if men and women are growing up in ignorance, when so much is known, if families are breeding more children than can be fed, surely, urgently, they must be told this, for their own good. The objection, as a matter of fact, is not to telling anyone anything. It is a question of how one tells them, and how one would expect to be told oneself. Nor is this merely a matter of politeness being the best policy. It is really a matter of how one would be told oneself, telling as an aspect of living, learning as an element of experience. The very failure of so many of the items of transmission which I have listed is not an accident, but the result of a failure to understand communication. The failure is due to an arrogant preoccupation with transmission, which rests on the assumption that the common answers have been found and need only to be applied. But people will, damn them, do you say, learn only by experience, and this, normally, is uneven and slow. A governing body, in its impatience, will often be able to enforce, by any of a number of kinds of pressure, an apparent conformity. This can on occasion be made substantial by subsequent experience, Such a fact is the sharpest temptation to any dominative policy that events will substantiate what at first people would not accept. As a matter of politics, this is perhaps the most difficult contemporary issue. As a matter of communication, however, such a point only substantiates what has already been said: it will be the experience that teaches. In a society which lacks the experience of democratic practice, a zealous reforming minority will often be forced to take this kind of chance. Yet, even here, it has great dangers. The process of learning depends so much on the conscious need to learn, and such a need is not easily imposed on anyone. It is clear, on the other hand, that even in contemporary democratic communities the dominative attitude to communication is still paramount. Almost every kind of leader seems to be genuinely afraid of trusting the processes of majority discussion and decision. As a matter of practice, this is usually whittled away to the merest formula. For this, the rooted distrust of the majority, who are seen as masses or more politely as the public, is evidently responsible. Democratic theory remains theory, and this practical skepticism breeds the theoretical skepticism which is again becoming, even in our own society, dangerously marked. The consequences are unsatisfactory from most points of view. If people cannot have official democracy, they will have unofficial democracy, in any of its possible forms, from the armed revolt or riot, through the unofficial strike or restriction of labor, to the quietest but most alarming form, a general sullenness and withdrawal of interest. Faced with this set of facts, it is always possible to fall back on the other part of the mass interpretation, to see these symptoms as proving the unfitness of the masses. They will riot, they will strike, they will not take an interest. Such is the nature of that brute, the mob. I am arguing, on the contrary, that these characteristic marks of our civilization are not interpretable in this mode, that they are, rather, symptoms of a basic failure in communication. It is possible to say this, and to conclude that the answer lies in educational projects, the feeding of information, or a new publicity drive. But this is to go on thinking of communication as transmission alone, a renewal, perhaps by new means, of the long dominative effort. The point is very difficult to see, in practice, when a group is certain that its case is right and urgent, and that for their own good, and urgently, people must be brought to recognize this. Yet the uneasy symptoms are, precisely, a response to a dominative organization. In a revolt, in most riots, in many strikes, it is a positive response, the assertion of a different kind of answer. The answer that is then finally adopted will depend on the balance of power. But often it is less formulated than this, a confused, vague reaction against the dominative habit. What I have called sullenness is the obvious example of this. I think it is now a very prevalent reaction to the dominative kinds of mass communication. People don't, of course, believe all they read in the newspapers, and this, often, is just as well. But for one small area of discriminating reading, almost always the product of training, there is a huge area of general suspicious disbelief, which, while on particular occasions it may be prophylactic, is as a general habit enfeebling. Inertia and apathy have always been employed by the governed as a comparatively safe weapon against their governors. Some governing bodies will accept this, as at least being quiet. But in our own society, because of the way we produce, there is so large a degree of necessary common interest and mutual effort that any widespread withdrawal of interest, any general mood of disbelief, can quite certainly be disastrous. The answer to it, however, does not lie in exhortation. It lies, rather, in conceding the practice of democracy, which alone can substantiate the theory. It lies, in terms of communication, in adopting a different attitude to transmission, one which will ensure that its origins are genuinely multiple, that all the sources have access to the common channels. This is not possible until it is realized that a transmission is always an offering, and that this fact must determine its mood. It is not an attempt to dominate, but to communicate, to achieve reception and response. Active reception, and living response, depend in their turn on an effective community of experience, and their quality, as certainly, depends on a recognition of practical equality. The inequalities of many kinds which still divide our community make effective communication difficult or impossible. We lack a genuinely common experience, save in certain rare and dangerous moments of crisis. What we are paying for this lack, in every kind of currency, is now sufficiently evident. We need a common culture, not for the sake of an abstraction, but because we shall not survive without it. I have referred to equality, but with some hesitation, for the word is now commonly confusing. The theoretical emphasis on equality, in modern society, is in general an opponent response. It is less a positive goal than an attack on inequality, which has been practically emphasized in exact proportion to equalitarian ideas. The only equality that is important, or indeed conceivable, is equality of being. Inequality in the various aspects of man is inevitable and even welcome. It is the basis of any rich and complex life. The inequality that is evil is inequality which denies the essential equality of being. Such inequality, in any of its forms, in practice rejects, depersonalizes, degrades in grading, other human beings. On such practice a structure of cruelty, exploitation, and the crippling of human energy is easily raised. The masses, the dominative mood, the rejection of culture, are its local testaments in human theory. A common culture is not, at any level, an equal culture. Yet equality of being is always necessary to it, or common experience will not be valued. A common culture can place no absolute restrictions on entry to any of its activities. This is the reality of the claim to equality of opportunity. The claim to such opportunity is of course based on the desire to become unequal, but this can mean any of a number of things. A desired inequality which will in practice deny the essential equality of being, is not compatible with a culture in common. Such inequalities, which cannot be afforded, have continually to be defined, out of the common experience. But there are many inequalities which do not harm this essential equality, and certain of these are necessary, and need to be encouraged. The point becomes practical in examples, and I would suggest these. An inequality in other than personal property, that is to say an inequality in ownership of the means of life and production, may be found intolerable because in practice it may deny the basic processes of equality of being. Inequality in a particular faculty, however, or unequal developments of knowledge, skill, and effort, may not deny essential equality. A physicist will be glad to learn from a better physicist, and will not, because he is a good physicist, think himself a better man than a good composer, a good chess player, a good carpenter, a good runner. Nor, in a common culture, will he think himself a better human being than a child, an old woman, or a cripple, who may lack the criterion, in itself inadequate, of useful service. The kind of respect for oneself and one's work, which is necessary to continue at all, is a different matter from a claim to inequality of being, such as would entitle one to deny or dominate the being of another. The inequalities which are intolerable are those which lead to such denial or domination. But some activities are better than others, the objection is returned. An insistence on equality may be, in practice, a denial of value. I have followed the course of this objection with some care, for it is important indeed. Is not a teacher to dominate a child, so that he may learn? Some facts will be right, and others wrong. The teacher must insist on their distinction, whether or not it is right to dominate. I agree, but most good teaching, in fact, is a transmission of the skills of discrimination alongside statements of the conclusions and judgments which have been received, and which have, provisionally, to be used. This offering, alike of a statement to be confirmed, and of the means of decision, is the proper working of general communication. A child will only learn the skills if he practices them. A teacher will only be skilled if he is aware of the process while offering the product. The utmost emphasis on distinctions of value, in all the things that man makes and does, is not an emphasis on inequality of being. It is, rather, a common process of learning, which, indeed, will only ever be undertaken if the primary concession of equality of being, which alone can remove such a process from the dominative sphere, is made. Nobody can raise anybody else's cultural standard. The most that can be done is to transmit the skills, which are not personal but general human property, and at the same time to give open access to all that has been made and done. You cannot stop a child reading a horror comic, or a man reading a strip newspaper, by order, unless you attempt the indignity of physical power over him, or even by argument, by telling him that it is bad. You can only give him the opportunity of learning what has been generally and commonly learned about reading, and see that he has access to all that is available to be read. In the end, and rightly, his choice will in any case be his own. A man's concern for value for standards, as we say, properly expresses itself in the effort towards a community of experience on which these standards can rest. Further, if his concern for value is something more than dogma, he will hold himself open to learn other values, in the shaping of a new common experience. The refusal of either course is a petulant timidity. If one cannot believe in men, and in their common efforts, it is perhaps only in caricature that one can believe in oneself. Culture and which way of life? We live in a transitional society, and the idea of culture, too often, has been identified with one or other of the forces which the transition contains. Culture is the product of the old leisured classes who seek now to defend it against new and destructive forces. Culture is the inheritance of the new rising class, which contains the humanity of the future. This class seeks, now, to free it from its restrictions. We say things like this to each other, and glower. The one good thing, it seems, is that all the contending parties are keen enough on culture to want to be identified with it. But then, we are none of us referees in this, we are all in the game, and playing in one or other direction. I want to say something about the idea of working class culture, because this seems to me to be a key issue in our own time, and one in which there is a considerable element of misunderstanding. I have indicated already that we cannot fairly or usefully describe the bulk of the material produced by the new means of communication as working class culture. For neither is it by any means produced exclusively for this class, nor, in any important degree, is it produced by them. To this negative definition we must add another, that working class culture, in our society, is not to be understood as the small amount of proletarian writing and art which exists. The appearance of such work has been useful, not only in its more self-conscious forms, but also in such material as the post-industrial ballads, which were worth collecting. We need to be aware of this work, but it is to be seen as a valuable dissident element rather than as a culture. The traditional popular culture of England was, if not annihilated, at least fragmented and weakened by the dislocations of the Industrial Revolution. What is left, with what in the new conditions has been newly made, is small in quantity and narrow in range. It exacts respect, but it is in no sense an alternative culture. This very point of an alternative is extremely difficult, in terms of theory. If the major part of our culture, in the sense of intellectual and imaginative work, is to be called, as the Marxists call it, bourgeois, it is natural to look for an alternative culture, and to call it proletarian. Yet it is very doubtful whether bourgeois culture is a useful term. The body of intellectual and imaginative work which each generation receives as its traditional culture is always, and necessarily, something more than the product of a single class. It is not only that a considerable part of it will have survived from much earlier periods than the immediately pre-existing form of society, so that, for instance, literature, philosophy and other work surviving from before, say, 1600, cannot be taken as bourgeois. It is also that, even within a society in which a particular class is dominant, it is evidently possible both for members of other classes to contribute to the common stock, and for such contributions to be unaffected by or in opposition to the ideas and values of the dominant class. The area of a culture, it would seem, is usually proportionate to the area of a language rather than to the area of a class. It is true that a dominant class can to a large extent control the transmission and distribution of the whole common inheritance. Such control, where it exists, needs to be noted as a fact about that class. It is true also that a tradition is always selective, and that there will always be a tendency for this process of selection to be related to and even governed by the interests of the class that is dominant. These factors make it likely that there will be qualitative changes in the traditional culture when there is a shift of class power, even before a newly ascendant class makes its own contributions. Points of this kind need to be stressed, but the particular stress given by describing our existent culture as bourgeois culture is in several ways misleading. It can, for example, seriously mislead those who would now consider themselves as belonging to the dominant class. If they are encouraged, even by their opponents, to think of the existing culture, in the narrow sense, as their particular product and legacy, they will deceive themselves and others. For they will be encouraged to argue that, if their class position goes, the culture goes too, that standards depend on the restriction of a culture to the class which, since it has produced it, alone understands it. On the other hand, those who believe themselves to be representatives of a new rising class will, if they accept the proposition of bourgeois culture, either be tempted to neglect a common human inheritance, or, more intelligently, be perplexed as to how, and how much of, this bourgeois culture is to be taken over. The categories are crude and mechanical in either position. Men who share a common language share the inheritance of an intellectual and literary tradition which is necessarily and constantly revalued with every shift in experience. The manufacture of an artificial working-class culture, in opposition to this common tradition, is merely foolish. A society in which the working class had become dominant would, of course, produce new valuations and new contributions. But the process would be extremely complex, because of the complexity of the inheritance, and nothing is now to be gained by diminishing this complexity to a crude diagram. The contrast between a minority and a popular culture cannot be absolute. It is not even a matter of levels, for such a term implies distinct and discontinuous stages, and this is by no means always the case. In Russian society in the 19th century one finds perhaps the clearest example of a discontinuous culture within recent history. This is marked, it should be noted, by a substantial degree of rejection of even the common language by the ruling minority. But in English society there has never been this degree of separation, since English emerged as the common language. There has been marked unevenness of distribution, amounting at times to virtual exclusion of the majority, and there has been some unevenness of contribution, although in no period has this approached the restriction of contribution to members of any one class. Further, since the beginning of the 19th century it has been difficult for any observer to feel that the care of intellectual and imaginative work could be safely entrusted to, or identified with, any existing social or economic class. It was in relation to this situation that the very idea of culture was, as we have seen, developed. The most difficult task confronting us, in any period where there is a marked shift of social power, is the complicated process of revaluation of the inherited tradition. The common language, because in itself it is so crucial to this matter, provides an excellent instance. It is clearly of vital importance to a culture that its common language should not decline in strength, richness, and flexibility, that it should, further, be adequate to express new experience, and to clarify change. But a language like English is still evolving, and great harm can be done to it by the imposition of crude categories of class. It is obvious that since the development, in the 19th century, of the new definition of Standard English, particular uses of the common language have been taken and abused for the purposes of class distinction. Yet the dialect which is normally equated with Standard English has no necessary superiority over other dialects. Certain of the grammatical clarifications have a common importance, but not all even of these. On the other hand, certain selected sounds have been given a cardinal authority which derives from no known law of language, but simply from the fact that they are habitually made by persons who, for other reasons, possess social and economic influence. The conversion of this kind of arbitrary selection into a criterion of good or correct or pure English is merely a subterfuge. Modern communications make for the growth of uniformity, but the necessary selection and clarification have been conducted, on the whole, on grounds quite irrelevant to language. It is still thought, for instance, that a double negative, I don't want none, is incorrect English, although millions of English-speaking persons use it regularly, not, indeed, as a misunderstanding of the rule, which they might be thought too ignorant to apprehend, but as the continuation of a habit which has been in the language continuously since Chaucer. The broad A, in such words as class, is now taken as the mark of an educated person, although till the 18th century it was mainly a rustic habit, and as such despised. Or ain't, which in the 18th century was often a mark of breeding, is now supposed to be a mark of vulgarity. In both cases, the valuation is the merest chance. The extraordinary smugness about aspirates, vowel sounds, the choice of this or that synonym, couch sofa, which has for so long been a normal element of middle-class humor, is, after all, not a concern for good English, but parochialism. The current controversy about what are called U and non-U speech habits clearly illustrates this. It is an aspect, not of major social differences, but of the long difficulty of drawing the lines between the upper and lower sections of the middle class. Yet, while this is true, the matter is complicated by the fact that in a society where a particular class and hence a particular use of the common language is dominant, a large part of the literature, carrying as it does a body of vital common experience, will be attracted to the dominant language mode. At the same time, a national literature, as English has never ceased to be, will, while containing this relation, contain also elements of the whole culture and language. If we are to understand the process of a selective tradition, we shall not think of exclusive areas of culture but of degrees of shifting attachment and interaction, which a crude theory either of class or of standards is incompetent to interpret. A culture can never be reduced to its artifacts while it is being lived. Yet the temptation to attend only to external evidence is always strong. It is argued, for instance, that the working class is becoming bourgeois, because it is dressing like the middle class, living in semi-detached houses, acquiring cars and washing machines and television sets. But it is not bourgeois to possess objects of utility, nor to enjoy a high material standard of living. The working class does not become bourgeois by owning the new products, any more than the bourgeois ceases to be bourgeois as the objects he owns change in kind. Those who regret such a development among members of the working class are the victims of a prejudice. An admiration of the simple poor is no new thing, but it has rarely been found, except as a desperate rationalization, among the poor themselves. It is the product either of satiety or of a judgment that the material advantages are purchased at too high a human cost. The first ground must be left to those who are sated, the second, which is more important, is capable of a false transference. If the advantages were bourgeois because they rested on economic exploitation, they do not continue to be bourgeois if they can be assured without such exploitation or by its diminution. The worker's envy of the middle-class man is not a desire to be that man, but to have the same kind of possessions. We all like to think of ourselves as a standard, and I can see that it is genuinely difficult for the English middle class to suppose that the working class is not desperately anxious to become just like itself. I am afraid this must be unlearned. The great majority of English working people want only the middle-class material standard and for the rest want to go on being themselves. One should not be too quick to call this vulgar materialism. It is wholly reasonable to want the means of life in such abundance as is possible. This is the materialism of material provision, to which we are all, quite rightly, attentive. The working people, who have felt themselves long deprived of such means in any adequacy, intend to get them and to keep them if they can. It would need more evidence than this to show that they are becoming vulgar materialists, or that they are becoming bourgeois. The question then, perhaps, is whether there is any meaning left in bourgeois. Is there any point, indeed, in continuing to think in class terms at all? Is not industrialism, by its own momentum, producing a culture that is best described as classless. Such questions, today, command a significant measure of assent, but again, while drawing support from the crudities of certain kinds of class interpretation, they rest, essentially, on an external attitude alike to culture and to class. If we think of culture, as it is important to do, in terms of a body of intellectual and imaginative work, we can see that with the extension of education the distribution of this culture is becoming more even, and, at the same time, new work is being addressed to a public wider than a single class. Yet a culture is not only a body of intellectual and imaginative work, it is also and essentially a whole way of life. The basis of a distinction between bourgeois and working class culture is only secondarily in the field of intellectual and imaginative work, and even here it is complicated, as we have seen, by the common elements resting on a common language. The primary distinction is to be sought in the whole way of life, and here, again, we must not confine ourselves to such evidence as housing, dress, and modes of leisure. Industrial production tends to produce uniformity in such matters, but the vital distinction lies at a different level. The crucial distinguishing element in English life since the Industrial Revolution is not language, not dress, not leisure, for these indeed will tend to uniformity. The crucial distinction is between alternative ideas of the nature of social relationship. Bourgeois is a significant term because it marks that version of social relationship which we usually call individualism, that is to say, an idea of society as a neutral area within which each individual is free to pursue his own development and his own advantage as a natural right. The course of recent history is marked by a long fighting retreat from this idea in its purest form, and the latest defenders would seem to the earliest to have lost almost the entire field. Yet the interpretation is still dominant. The exertion of social power is thought necessary only in so far as it will protect individuals in this basic right to set their own course. The classical formula of the retreat is that, in certain defined ways, no individual has a right to harm others. But, characteristically, this harm has been primarily interpreted in relation to the individual pursuit. No individual has a right to prevent others from doing this kind of thing. The reforming bourgeois modification of this version of society is the idea of service, to which I shall return. But both this idea and the individualist idea can be sharply contrasted with the idea that we properly associate with the working class, an idea which, whether it is called communism, socialism, or cooperation, regards society neither as neutral nor as protective, but as the positive means for all kinds of development, including individual development. Development and advantage are not individually but commonly interpreted. The provision of the means of life will, alike in production and distribution, be collective and mutual. Improvement is sought, not in the opportunity to escape from one's class, or to make a career, but in the general and controlled advance of all. The human fund is regarded as in all respects common, and freedom of access to it as a right constituted by one's humanity, yet such access, in whatever kind, is common or it is nothing. Not the individual, but the whole society, will move. The distinction between these versions of society has been blurred by two factors: the idea of service, which is the great achievement of the Victorian middle class, and is deeply inherited by its successors, and the complication of the working class idea by the fact that England's position as an imperial power has tended to limit the sense of community to national, and, in the context, imperialist, lines. Further, the versions are blurred by a misunderstanding of the nature of class. The contending ideas, and the actions which follow from them, are the property of that part of a group of people, similarly circumstanced, which has become conscious of its position and of its own attitude to this position. Class feeling is a mode, rather than a uniform possession of all the individuals who might, objectively, be assigned to that class. When we speak, for instance, of a working class idea, we do not mean that all working people possess it, or even approve of it. We mean, rather, that this is the essential idea embodied in the organizations and institutions which that class creates, the working class movement as a tendency, rather than all working class people as individuals. It is foolish to interpret individuals in rigid class terms, because class is a collective mode and not a person. At the same time, in the interpretation of ideas and institutions, we can speak properly in class terms. It depends, at any time, on which kind of fact we are considering. To dismiss an individual because of his class, or to judge a relationship with him solely in class terms, is to reduce humanity to an abstraction. But, also, to pretend that there are no collective modes is to deny the plain facts. We may now see what is properly meant by working class culture. It is not proletarian art, or council houses, or a particular use of language, it is, rather, the basic collective idea, and the institutions, manners, habits of thought and intentions which proceed from this. Bourgeois culture, similarly, is the basic individualist idea and the institutions, manners, habits of thought and intentions which proceed from that. In our culture as a whole, there is both a constant interaction between these ways of life and an area which can properly be described as common to or underlying both. The working class, because of its position, has not, since the Industrial Revolution, produced a culture in the narrower sense. The culture which it has produced, and which, it is important to recognize, is the collective democratic institution, whether in the trade unions, the cooperative movement or a political party. Working class culture, in the stage through which it has been passing, is primarily social, in that it has created institutions, rather than individual, in particular intellectual or imaginative work. When it is considered in context, it can be seen as a very remarkable creative achievement. To those whose meaning of culture is intellectual or imaginative work, such an achievement may be meaningless. The values which are properly attached to such work can, at times, seem overriding. On this, I would only point out that while it may have seemed reasonable to Burke to anticipate the trampling down of learning by the eruption of the swinish multitude, this has not in fact happened, and the swinish multitude itself has done much to prevent it happening. The record of the working class movement in its attitudes to education, to learning and to art is on the whole a good record. It has sometimes wrongly interpreted, often neglected where it did not know. But it has never sought to destroy the institutions of this kind of culture, it has, on the contrary, pressed for their extension, for their wider social recognition, and, in our own time, for the application of a larger part of our material resources to their maintenance and development. Such a record will do more than stand comparison with that of the class by which the working class has been most actively and explicitly opposed. This, indeed, is the curious incident of the swine in the night. As the light came, and we could look around, it appeared that the trampling, which we had all heard, did not after all come from them. The idea of community. The development of the idea of culture has, throughout, been a criticism of what has been called the bourgeois idea of society. The contributors to its meaning have started from widely different positions, and have reached widely various attachments and loyalties. But they have been alike in this, that they have been unable to think of society as a merely neutral area, or as an abstract regulating mechanism. The stress has fallen on the positive function of society, on the fact that the values of individual men are rooted in society, and on the need to think and feel in these common terms. This was, indeed, a profound and necessary response to the disintegrating pressures which were faced. Yet, according to their different positions, the idea of community, on which all in general agree, has been differently felt and defined. In our own day we have two major interpretations, alike opposed to bourgeois liberalism, but equally, in practice, opposed to each other. These are the idea of service, and the idea of solidarity. These have in the main been developed by the middle class and the working class respectively. From Coleridge to Tawney the idea of function, and thence of service to the community, has been most valuably stressed, in opposition to the individualist claim. The stress has been confirmed by the generations of training which substantiate the ethical practice of our professions, and of our public and civil service. As against the practice of laissez-faire, and of self-service, this has been a major achievement which has done much for the peace and welfare of our society. Yet the working class ethic, of solidarity, has also been a major achievement, and it is the difference of this from the idea of service which must now be stressed. A very large part of English middle-class education is devoted to the training of servants. This is much more its characteristic than a training for leadership, as the stress on conformity and on respect for authority shows. In so far as it is, by definition, the training of upper servants, it includes, of course, the instilling of that kind of confidence which will enable the upper servants to supervise and direct the lower servants. Order must be maintained there, by good management, and in this respect the function is not service but government. Yet the upper servant is not to think of his own interests. He must subordinate these to a larger good, which is called the Queen's peace, or national security, or law and order, or the public will. This has been the charter of many thousands of devoted lives, and it is necessary to respect it even where we cannot agree with it. I was not trained to this ethic, and when I encountered it, in late adolescence, I had to spend a lot of time trying to understand it, through men whom I respected and who had been formed by it. The criticism I now make of it is in this kind of good faith. It seems to me inadequate because in practice it serves, at every level, to maintain and confirm the status quo. This was wrong, for me, because the status quo, in practice, was a denial of equity to the men and women among whom I had grown up, the lower servants, whose lives were governed by the existing distributions of property, remuneration, education, and respect. The real personal unselfishness, which ratified the description as service, seemed to me to exist within a larger selfishness, which was only not seen because it was idealized as the necessary form of a civilization, or rationalized as a natural distribution corresponding to worth, effort and intelligence. I could not share in these versions, because I thought, and still think, that the sense of injustice which the lower servants felt was real and justified. One cannot in conscience then become, when invited, an upper servant in an establishment that one thus radically disapproves. Now it is true that much of this service has gone to improving the conditions of the lower servants, but, because of its nature, this has been improvement within a framework which is thought, in its main lines, inviolate. I have seen this psychology of service extend to the working class movement itself, until the phraseology of making a man a useful citizen, equipping him to serve the community, has become common form. A particular climax of this, for me, was a book called How We Are Governed, written by a left-wing Democrat. It is at this point, on the basis of a different social ethic, that one becomes awkward. How We Are Governed, as an explanation of democracy, is an expression of the idea of service at its psychological limit. The breakthrough to how we govern ourselves is impossible, on the basis of such a training. The command to conformity, and to respect for authority as such, is too strong. Of course, having worked for improvement in the conditions of working people, in the spirit of service, those who are ruled by the idea of service are genuinely dismayed when the workers do not fully respond, when, as it is put, they don't play the game, are lacking in team spirit, neglect the national interest. This has been a crisis of conscience for many middle-class Democrats and socialists. Yet the fact is that working-class people cannot feel that this is their community in anything like the sense in which it is felt above them. Nor will education in their responsibilities to a community thus conceived convince them. The idea of service breaks down because while the upper servants have been able to identify themselves with the establishment, the lower servants have not. What they decide is still the practical experience of life and work. The idea of service, ultimately, is no substitute for the idea of active mutual responsibility, which is the other version of community. Few men can give the best of themselves as servants, it is the reduction of man to a function. Further, the servant, if he is to be a good servant, can never really question the order of things, his sense of authority is too strong. Yet the existing order is in fact subject to almost overwhelming pressures. The breakthrough, into what together we want to make of our lives, will need qualities which the idea of service not only fails to provide, but, in its limitation of our minds, actively harms. The idea of service to the community has been offered to the working class as an interpretation of solidarity, but it has not, in the circumstances, been fully accepted, for it is, to them, inferior in feeling. Another alternative to solidarity which has had some effect is the idea of individual opportunity of the latter. It has been one of the forms of service to provide such a ladder in industry, in education, and elsewhere. And many working class leaders, men in fact who have used the latter, have been dazzled by this alternative to solidarity. Yet the latter is a perfect symbol of the bourgeois idea of society, because, while undoubtedly it offers the opportunity to climb, it is a device which can only be used individually. You go up the ladder alone. This kind of individual climbing is of course the bourgeois model. A man should be allowed to better himself. The social conscience, which produced the idea of service, argued that no greater benefit could be conferred on the working people than that this ladder should be extended to them. The actual process of reform, in so far as it has not been governed by working class pressure, has been, in large part, the giving of increasing opportunity to climb. Many indeed have scrambled up, and gone off to play on the other side. Many have tried to climb and failed. Judged in each particular case, it seems obviously right that a working man, or the child of a working class family, should be enabled to fit himself for a different kind of work, corresponding to his ability. Because of this, the latter idea has produced a real conflict of values within the working class itself. My own view is that the latter version of society is objectionable in two related respects. First, that it weakens the principle of common betterment, which ought to be an absolute value. Second, that it sweetens the poison of hierarchy, in particular by offering the hierarchy of merit as a thing different in kind from the hierarchy of money or of birth. On the educational ladder, the boy who has gone from a council school to Oxford or Cambridge is of course glad that he has gone, and he sees no need to apologize for it, in either direction. But he cannot then be expected to agree that such an opportunity constitutes a sufficient educational reform. A few voices, softened by the climb, may be found to say this, which they are clearly expected to say. Yet, if he has come from any conscious part of the working class, such a boy will take leave to doubt the proffered version. The education was worth the effort, but he sees no reason why it should be interpreted as a ladder. For the latter, with all its extra educational implications, is merely an image of a particular version of society. If he rejects the version, he will reject the image. Take the latter image away, and interest is returned to what is, for him, its proper object, to the making of a common educational provision, to the work for equity in material distribution, to the process of shaping a tradition, a community of experience, which is always a selective organization of past and present, and which he has been given particular opportunities to understand. The latter, which is a substitute for all these things, must be understood in all its implications, and it is important that the growing number who have had the latter stamped on their brows should interpret it to themselves and to their own people, whom, as a class, it could greatly harm. For in the end, on any reckoning, the latter will never do. It is the product of a divided society, and will fall with it. The development of a common culture. In its definition of the common interest as true self-interest, in its finding of individual verification primarily in the community, the idea of solidarity is potentially the real basis of a society. Yet it is subject, in our time, to two important difficulties. For it has been, basically, a defensive attitude, the natural mentality of the long siege. It has in part depended, that is to say, on an enemy. The negative elements thus produced will have to be converted into positives in a fully democratic society. This will at best be profoundly difficult, for the feelings involved are fundamental. The issue can be defined as one in which diversity has to be substantiated within an effective community which disposes of majority power. The feeling of solidarity is, although necessary, a primitive feeling. It has depended, hitherto, on substantial identity of conditions and experience. Yet any predictable civilization will depend on a wide variety of highly specialized skills, which will involve, over definite parts of the culture, a fragmentation of experience. The attachment of privilege to certain kinds of skill has been traditionally clear, and this will be very difficult to unlearn, to the degree that is necessary if substantial community of condition is to be assured. A culture in common, in our own day, will not be the simple all-in-all society of old dream. It will be a very complex organization, requiring continual adjustment and redrawing. At root, the feeling of solidarity is the only conceivable element of stabilization in so difficult an organization. But in its issue it will have to be continually redefined, and there will be many attempts to enlist old feelings in the service of an emerging sectional interest. The emphasis that I wish to place here is that this first difficulty, the compatibility of increasing specialization with a genuinely common culture, is only soluble in a context of material community and by the full democratic process. A skill is only an aspect of a man, and yet, at times, it can seem to comprehend his whole being. This is one kind of crisis, and it can only be overcome as a man becomes conscious that the value he places on his skill, the differentiation he finds in it, can only ultimately be confirmed by his constant effort not only to confirm and respect the skills of others, but also to confirm and deepen the community which is even larger than the skills. The mediation of this lies deep in personal feeling, but enough is known to indicate that it is possible. Further, there can be no effective participation in the whole culture merely on the basis of the skill which any particular man may acquire. The participation depends on common resources, and leads a man towards others. To any individual, however gifted, full participation will be impossible, for the culture will be too complex. Yet effective participation is certainly possible. It will, at any time, be selective from the whole culture, and there will be difference and unevenness in selection, as there will be in contribution. Such selection, such unevenness, can be made compatible with an effective community of culture, but only by genuine mutual responsibility and adjustment. This is the conversion of the defensive element of solidarity into the wider and more positive practice of neighborhood. It is, in practice, for any man, a long conversion of the habitual elements of denial, a slow and deep personal acceptance of extending community. The institutions of cynicism, of denial, and of division will perhaps only be thrown down when they are recognized for what they are, the deposits of practical failures to live. Failure, the jaunty hardness of the outsider, will lose its present glamour, as the common experience moves in a different direction. Nobody will be proud any longer to be separate, to deny, or to ratify a personal failure in unconcern. The second difficulty, in the development of the idea of solidarity, is related to the first, in that it is again a question of achieving diversity without creating separation. Solidarity, as a feeling, is obviously subject to rigidities, which can be dangerous in a period of change. The command to common action is right, but there is always the danger that the common understanding will be inadequate, and that its enforcement will prevent or delay right action. No community, no culture, can ever be fully conscious of itself, ever fully know itself. The growth of consciousness is usually uneven, individual, and tentative in nature. An emphasis of solidarity which, by intention or by accident, stifles or weakens such growth may, evidently, bring a deep common harm. It is necessary to make room for, not only variation, but even dissidence, within the common loyalty. Yet it is difficult to feel that, even in the English working class movement, with its long democratic tradition, this need has been clearly and practically recognized. A culture, while it is being lived, is always in part unknown, in part unrealized. The making of a community is always an exploration, for consciousness cannot precede creation, and there is no formula for unknown experience. A good community, a living culture, will, because of this, not only make room for but actively encourage all and any who can contribute to the advance in consciousness which is the common need. Wherever we have started from, we need to listen to others who started from a different position. We need to consider every attachment, every value, with our whole attention, for we do not know the future, we can never be certain of what may enrich it, we can only, now, listen to and consider whatever may be offered and take up what we can. The practical liberty of thought and expression is less a natural right than a common necessity. The growth of understanding is so difficult that none of us can arrogate to himself, or to an institution or a class, the right to determine its channels of advance. Any educational system will reflect the content of a society, any emphasis in exploration will follow from an emphasis of common need. Yet no system, and no emphasis, can be adequate, if they fail to allow for real flexibility, real alternative courses. To deny these practical liberties is to burn the common seed. To tolerate only this or only that, according to some given formula, is to submit to the fantasy of having occupied the future and fenced it into fruitful or unfruitful ground. Thus, in the working class movement, while the clenched fist is a necessary symbol, the clenching ought never to be such that the hand cannot open, and the fingers extend, to discover and give a shape to the newly forming reality. We have to plan what can be planned, according to our common decision. But the emphasis of the idea of culture is right when it reminds us that a culture, essentially, is unplannable. We have to ensure the means of life, and the means of community. But what will then, by these means, be lived, we cannot know or say. The idea of culture rests on a metaphor, the tending of natural growth. And indeed it is on growth, as metaphor and as fact, that the ultimate emphasis must be placed. Here, finally, is the area where we have most need to reinterpret. To rid oneself of the illusion of the objective existence of the masses, and to move towards a more actual and more active conception of human beings and relationships, is in fact to realize a new freedom. Where this can be experienced, the whole substance of one's thinking is transformed. There is a further shift in experience, cognate with this, when we think again about human growth, and its human tending, in a spirit other than that of the long dominative mode. The forces which have changed and are still changing our world are indeed industry and democracy. Understanding of this change, this long revolution, lies at a level of meaning which it is not easy to reach. We can in retrospect see the dominative mood as one of the mainsprings of industry, the theory and practice of man's mastering and controlling his natural environment. We are still rephrasing this, from experience, as we learn the folly of exploiting any part of this environment in isolation. We are learning, slowly, to attend to our environment as a whole, and to draw our values from that whole, and not from its fragmented parts, where a quick success can bring long waste. In relation to this kind of learning, we come to realize, again slowly, that where the dominative mood extends to man himself, where human beings also are isolated and exploited, with whatever temporary success, the issue in the long run is a cancelling in spirit of the full opportunities offered by the material gains. A knot is tied, that has come near to strangling our whole common life, in this century. We live in almost overwhelming danger, at a peak of our apparent control. We react to the danger by attempting to take control, yet still we have to unlearn, as the price of survival, the inherent dominative mode. The struggle for democracy is the pattern of this revaluation, yet much that passes as democratic is allied, in spirit, with the practice of its open enemies. It is as if, in fear or vision, we are now all determined to lay our hands on life and force it into our own image, and it is then no good to dispute on the merits of rival images. This is a real barrier in the mind, which at times it seems almost impossible to break down, a refusal to accept the creative capacities of life, a determination to limit and restrict the channels of growth, a habit of thinking, indeed, that the future has now to be determined by some ordinance in our own minds. We project our old images into the future, and take hold of ourselves and others to force energy towards that substantiation. We do this as conservatives, trying to prolong old forms, we do this as socialists, trying to prescribe the new man. A large part of contemporary resistance to certain kinds of change, which are obviously useful in themselves, amounts to an inarticulate distrust of this effort at domination. There is the hostility to change of those who wish to cling to privilege. There is also the hostility to one's life being determined, in a dominative mood masked by whatever idealism or benevolence. This latter hostility is valuable, and needs to be distinguished from the former with which it is often crudely compounded. It is the chafing of any felt life against the hands which seek to determine its course, and this, which was always the democratic impulse, remains essential within the new definitions of society. There are still major material barriers to democracy, but there is also this barrier in our minds, behind which, with an assumption of virtue, we seek to lay hands on others, and, from our own constructions, determine their course. Against this the idea of culture is necessary, as an idea of the tending of natural growth. To know, even in part, any group of living processes, is to see and wonder at their extraordinary variety and complexity. To know, even in part, the life of man, is to see and wonder at its extraordinary multiplicity, its great fertility of value. We have to live by our own attachments, but we can only live fully, in common, if we grant the attachments of others, and make it our common business to keep the channels of growth clear. Never yet, in the great pattern of inheritance and response, have two wholly identical individuals been formed. This, rather than any particular image of virtue, is our actual human scale. The idea of a common culture brings together, in a particular form of social relationship, at once the idea of natural growth and that of its tending. The former alone is a type of romantic individualism, the latter alone a type of authoritarian training. Yet each, within a whole view, marks a necessary emphasis. The struggle for democracy is a struggle for the recognition of equality of being, or it is nothing. Yet only in the acknowledgement of human individuality and variation can the reality of common government be comprised. We stress natural growth to indicate the whole potential energy, rather than the selected energies which the dominative mode finds it convenient to enlist. At the same time, however, we stress the social reality, the tending. Any culture, in its whole process, is a selection, an emphasis, a particular tending. The distinction of a culture in common is that the selection is freely and commonly made and remade. The tending is a common process, based on common decision, which then, within itself, comprehends the actual variations of life and growth. The natural growth and the tending are parts of a mutual process, guaranteed by the fundamental principle of equality of being. The evident problems of our civilization are too close and too serious for anyone to suppose that an emphasis is a solution. In every problem we need hard, detailed inquiry and negotiation. Yet we are coming increasingly to realize that our vocabulary, the language we use to inquire into and negotiate our actions, is no secondary factor, but a practical and radical element in itself. To take a meaning from experience, and to try to make it active, is in fact our process of growth. Some of these meanings we receive and recreate. Others we must make for ourselves, and try to communicate. The human crisis is always a crisis of understanding. What we genuinely understand we can do. I have written this book because I believe the tradition it records is a major contribution to our common understanding, and a major incentive to its necessary extensions. There are ideas, and ways of thinking, with the seeds of life in them, and there are others, perhaps deep in our minds, with the seeds of a general death. Our measure of success in recognizing these kinds, and in naming them making possible their common recognition, may be literally the measure of our future.